Hey, what's up, y'all? Welcome to Defense Diaries podcast. I am your host, Bob Mata, and I'm joined by my much more beautiful, much brighter co-host, Allie. What's up, girl?
Hey, babe. Hey, all.
So we're starting a new trial. I know you got boned up on this thing a little bit. I've got it up over here. We are covering the Robert Tellis trial, and he was a public official out in Las Vegas, Nevada. And he is currently being charged with first-degree murder for killing a reporter that was digging deep into this dude. So, kind of a little bit of the backstory, just to kind of give you guys a primer. So, he was working as an elected official. He had, like I'd say, primarily like female staff. So at some point, a bunch of the women that worked under this guy went to this reporter, the victim, and said, "Look, this guy is abusive verbally. He's a bully. He's manipulative. He's like an absolute nightmare to work with, and we want him called out." And this reporter was all about it. Like his entire career had been like prior to doing this, he was, which actually has a strange Oak Park connection, babe. Um, he was when he first was out in Vegas and had the beat covering the mafia or mob guys and their connections with casinos, right? So he was digging into a guy named Spilatro, who I actually went to high school with two of his kids who went to Oak Park River Forest. The Spilatro family they were Chicago-based mafia family, and when the mafia was deep into the gambling game and the casino game out in Vegas. And actually, the movie Casino with Joe Pesci was based on Spilatro. So, like that character that Pesci plays is based on Spilatro. So, at any rate, in I'm sorry, the victim's name is Jeff German. It's spelled like German, but it's pronounced German. So he was just an absolute investigative reporter. So he starts digging in based on the information that he's getting from these women that are working under Tellis. He starts digging into Tellis, and he kind of runs with the story of what the work environment is like in there. And then it turns out that he is alleged to be having an affair with somebody else that works in the office. Now, the one thing I'm not clear on is whether or not it was Gurman who was the one who got the video of Tellis getting out of the back seat of this coworker's vehicle in a parking garage where she gets out. So they were hooking up and it appears to be that they were hooking up in a parking garage. And the word, at least the state's theory is that story was about to drop, and that Tellis was approached by Gurman, and Gurman's like, "You got any comment on this, big guy? Because I'm about to drop this thing." And then on September 2nd of 2022, I believe that he ended up what? Oh, are you on premium?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out while you're doing it so that we can work it this way, but
So
okay.
are you on
There we go. I did it.
oh, you did it. You did great.
Yay.
So yeah, I think you're right, Sheila. I think that it was his coworkers that got this video. So at
Yes,
any rate,
coworkers went and they were like doing their own little investigation, following them to the mall, you know, hiding behind things, taking video, taking pictures. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I didn't think that the pictures were all that. I mean, the fact that they were in the back of the car for a while, I think speaks for itself, whether they got a picture of her getting out of the car. Like they made a big deal of her like fixing her skirt. But you know what? Every time I get out of the car in a skirt, I make sure it's, you know, I mean, that could have just been anything, but I
Yeah, for
obviously
sure.
it was
Look,
suspicious that they're sitting in a parking lot in the
money. If they caught a video of me getting out of the back seat of a car in a parking structure and a woman got out of the other door, would you think that was cool? You wouldn't be worried about it?
No, what I'm saying is I would have been equally
I'd
as
be
worried.
very worried if they had a video of you doing the same thing, my friend.
All
I'd
I'm
be like,
saying
"What is
no,
going on here?"
no, all I'm saying is I would have been equally suspicious by the mere fact that they were in the back seat for all that time in a parking structure. Like, I didn't need to see them get out of the car to make that connection, and I
Yeah,
didn't think
for certain.
adjusting her dress when she got out of the car in the manner it was adjusted was as bombshelly as they thought. I thought it
Oh,
was
yeah. No, I agree. It's getting out of the back seat that's bombshelly, not her smoothing out her skirt. I mean, I think every woman that wears a skirt in a vehicle, that's very normal for you to wanna, kinda get the wrinkles out of your skirt the same way that I don't wear a suit coat when I'm in my vehicle. I typically try not to. I hang it because it gets wrinkled. So,
right,
yeah, that's not the thing, but the
right,
thing
that's all I'm
is they
saying.
drove 2 separate cars to the structure, then got
Right,
into her vehicle in the back
in the
seat.
back seat.
Yeah,
Talking about
so
very important business stuff, office conversation.
very critical
Critical. It's much
privilege
quieter in the back seat. You can look at each other, I think was her thing. Well, we
can
could
make that solid eye
gotta
connection in
do it,
case you
gotta
got a
do it.
big point.
So,
Yeah,
yeah, my point was just all of those things, whether they had the picture of her getting out of the car, all of those things were enough to paint the very same picture.
for sure. So fast forward to, September 2nd, right before this article is supposed to drop, and, Jeff Gurman is just gets home to his place. He had parked his vehicle. He's getting out, and it looks like he has a side yard where there's a fence that he goes in, and probably goes into a side entrance into his home. And then, like immediately upon entering into that area, he is attacked by somebody wearing a bright orange safety jacket. And again, this is Vegas. It's hot as balls. And the thought is that this person's supposed to look like what most landscapers wear in Vegas because it's hot as hell. We're trying to keep the sun off of them so that they don't cook like a piece of bacon. So he's got this thing on, and he's got this huge straw sun hat with a real big brim that kind of curves down. You can't see the face, and brutally stabs
Oh,
Jeff Gurman to death, and then runs away. A few minutes later, the perpetrator comes back. Okay. And then you can see him running up to where Gurman's body is to make sure that he's dead.
presumably, but it's the only thing that makes any sense, unless he
Wait,
left something
all
behind.
right, everything doesn't have to be. What else is he doing?
He coulda left something behind. I'm like, "Oh,
Well, you know what he
shit."
wasn't doing? Getting his DNA out from
I'm under
under Jeff Gurman's fingernails. That's one thing that he didn't do.
right.
Should have probably have done that. So at any rate, 5 days goes by. So immediately, law enforcement, obviously, when they process the scene, they go under the fingernails, they get a sample, they super rush it through the lab, and they get a hit. And the hit is Telus, that it's Tellus's DNA under the fingernail. So he's they issue an arrest warrant. He goes in, he's in his house when they shut down the street to come take him into custody, and there's a standoff. And like they have a somebody that's trying to negotiate with them to get him to come out, and and he ends up doing harm to himself with the knife, I think is what the story was, right? Does that
That's
ring
what they
true?
said on Dateline.
Right. And so, ultimately, they finally get into the house, they bring him out on a stretcher, and boom, and away we go. So he's indicted, or not, he's not indicted, but he's arraigned for the first-degree murder charges, and here we're at. So this is the trial. So, and initially, just a little bit of his background. He is an attorney. He was initially representing himself pro se. He thought better of it at some point. He's now hired counsel. So he's got a lawyer that's actually handling the case for him. And So what are you hearing that his defense to this is?
Well, what I'm hearing from reputable sources, i.e., you, from wherever you heard it, was that I knew that he was going with the "I was framed" defense, but what we recently learned was that there was an open investigation into corruption. Um, and so he's going with that the police framed him because they didn't want their article to get out. So it's, I mean, still embracing the motive of the state, just redirecting it. I think it sounds preposterous. I mean, could something like that happen? Sure, but not like that. Like it just doesn't make any sense. If the either, I don't, do you know if it's the police or just
That's the
public
part that,
corruption or
like, that is the part that I don't know. Like,
right? So I
I
mean,
don't
it's
know,
not even the police, but
who's
the
getting
police are.
bribed? Is he getting bribed or is he bribing the cops? Because if
Wait,
the
it
cop
was a corruption case involving him or a completely different corruption case?
it's like who cares about, like,
Oh,
if
exactly. If
it's
it's not the
not
cops.
relating to him, right? I mean,
Right.
like, to me, the only thing that works is he's either taking money from the cops or he's paying money to the cops, and there's this investigation going on, and they're like, "This dude is a loose end. We gotta get rid of this guy." And I'm talking about
The
Tellus.
reporter? Tell us.
No, Tellus. Like, what, like,
So they
how
killed
else
a
is it
reporter to get to tell us, not to just
not
kill the
to
story?
get him incarcerated, to get him, like,
Wow.
he's completely not credible, he's a murdering psychopath, you can't
Oh,
trust a
Lord.
word that
That's
right,
what he's
I
going
mean,
with? My goodness.
I don't
That is
know.
stranger than fiction.
It is stranger than fiction, but we do know that, life often is stranger than fiction. I mean,
So I don't
half
know
the
if you
shit that we watch,
mentioned
we
I don't
can't
know if you
watch,
even
we can
got
write.
did you get to the part where they found in his house, like, broken up cut up pieces of the hat?
No, no, so yeah, tell them what they got
Okay,
evidence-wise.
so
So
when
we know the DNA under the fingers,
which they
on the
got
finger.
afterwards, but when they first searched the house, they found might have been in a Ziploc bag, I can't recall, but they found cut up pieces of a straw hat, um, similar to the one that was seen in the video. They found there was something else. Also his vehicle, his wife owned a vehicle, the same vehicle that they found that is seen on the video, but there was something else in the house. They also found a bag that looked very similar, but I thought there was something else in the house other than just the cut up.
The so they found the bag that looked very similar. You talked about the hat, right? The cut
Right.
up sun hat, and then the cut up Nike with blood on it.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay,
Kind of a
Nike
big
shoe with
one. Kind of a
blood
big
on it, right. I
right.
knew I forgot something. And then I can't recall if they arrested him right away or they
5
waited and got
days.
the DNA. So they got waited till they got the DNA back and then arrested him.
Yeah, 5 days. 5 days.
Okay.
Oh, thank you so much, Pammy. We love you right back. Big time. So, like, another really interesting aspect of this was that when law enforcement, first got a hold of all of his, devices, that his employer, Gurman's employer, the Las Vegas Review Journal, ran into court
That's
and
I
said, "No, like, those all those devices, we need them." They went and gotten an injunction saying, "We need these. Those have private sources, all of his sources on there. It's got
they're
material that is
confidential.
all protected, by the First
Took it all the
Amendment."
way up to the Supreme Court,
Took
arguing
it
that even
yeah.
after death, the, reporter's sources remain confidential. Now, to tell you the truth, I find it a little bit strange because they're actually trying to use it to help find his
Killer,
killer,
right.
so it's a little bit like they were taking the position like, "This is for him. He wouldn't want his sources getting out." However, if those sources have information that would help catch his killer, you know, I
No,
don't
well, I think ultimately what they did is that they got them. They wanted to protect, Fifth Estate. They wanted to protect their ability to be able to keep their sources anonymous, which is obviously critical in that profession.
right.
The Supreme Court agreed with them ultimately, but I think what they wanted was to get all devices, and they're like, "Look, we'll cherry pick what helps you get this guy convicted," and which is what they did. They turned over a voicemail like a crazy voicemail from Telus to Gurman, and that's just like, so I think what
I don't know if
was
something
pertinent
weird's
to
gonna
them.
happen. I just turned off my Wi-Fi. I had it hard plugged in, so hopefully something bizarre doesn't happen now.
Oh, you turned it. Oh, because you forgot to turn it into Ethernet.
I had the Ethernet plugged in, I just also had the Wi-Fi on, so I didn't want
I
it
think
to.
I've done it before. Well, we haven't lost anybody yet, so that's a good sign.
All right, good.
All right. So yeah, ultimately that aspect of the First Amendment kind of journalism battle was pretty interesting too. I don't know that any of that'll come to light here, but it should be a really interesting trial. Like if you guys saw the 48 hours that they did on this, the kind of the guy who was doing um the interviewing for that particular episode does like this jail visit with him, and and it's a video jail visit, and he puts it to him. He asks him flat out. He's like, did you kill Jeff Gurman? And he's like, no, of course not. No, I didn't. I'm like, no, I did not do it. And then he's like, but they found your DNA under under his fingernails. He's like, well, that was planted. Like that was all planted. He's like, so wait a second here. You're telling me, like, like kind of like everything that anybody normal would think, like, yeah, right. Okay, so you like somehow law enforcement got your DNA and was able to plant it under his fingernails. They were able to get into your house, plant the straw hat. They were able to get into your house, plant the cut up Nike. They were able to go out and purchase the exact same bag, or use the bag that one of these rogue cops. Like it's just, it sounds like a crazy. And he's supposed to testify. His attorney has stated publicly that the Telus is 100% going to be testifying. So that'll be a thing. Yeah, right, Pammy, under his couch. So yeah, I'm looking fancy. It like 1:45 my time. I'm gonna dip because I've got to do. I had agreed to do court TV for an hour, and then I'll be back. They usually cut me loose. Actually, I probably usually do about 45 minutes because in the fourth block they usually cut us loose, whoever the guests were in that hour block. So Allie will be solo. I'm sure she'll do fabulously. She's gotten much more comfortable. Yeah, man, I'm all fresh, showered. So thank you guys so much for
Where's your
hanging with us.
tie, and you gonna wear a jacket? What's happening?
I'm gonna put a tie on when I get on. I'm not trying to
Okay,
like wear a tie
okay.
right now. Like, you want me to put my tie on, babe?
Not right now, no.
I'm probably just gonna go shirt and tie, no suit coat. Like I don't need to be excessive, It's like
Alright.
they keep forgetting to talk about, because remember my carrot with Court TV is I'm like, you have to promote my podcast. That's what I care about. It's
Thanks,
like
guys.
I understand you guys care about the fact that I'm a defense lawyer. What I care about, and since you don't pay me, is that I
Some of
need
them
you to
do.
promote my podcast. It's the only reason I'm doing
Oh,
it.
Court TV. Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Both of them. Law and Crime's pretty good about it. Like they typically are pretty good about promoting the pod, especially if I'm on with Michael Bryant. So he's excellent, but he's a homie,
What's taking so long? Aren't they supposed to be starting?
12:45, I think is supposed to be, I think. Or no, yeah,
Alright.
12:30. I think you're right. I think that's when it was supposed to be. Dizzy, is that right? 12:30?
Well, I've
So
got it
babe,
going.
um, yeah, well, I mean, Missy, they're the same, it's like it's Defense Diary Podcast, the channel's the
How do I
name.
make a sound if I
Same
wanna
name
make
as
a
the
sound?
podcast. So I'm hoping that I'm killing two birds with one stone.
How do
I
I do those
definitely,
things?
Sheila, they told me, like, I think if I had a bigger background, because Joe Scott has his Jackson State background always behind him, but I think their issue is that they think it looks janky. So like I would need something that was like kind of a wall behind me, Defense Diaries type wall, for them to be cool with it.
No, today is actually day 1
Yeah,
of
no,
trial.
jury is
Opening
impaneled,
statement.
y'all. Like, jury is fully
Babe,
impaneled.
how do I make a sound if I wanted to make a sound?
Oh, you go into brand,
Uh-huh.
okay, over on the right, and then you scroll all the way down, and that's all our sound effects.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
What the
That
hell
was
is
wonderful. Bravo! I loved
Your
that. That was
favorite.
great.
how do you
That was
know what
pretty
these
good.
things mean?
What do you mean?
Some of them say, like, Serenity Now. Oh, is that a Seinfeld thing?
Yeah,
Serenity
Serenity
now.
Now.
that's George's dad.
Alright,
Um,
we'll see if I
Jackie Childs,
Egregious, preposterous.
another
that's just under
Seinfeld.
Jackie
Yeah, that's
Child.
Jackie Childs. This is
Thank you
Latka.
very much. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you
Thank
very
you very
much.
much. Thank you very much.
And
Wait,
sometimes it
this?
loops. That's Mandy
You?
recorded. I was walking the dog and I left Mandy I was instead of texting because it's hard to text and walk the dog. I was doing voice text, and I forget. Like I was talking about, is like I don't know.
Fight then.
Prediction?
Yes, prediction.
Pain.
Nah, I don't like it.
What? You didn't even get to the best part of the clip.
Too long.
Jesus Christ. Here's your favorite.
Bukaki?
No.
Bukaki?
Allie will be using that one a lot.
Sure,
All right.
sure.
So while we're killing time, again, great to see you guys all. Obviously, I miss Jay, but I totally get why he's got to kind of spread his wings. He can't afford not to be streaming every day. So and either can I. We have to kind of be streaming every day. Otherwise, both of us are going to have to go back to work, and I don't want to do that. But I definitely, and I'm spread thin because of the podcast too, which again, if you guys have not listened to Defense Diaries podcast, I highly, highly recommend it. If you like in-depth legal analysis, if you like to learn things, because Alice and I think collectively have about $200,000 of law school debt, and we like to impart that to y'all for free. So, which is the like whenever people would be tweeting about grifting, I'd be sitting there I'm like, you fucking kidding me, dude? We are the opposite of grifters. Like we impart like shit that we learned in law school. And oh, thanks, Sheila. Yeah, I thought it was a good one. It was a good one. It was Allie, do you even know that I did it? It's your favorite time. It's my favorite time. It's Allie time. Did I tell you I did that?
Yeah, on the podcast?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did when you brought me down.
Yeah, spit like I know. Believe me, I'm all about you. You're amazing. Like you're one of my biggest supporters and Allie's biggest supporters, and we adore you. You guys all are. We love you guys all so much because you're just amazing people.
Is that you too?
Yeah, that's me saying son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Yeah. All right. So while we're killing a little time, we have it up. We've got the eyes trained. We are supposed to go right into or openings.
Oh wait, how did I do that again? Sorry.
Oh, Lisa, that makes me so happy. Like Lisa's she's got 6 episodes to catch up on. Hopefully, because like everybody that's caught up, and the thing is crazy long. It's 59 episodes.
How do you get it off? It keeps playing.
It's a loop. You gotta just you go on it again.
Jesus.
That's what I was telling
I
you.
figured it out. Okay.
Did you?
Oh no.
God, you're so intolerant, babe. So again, we're supposed to go right into openings. I don't know. Probably what's actually going to happen is that we'll get, kind of the front end jury instructions where the judge instructs the jury on kind of like how to behave during trial, what we expect you to do. Just give all those kind of like down low instructions. Or if we get lucky, they're doing that right now and they will not start until opening. So we'll see. Let's see. Hold on. Yep. And just so you guys know, like I don't know on a daily if they are going to be starting at 10:30 Pacific time every day, or if this is just like it's openings, want to get people acclimated, and we're going to start at 10:30. So if that's 10:30,
Yeah, they might have decided that they weren't going to go into any evidence after openings, that they were just going to do. Nah, that seems silly.
No way.
Waste of a day. Yeah. All right.
Well, we got to hear the story. I mean, what should be going on today? But what I'm saying is, if it starts at 10:30, that's 12:30 for Allie and I, and that is 1:30 for y'all on the East Coast, which means like Jay dreads
there's
Pacific
movement.
time. Is there movement? Oh yeah, there we go. All right. Make sure that you have the mute button unclicked on the actual YouTube. That's one of my.
Whoops. I messed up. I don't know how
Oh,
to fix it.
oh no. Do you
Oh,
see
there.
what I'm saying?
Oh, what do I have to do?
So make sure that you have it unmuted on YouTube, like down
I
by.
do. Can you guys hear it? Because this was the problem last time.
Wait,
Remember?
can you hear it?
No.
Is there
Wait,
right?
wait. Okay. Hopefully it'll play through my screen.
Wait, do you guys have can you hear something?
Oh, she's talking and I don't hear it.
They might not be. Oh boy. All right.
She might be talking to her clerk and not. Let me see.
Right.
Let me
Right.
just.
Okay. See, Dizzy can put this up for you, Allie.
All right, hold on. Let me just check before I get all.
Because there's a couple of settings that you need to hit. Because I think here, this is what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to take yours off.
No, there's no sound.
Oh, you're certain?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
playing it on my phone.
All right, great. Dizzy's like, Allie, you're doing fine. You're doing fine. There he is.
Okay.
Evil Billy Zane. There he is. Melanie coined him Boss Baby, which is pretty good. Because when Dizzy was doing the thumbnail, I was like, we could do Boss Baby, because Dizzy liked Lex Luthor from the Superman villain, which is pretty good.
That's a good one.
I just took so much shit for when I had Mandy and Dizzy do the Hewerman thing, and because they coined him the ogre, and I'm talking about.
Yeah, I remember, but there was an actual reason for that. We don't need to get into all that right now.
Well, the reason for it was because that's what how the witness described him. That's what it was.
No, I meant that you changed it to be more him.
Oh,
he was a monster in and of himself. Blah blah.
Yeah, no, that yeah, for sure. That was definitely well. I mean, I don't need to, like, Carrie asked me to, like, Carrie Rawson. So, and I love Carrie Rawson, and if she's like, hey, this made me feel a certain way, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna change it then, which I did. No, I was talking about somebody else, not Carrie. Oh. Like, for Carrie, I changed it, but like
wait,
somebody
hold
else.
On. Do you hear anything?
No, I don't hear jack shit. Let me see if I hear it.
Because I hear fuzz on my phone.
I've got it. There's no sound yet.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm live yet, though. No. Okay. Never mind. Just kidding.
Because on my phone, I can hear like white noise that I don't hear in my ears. But
okay, now I'm live. I'm still not hearing it.
Okay. I'm live too. I'm just saying on my phone, you hear that white noise?
No.
Oh.
Mm-mm. Who's chewing gum? The judge?
I don't hear anything.
I've got it up on my screen too, and there's no sound yet.
Right. So how could you hear the judge chewing gum?
Oh, somebody said somebody's chewing gum.
Well, she's talking.
Is anyone catching sound anywhere else? Like, need to go to Court TV, Diz says. Like, I don't know what's happening here.
I'm going to check Court TV right now.
Because I am not hearing any sound.
Yeah, there's sound on Court TV. God
okay.
Damn it. Hold on. Oh.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Krasovich?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
you guys all hear that now?
Yeah, get rid of the chat.
You and each of you do solemnly swear that you will well and truly try the case at issue and a true verdict render according to the evidence. So help you God.
Well done. Well done. Oh, look at that.
Ladies and gentlemen,
It's up in the
you are
upper right-hand
advised that
corner,
no juror
Diz.
may declare to a fellow juror
Mm.
any fact related to this case of his or her own knowledge, and if
We
any
need
juror
like our
discovers
little, like what
during
Jay
the trial
does
or
with the
after
little
jury's
circle
retired
logo
that he or
over
she or
that.
any other juror has personal knowledge of any fact in
Yay,
conflict in this
Dizzy's the
case,
best.
he or she shall disclose the situation
How's she get it over there,
to
though?
myself in the absence of the
Right.
other jurors. This means that if
Okay.
you learn during the course of this trial that you are acquainted with the facts of this case or the witnesses
Hello,
and
it's
you've not
Bob.
previously told me of this relationship, you must then declare that fact to me. Again, I want to remind you that you communicate to the court either in the courtroom in the presence of both sides or through Officer Hawks. And we're going to be together for the next couple of weeks, so we will inevitably see you in the hallway, in the elevators, and maybe even coming in and out of the courthouse. Please do not be offended should we not acknowledge you. We're all just maintaining our ethical obligation to maintain the integrity of the jury system. So outside the courtroom, it's only Officer Hawks that's permitted to have any communication with you. What I will now say is intended to serve as an introduction to the trial of this case. It is not a substitute for the detailed instructions on the law, which I will give you at the close of the case and before you retire to consider your verdict. This is a criminal case commenced by the state of Nevada, which I may sometimes refer to as the state, against the defendant, Mr. Tellis. The case is based on an indictment. The clerk will now read the indictment to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and state the plea of the defendant to that indictment.
District Court, Clark County, Nevada, the state of Nevada, plaintiff versus Robert Tellis, defendant. Case number C-368-935, Department number 12, indictment. State of Nevada, County of Clark, the defendant above named Robert Tellis, accused by the Clark
Pokey,
County Grand
7
Jury of the
months.
crime of murder
OG.
with use of a
Straight up
deadly
OG.
weapon,
We love you,
within 6
Pokey.
years of age or older, felony, committed at and within the County of Clark, State of Nevada, on or about
Thanks,
the second
Meg.
day of September
$5 holla from Meg
2022 as follows.
towards a t-shirt.
Did willfully and lawfully with
Bob, that'd
malice
be
of
nice.
forethought kill Jeffrey Gehrman, who
All right,
is 60 years of age or older, with use of a deadly weapon, to wit, a knife, by stabbing the said Jeffrey Gehrman multiple times about the body, the said killing having been 1, willful, deliberate, and premeditated, and or 2, perpetrated by lying in wait for the said Jeffrey Gehrman, and or 3, perpetrated by abuse of an older person. Dated this 19th day of October 2022, Stephen B. Wilson, Clark County District Attorney, signed by Pamela Weckerly, Chief Deputy District Attorney, to which the defendant has pled not guilty.
Thank you. This case is based on the indictment which has just been read to you by the clerk of the court. You should distinctly understand that the indictment is simply a charge and that it is not in any sense evidence of the allegations it contains. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty to the indictment. The state therefore has a burden of proving each of the elements as alleged in their charging document by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. As the defendant sits here today, he is presumed innocent. The purpose of this trial is to determine whether the state of Nevada will meet their burden of proof. It is your primary responsibility as jurors to find and determine the facts. Under our system of criminal procedure, you are the sole judge of the facts. You are to determine the facts from the testimony you hear and the other evidence, including exhibits introduced in court. It is up to you to determine the inferences which you feel may be properly drawn from the evidence. The parties may sometimes present objections to some of the testimony or other evidence. It is the duty of a lawyer to object to evidence which he or she believes may not properly be offered, and you should not be prejudiced in any way against a lawyer, who makes objections on behalf of the party he or she represents. At times, I may sustain objections or direct that you disregard certain testimony or exhibits. You must not consider any evidence to which an objection has been sustained or which I have instructed you to disregard. Anything you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence and must also be disregarded. Remember,
All right, during
statements,
these
arguments,
openings,
and
we've
opinions
got
of
like
counsel are
almost
not evidence
300
in the
here and only
case. However, if the attorneys
154
stipulate
thumbs up.
as to the
So,
existence of a
Allie,
fact, you must
don't
accept the
interrupt good
stipulation as
hair,
evidence
Nancy
and
Grace.
regard that fact as proof.
That's who this
You
judge
must
is.
not
Good hair,
speculate to be
Nancy
true
Grace.
any insinuation suggested by a
uh,
question asked a
I don't.
witness.
I think
A question
something
is
else.
not evidence and may be considered only as it supplies meaning to the answer. You must not be influenced in any degree by any personal feeling of sympathy for or prejudice against the state or the defendant. Both sides are entitled to the same fair and impartial consideration. In considering the weight and value of the testimony of any witness, you may
Thumbs up.
take into
Thumbs up.
consideration the appearance, attitude, and behavior of the witness, the interest of the witness in the outcome of the case, if any, the relation of the witness to the defendant or to the state, the inclination of the witness to speak truthfully or not, and the probability or improbability of the witness's statements, and all of the facts and circumstances in evidence. Thus you may give the testimony of any witness just such weight and value as you believe the testimony of the witness is entitled to receive. There are two kinds of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is testimony by a witness about what that witness personally saw or heard or did. Circumstantial evidence is testimony or exhibits which are proof of a particular fact from which, if proven, you may infer the existence of a second fact. You may consider both direct and circumstantial evidence in deciding this case. The law permits you to give equal weight to both, but it is for you to decide how much weight to give to any evidence. Opening statements and closing arguments of the attorneys are intended to help you in understanding the evidence and applying the law, but they are not evidence. No statement, ruling, remark, or comment which I make during the course of this trial is intended to indicate my opinion as to how you should decide the case or to influence you in any way in your determination of the
Just kidding.
facts. At times, I may even ask questions of witnesses. If I do so, it is for the purpose of bringing out matters which I
Good
feel
one,
should be
babe.
brought out, and not in any way to indicate my opinion
Made
about the
myself
facts
giggle.
or to indicate the weight I feel you should give to the testimony of the witness. I may also find it necessary to admonish the attorneys, and if I do, you should not show prejudice against a lawyer or his or her client because I have found it necessary to admonish him or her. Until the case is submitted to you, you
Love
must
that
not discuss
story,
it with
Lisa.
anyone, even with your
Thank
fellow
you.
jurors. After it is submitted to you, you must discuss it only in the jury room with your fellow jurors. It is important that you keep an open mind and not decide any issue in the case until the entire case has been submitted to you under instructions from the court. The trial will proceed in the following manner. The Deputy District Attorney will make an opening statement, which is an outline to help you understand what the state expects to prove. Next, the defendant's attorney may, but is not required to make an opening statement. Opening statement serves an introduction to the evidence which the party making the statement intends to prove. The state will then present its evidence, and counsel for the defendant may cross-examine the witnesses. Following the state's case, the defendant may present evidence, and the Deputy District Attorney may cross-examine the witnesses. However, as I have said, the defendant is not obligated to present any evidence. After all of the evidence has been presented, I will instruct you on the law. After the instructions on the law have been read to you, each side will have the opportunity to present oral argument. What is said in closing argument is not evidence. The arguments are designed to summarize and interpret the evidence. Since the state has a burden of proving the defendant guilty by proof beyond a reasonable doubt, the state has the right to open and close the arguments. After the arguments have been completed, you will then retire to deliberate upon your verdict. Again, let me remind you that until the case is submitted to you, do not talk to each other about anyone who has anything to do with it until the end of the case when you go to the jury room to decide upon your verdict. Do not talk with anyone else about this case or about anyone who has anything to do with it until the trial has ended and you have been discharged as jurors. Anyone else includes members of your family and your friends. You may tell them that you are a juror in a criminal case, but don't tell them anything else about it until after you've been discharged by the court. Do not let anyone talk to you about the case or about anyone who has anything to do with it. If someone should try to talk to you, please report that to me immediately by contacting the court marshal. Do not read any news stories or articles or listen to any radio or television reports about the case or about anyone who has anything to do with it. As jurors, you will be given the opportunity to ask written questions of the witnesses called to testify in this case. You are not encouraged to ask large numbers of questions because that is the primary
Ooh, they're allowed to
responsibility
ask
of counsel.
questions.
Questions may be
Love it.
asked,
So
but only
exciting.
in the
Hey,
following
that's
manner.
awesome.
After both lawyers have finished questioning
love
the
that.
witness, and
It's the
only at
best.
this time, if there are additional questions you would like to ask the witness, you may then seek permission to ask that witness a written question. Should
Thank
you
you,
desire to ask
Lisa.
a question, write your
Thank you,
question
thank
down
you,
with
thank
your
you.
juror number on a full sheet of clean paper and raise your hand. All questions from jurors must be factual in nature and designed to clarify
Yeah, but I don't have a
information
pen.
already presented. In addition, jurors must not place undue weight on the responses to their questions. The court marshal will pick up your question and present it to the court. All questions must be directed to the witness and not to the lawyers or to the court. After consulting with counsel, I would then determine if your question is legally proper. If I determine that your question may properly be asked, I will ask the question. No adverse inference should be drawn if the court does not allow a particular question. I do follow that procedure pretty strictly, so you'll know when it's your opportunity to ask written questions. When the witness is done being questioned by both sides, I'm going to turn to the witness. I'm going to thank them for being here, and I'm going to excuse them from their subpoena. If you want to ask a written question, just please get my attention. I will have the witness stay here until you have an opportunity to write your question down and present it to the court. What I don't do is after I do excuse a witness from their subpoena, I will not require them to come back to the courthouse to answer a written question by a juror. So just please get my attention before I do excuse that juror if you do have a written question. Also, you have when you came in, there were notebooks on your chairs. Those are your notebooks. They must remain in the courtroom at all times until you go back to deliberate upon your verdict. In the front, there's a pocket that you can open up. There's a sheet of paper, and that just gives you information about where you are and phone numbers in case you have any type of emergency when we're out of session. You can take that piece of paper with you when you leave. Everything else must stay in the courtroom at all times. The instructions I had given you are in there. The admonishment that I'm required to give you every time we take a recess is in there as well. And if you need to refer to the procedure to ask written questions, that is in there as well. Also, at the very end, there should be some paper there for you to take notes. You're not required to take notes, but you may take notes. When you go back to deliberate upon your verdict, you will not have a transcript. So it will be your memories collectively and any notes that you have taken. You'll be able to share those and refer to those during your deliberations. At the end of the day, the court marshal is under court order to collect those notebooks. He puts them in a safe place. I assure you, I will not let anyone have access to those notebooks. They will be kept strictly confidential. Your notes will be kept confidential. And when you come in the next morning, your notebooks will be on your chairs waiting for you. At this time, the state of Nevada may address the jury panel in their opening statement.
Oh, I thought it was going to be really a cheer, like, yay.
All right. Am I super loud, you guys? Like, I don't know how to.
All day long
Okay.
on September the 2nd of 2022, Roy and Holly Bailey were concerned about their neighbor across the street. He was a man by the name of Jeffrey Gehrman. The Baileys and Gehrman had been neighbors for over 20 years, so they had come to know each other's habits. And on the 2nd of September of 2022, the Baileys noticed that Mr. Gehrman's garage door was open and his car.
All right, wait. What do you guys need me to do? Boost it? What's happening, babe?
Somebody said, like, this court sounds fine to me. Does it sound fine to you? But somebody said that I'm super loud. But like Allie's got it where she can turn down the gain. I don't have the ability to.
All right, so let's just ask: do people think the courtroom needs to be boosted?
Yeah, let us know.
Bob is better now. I didn't do anything different.
But how did was I super loud?
You might be a little louder. I don't know.
I don't have the ability to be able to control my volume on my mic. I don't think.
I don't either down here, right?
Let me see.
Courtroom boosted or Bob and Allie turned down.
Yeah, so that's the one I saw. See, I can control the sound on my end, but I don't think I can control.
Is the button all the way to the left? The one I turned down to turn me down?
All the way, yeah, the gain. So it'll be all the way to the left. It's got the little, when you speak, it has the,
I see
the green
it.
or red.
So it's only changing my sound.
No one would, yeah, that's not affecting my sound.
But how do I boost the court?
You have to have the booster on, like you had to have uploaded the. Are you guys having a hard time boosting, like here in the court? Court could be louder.
You were loud and echoing before.
Wait, check your volume on the, like I can see you've got it muted down there on the YouTube. See how it's muted there? Like I think you can crank. There's that's your volume there. Here, unmute it so I can see how loud it is.
Here, wait. You're over here. It's all the way. The sound is all the way up. It's just muted because it's paused. This is the sound. It's all the way up.
Okay, I'm hearing it fine. I don't know what else to
Was
say.
Parked in his garage, and that was unusual. They called him.
It could
they
be boosted a
texted
little,
him
maybe.
all day on the 2nd of September, and they didn't get a response. Finally, on the evening of the 2nd, Mr. Bailey went over and just shut the garage for Jeff just to protect his house. But at that time, they still hadn't received any response from their calls or texts. On September the 3rd, Still having no response, Roy Bailey walked over to Jeff Gehrman's house and was trying to check on him. He found his neighbor, Jeff Gehrman, on the side of his house. Mr. Gehrman was over 60 years old at the time, and so initially it was thought that maybe he had a medical episode. Soon after, though, it was discovered that he had been murdered. Mr. Gehrman had sharp force injuries to multiple parts of his body, all over. He also, when they found him on September the 3rd, had signs of decomposition, indicating that he had not been killed on the 3rd, but was killed earlier. Investigators assessed the crime scene and took note of several things. One of the things they took note of was that Mr. Gehrman's phone was in his pocket. His car keys were in his pocket as well. His wallet with money was on his person as well, suggesting to investigators that robbery was not a motive in this case. Investigators looked around the surrounding area of where Mr. Gehrman was found, and they noticed damage to the bushes in the area of where the body was. They looked closer and actually saw blood on some of the bushes in the area by Mr. Gehrman's body. And they noticed it on some of the outdoor decorations as well. And they took note of that in their investigation. There appeared to be blood on some of those items. Detectives and crime scene analysts looked inside Mr. Gehrman's house as well. Inside the house, there was no sign of forced entry. There was no sign of struggle. All of his valuables were present inside the house. Oops, let me back up just a little bit.
Yeah, we do give trigger warnings. We're obviously cognizant that everything that we watch basically here.
But we don't know what people are going to say before they say it right now.
Yeah, but we know that this was a brutal homicide. It was a stabbing homicide, which to me are the worst of the worst. So yeah, if you guys ever need a break, and I'm hoping that they won't show the photos. They're typically, like, I was frankly surprised that they showed that, like, kind of the bloody stick photo. So you guys make sure that you're aware. Obviously, if we catch it a little bit ahead of time, we'll try to warn y'all, because we know that it can trigger people and make them feel not good, which we don't want. And always, if you need a breather, you just take a breather and skip right by it once you get behind a little bit. Yeah, I saw that spit. Like, they pulled him off real quickly, so that I thought was a positive. Oh, there you go. Good stream elements. Love it. Gazelle uses a cute little trigger bunny. Like, she puts a little bunny up. If she, like, yesterday, the trial, she's streaming, talking about
You are really loud.
Dude, like, I think it's because you're streaming it, to be honest with you. It's like, I'm never loud. Like I don't know how to control it from my end. I'm like whispering right now. For as loud as I am, this is like,
there's
what?
a edit mic volume. Go on yours. It won't let me edit your mic volume.
Oh, I see. That's okay. Is that better, guys? How's that? Is that getting better?
Yeah, it's better.
Oh, good. All right. Okay, cool. So is that, I don't want to blow people's eardrums out, because I do get loud. Y'all know that, especially when I get excited. Dizzy sent you the boost in our private
I
chat.
know. I didn't know if I should do it right this second or.
Yeah, I don't think it'll affect anything.
Okay.
Did it sound like I was shrinking? I'm shrinking.
It can read and change your date on YouTube. Whatever.
You can what?
I don't know.
I mean, Kitty, I think they have some pretty strong evidence in this one. I feel like I'd have an easier time representing Sarah Boone than this dude. Yeah, I'd say just put the boost in there, babe.
I'm trying, babe.
It's just an extension. It's like
I
super
just can't
quick.
tell if it. Then it opened up this thing that says privacy guard for Chrome. Like it's trying to give me a different extension than I asked for or something.
Do you have any extensions right now?
I don't
It looks like a little puzzle piece in the upper right-hand corner. What was there a objection?
Oh, volume booster.
There you go. Was there an objection during openings? What's going on? What'd I miss?
So now I don't know how it works though.
MJ, he is not pro se. He was pro se. Yeah, I agree, Kitty. Like there's gonna have to be some kind of unbelievable proof of some kind of cover up or frame job. Wait, why is there no sound? Are they off mic right now?
I think they did something.
He is an attorney, but I heard he was an estate guy or probate, something like that.
So I have no idea. I mean, it's there, but I don't know how it works, how I turn it on.
Wait, what?
The booster.
You
I see.
click on the little puzzle piece
I did that.
and then click on it and it should give you a slider. You'll see a slider. I'll come down. I'll see what I can figure out. I'll be right down.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. As I was saying, detectives and investigators checked the inside of Mr. Gehrman's house. There was no sign of forced entry. All his valuables were present, and there was no indication that anything had been disturbed anywhere in his house. So the scene ends up being kind of that side area of his house, those bushes and where his body was. And as I discussed before, his car was present in his garage as well. Investigators did find some clues as to a timeline of the last hours of Mr. Gehrman's
Maybe
life.
not.
They looked through his trash and they found a receipt that was dated on September the 2nd. And it was a receipt for Roberto's Taco Shop. And the transaction time was 9:03 a.m. So detectives go and pull the video from Roberto's Taco Shop to see if they can find Jeff Gehrman present. And he's alive and well at that time. The video time at Roberto's was incorrect. So they went by the cash register receipt, the transaction time, which was 9:03 a.m. On the 2nd. And they watched and he bought his food and went back to the car and it was uneventful. One thing that was lucky for detectives was that the Baileys, the couple that lived across the street from Mr. Gehrman, had a home surveillance system. And one of their cameras actually pointed to the front of Jeff Gehrman's house. So they pull that video and they see a figure come to the side of Mr. Gehrman's house. And the figure, as you saw, is dressed in orange. And that person stays lying in wait for Jeff Gehrman. Mr. Gehrman opens his garage and goes over to that side yard and he's attacked.
Oh, here it is. All right. Trigger warning for real right now, because you're going to, even though you can't see it, this is when the attack takes place. So if y'all don't want to even see any semblance of the attack, now's the time to dip out. Yeah, babe, tilt your screen down. Like you have way too much room above your head.
That's because, yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
All right. So you have to turn down your mic and I can boost it now.
Wait, my mic again?
Well, because I'm going to boost. So,
My mic is cranked way down.
all right.
Am I still too loud to you guys?
Well, I just made you louder. So hold on. Let's
Wait,
hear it.
how do you make me louder?
By making everything louder.
Oh, all right.
I just don't know how to turn my mic down.
With the gain. Or you go into settings, audio, mic volume. You could turn it down through StreamYard as well. All right, I'm at like 26 out of 100, out of
Whoa.
200.
Oh, he popped up loud for a second.
Yeah. All right. Hey, true crime fangirl. Thanks for being here. Okay, babe, you're allowed now. So go into settings.
All right, I turned it down.
Okay.
Testing.
You sound good to me, but like I can't tell from my end, like when we're back here. Okay, fire it up. Let's go.
Oh, I thought I did.
No, are they paused?
Yeah.
And goes back down Jeff Gehrman Street and just walks away.
Doesn't sound like that got
He's
any
picked
louder.
up on additional surveillance video a little bit further down the street. And eventually there's surveillance of this individual seen getting into a maroon Yukon Denali SUV. And so police try to collect all available video that is present in the neighborhood. Meanwhile, Jeff
Jeez.
Gehrman's body was transported for an autopsy at the Clark County Medical Examiner's office. When his body was at the office, the cause of death was determined to be multiple sharp force injuries. A crime scene analyst attended the autopsy and collected fingernail clippings and scrapings from Jeff Gehrman's hands to see if there was foreign DNA present. Those samples were taken to Metro's DNA lab, and foreign DNA was detected in the right fingernail clippings of Jeff Gehrman. There was foreign DNA collected, but no one knew who it belonged to. So the murder happens on September the 2nd. Mr. Gehrman's body is found on September the 3rd. After that, Metro released through their public information officer images of that assailant and of the vehicle.
Notice the gate. The gate is something that they are going to bring up.
So after Metro released those images to the public, asking for help if anybody recognized the vehicle or anyone recognized the individuals, they get a lot of calls come in. And some of the calls they get are about an individual by the name of Robert Tellis, the defendant. At the time, Mr. Tellis was the elected public administrator for Clark County, and a public administrator, when someone dies, sometimes handles the property and looking for next of kin in order to apportion property after someone's death. And in 2022, Mr. Tellis was running for re-election for his post as the Clark County Administrator. And detectives learned that Jeff Gehrman had written a series of unflattering articles about Robert Tellis. In those news stories, Gehrman alleged that Mr. Tellis had engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a coworker. He alleged that he was a bad manager and that he engaged in favoritism and bullying in the workplace. That was the first article. Mr. Gehrman wrote a second article saying that another individual had to be appointed to the public administrator's office in order to take over the management, alleging that Mr. Tellis was a poor manager. Soon after those articles ran in June, Mr. Tellis lost his primary election for public administrator, and Mr. Gehrman wrote about that as well. Mr. Tellis responded to the articles written by Mr. Gehrman and claimed they were politically motivated, that they were unfair, and he generally disputed what was alleged in those articles. And following this post by Robert Tellis, Jeff Gehrman wrote another article about Robert Tellis, alleging many of the things that I had previously discussed. Mr. Tellis also engaged in, I guess, saying unfavorable things about Mr. Gehrman on Twitter. He accused Mr. Gehrman of going through his trash. He accused Mr. Gehrman of being a bully. He accused Mr. Gehrman of threatening him, all over Twitter, which I guess is now X. Meanwhile, the police do more investigation and they learn that the Tellis family has a maroon Yukon Denali SUV. And that is important, obviously, because that is seen in the video connected to the assailant. So the search for video, where it sort of started in Gehrman's neighborhood, now focuses kind of on the areas in between Tellis's neighborhood and Gehrman's neighborhood. And this is not just like, hey, is there any video out there? They really look for video. They have a grid, they assign officers, and everybody is looking for any video of this SUV between the two residences. Now, the police still had their timeline where they could go back and they knew that Jeff Gehrman was alive and well at 9:03 a.m. on the 2nd. And they map out the route between Robert Tellis's house and Jeff Gehrman's house. Now, Mr. Tellis lives on a street called Spanish Steps, and to get out of his neighborhood, you go down a street called Silk Tassel, and then you can turn on a street called Red Hills Road. And on the morning of the murder of September the 2nd, officers found video of Mr. Tellis's SUV leaving his neighborhood on the morning of the murder. To give you some reference point, Mr. Gehrman's residence, as I said, is on Bronze Circle. Streets in his area include Wintergreen Drive and Rock Springs Drive, and detectives go all over that area to see if there's any video that they can find of that Yukon in the neighborhood. And they find on the morning of the murder that that Yukon was present on Rock Springs Drive, and they collect that video. Again, the cross street for Bronze Circle, Mr. Gehrman Street, is Wintergreen Drive. They collect video from Wintergreen Drive as well, and they see the red SUV or maroon SUV in the area as well. They see that maroon SUV interact with kind of workers at a construction site. And the SUV does not go in a direct linear line anywhere. It's picked up on cameras at different times in the area of Jeff Gehrman's neighborhood. One of the cameras picks up the driver of the SUV, you can kind of see that orange clothing, and it appears that the driver is the only one present. At some point, the cameras in that neighborhood pick up this individual getting out of the car. And the individual is seen on Wintergreen, walking past Bronze Circle, going south on Wintergreen, going north, kind of meandering around the neighborhood near Jeff Gehrman's house. Ultimately, the individual is seen traveling in the direction of Jeff Gehrman's house on Bronze Circle, going further towards Gehrman's house on Bronze Circle, and then ultimately to the side of the house. And then in sequence, after the assailant goes to the side of the house, that's when Mr. Gehrman opens his garage door. He goes to the side and he's attacked.
I mean, what an idiot. Puts on this whole getup and then drives his wife's giant Denali around, like caught on video, like all over the place. What a moron.
The assailant leaves Mr. Gehrman there in the rocks, has his bag with him, and walks down the street. He goes further down the street toward Wintergreen, and he ultimately goes back to that maroon SUV. That maroon SUV, though, then proceeds south on Wintergreen, and it actually heads back in the direction of Gehrman's house. And you can kind of see it parked in front. The individual gets out, goes back towards where the body is. And then the individual returns back to the Yukon. The Yukon leaves Bronze Circle, the cul-de-sac for Jeff Gehrman. It goes back on Wintergreen Drive. It goes west on Washington. It goes on Rampart, goes on Apple, and it goes back to Silk Tassel and Mr. Tellis's neighborhood. So with this video evidence and the evidence of the conflict between Mr. Gehrman and Mr. Tellis, the police seek a search warrant on September the 7th, and they want to get a DNA sample from Mr. Tellis. They want to seize his phone, and they also want to search his house. On September 7th, the police make contact with Mr. Tellis, and they photograph him all over. In particular, they photograph his hands, and they notice on one of his fingers, he has a Band-Aid. They ask him to remove that Band-Aid, and he has a cut injury on one of his fingers.
Yikes.
While detectives are photographing and getting that DNA sample from Mr. Tellis, other detectives go to Mr. Tellis's house and execute a search warrant there. So they go to the house that very same day on September the 7th, and some of the detectives are looking through the living room area of the house, and they're kind of focused on the end of the couch, sort of underneath. They see a shoe, and there's actually a Ziploc bag on the right side of the photo. They examine the shoe. They find the companion shoe, but that shoe has been cut in half and sort of destroyed. And the bag, that baggie that was underneath that couch, actually contains pieces of the shoe as well. So they collect that evidence. And the reason why that was important for them is they compared it to the shoes worn by that assailant on Bronze Circle on September the 2nd. They don't just search in the house, they search in the garage as well. And there's a gray kind of tub in the garage that sort of stores stuff. And they take a closer look, and they look at that bag there, and they photograph it and impound it. And they believe the bag is significant in their search because the assailant was carrying a bag that's exactly like the one they found in Mr. Tellis's house. So they find the shoes, they find the bag.
That'll totally throw them off.
They do a search in this garage, which is quite crowded with stuff.
Wow.
And on this, at the bottom of this red tool cabinet, they find a bag from, like a grocery bag from Sprouts. And inside that bag, they find a hat that has been cut up as well. And the hat, of course, is significant because it has the same identifying characteristics as the hat worn by the assailant. So this is all happening on September the 7th. Detectives return Mr. Tellis back to his house on September the 7th, and they actually rush to process his DNA sample that same day. And it's determined that that foreign DNA that was found in those fingernail clippings taken from autopsy of Jeff Gehrman, that foreign DNA is consistent with Robert Tellis. So they go back to his residence with the intent of taking him into custody for the murder of Jeff Gehrman. And they come to find eventually that he has inflicted injuries on himself, a suicide attempt, and they have to transport him to the hospital for treatment, but he is taken into custody. After that occurs, remember how I said that they took his phone as well? They're able to see some of the messages that occurred between Jeff Gehrman and Robert Tellis. One of those messages is from Mr. Gehrman on May the 10th. You can see it at the bottom of 2022, where Mr. Gehrman says, "Hi, this is Jeff Gehrman from the Review Journal. I'm putting together a story on your office. I've talked to several employees who have said you have created a hostile work environment. They also say you've had an inappropriate relationship with one of your staffers, and I very much wanted to talk to you and sort of get your side of the story." After that message was sent, Robert Tellis actually does agree to be interviewed by Jeff Garriman, and he invites him to the public administrator's office, and he sits down with him for an interview. And this is the story that ran digitally for the Review Journal.
The Clark County Public Administrator's Office has been mired in turmoil and internal dissension for 2 years, with workers claiming emotional stress, bullying,
Crackly.
favoritism.
Did you crank it up?
Tellis, who leads
Nope.
the office, has also
Oh.
faced allegations of an inappropriate relationship with a coworker, Roberta Lee Kennett. In an interview with Review Journal investigative reporter Jeff Garriman, Tellis disputed several complaints.
What is your reaction to the allegations from these employees that you have created a hostile environment in this office?
Yeah, I earlier introduced you to the other 7 team members, and they're folks who all come with a great attitude, and they work hard. And together, them and I, we are what is making the difference with the performance of this office. I've done my best to try to make everyone happy, but again, it's got to be within a certain framework. And people just cannot get to do whatever they want, and it's unfortunate that, we've got some people who were here from before who were basically trying to railroad me. And again, you meet those other folks, they're happy, they're dedicated, and we're just here to do a good job.
Tellis, who's up for re-election in the June primary, blames a handful of old-timers for claims about a hostile environment in the office.
Again, no matter what type of gestures I try to make to smooth things over, to make sure that they're happy, they just don't, it's nonstop. And again, like I said, it's hard for me to make sure that I am a cheerleader for the folks who are doing really good work, when I've got these other folks who are constantly, surveilling me, constantly trying to sabotage the office. But we're doing it, but it's hard.
Tellis denied allegations of any improper relationship with Lee Kennett.
And when you hear people raising these allegations about and quote, personal relationship that you have, how do you say to people about that?
Well, obviously, it's not true. I said I'm, all of my friends, all my family know how much I love my wife. And if you look at, obviously you can't talk to people that do it on a daily basis. But from my social media, from everything, you can see that I am about nothing but justice, fairness, and just being a good person. And it sickens me, it destroys me that somebody would even level like accusations like that, because I don't know, it's unreal. It's unreal the lengths that they're going to. They don't have any qualms trying to ruin my personal life to win this race.
The digital version also included a link with some video of Mr. Tellis and the alleged, the person he was allegedly having an inappropriate relationship with. So after this story ran, Mr. Tellis contacts Jeff Garriman.
He's just
And
sitting
he's
there
upset.
like, my God, am I
He
fucked?
tells Mr. Garriman, I don't know what
So
to say.
fucked.
I told you about how I told you about how much this has all impacted me. You heard from employees who are being harassed by these people, provided you, I think he means proof here, proof that I was doing my best to actually smooth things over after I had to make hard decisions. Still, you wrote an article that makes me sound like I'm the guilty one. That was not fair and balanced. So what happens after that? Mr. Garriman contacts Robert Tellis again, and this time the communication is about the county deciding to appoint another person within the public administrator's office to help run things. Mr. Garriman messages Mr. Tellis, I understand that Mike Murphy has been brought in by the county, hired by the county as a consultant to work in the office with you guys for a while, and I wanted to see if you had any kind of comment about that. Mr. Tellis messages back to Mr. Gehrman, I will be providing it to you this evening. Later on, Mr. Tellis posts that statement that I had shown you earlier, where he says it's politically motivated, none of the allegations are true, this is unfair, I'm being unfairly attacked. All of the things alleged in those articles are false. And what happens after that? Well, Mr. Gehrman writes the story about the consultant being appointed at the public administrator's office. After those two stories run, Mr. Gehrman contacts Tellis again. He says, I'm putting together another story on your office.
What happened? Sorry, guys. I don't know what happened. Let me try to figure it out.
This is now in June the 16th. This has to do with the letter you posted on your campaign website addressing the hostile work allegations. Employees view this as a threat of retaliation and have reported it to Human Resources. I'd like to get your comments. And Mr. Tellis responds back, it's fine, at this point they've won, do what you'd like. And of course, after that, Mr. Tellis loses his primary election, so he will no longer be one way or another in, as of 2023, the public administrator. Another thing that detectives found in Mr. Tellis's phone is something associated with like a phone extraction. So when you have a cell phone, it can be downloaded by this program called Celebrite, and it'll download a lot of the data in your phone. And one of the things that was downloaded from Mr. Tellis's phone is files that he accessed on Google Maps. And you can see there are thumbnail photos associated with those maps that he downloaded. And it's probably hard to see because they're little, the thumbnails of what that picture, those two pictures are of. But here's a bigger version, and it should look familiar to you because it's the side of Jeff Gehrman's house where Mr. Gehrman's body was ultimately found. And that image was in Mr. Tellis's phone.
Wow.
Detectives also execute a search warrant on the office of Mr. Tellis at the public administrator's office. They search his work computer as well. And in some of the searching on his work computer, they find that he was looking up the make and model associated with Jeff Gehrman's car, which I think is a Honda. So that was found in his work computer as well. And all that, all the articles kind of conclude in like late June of 2022. In July of 2022, Mr. Gehrman does a public records request from the county. And the records request is for more documents and communications from the public administrator's office. And specifically, he's asking for emails between Robert Tellis and an individual by the name of Roberta Lee Kennett. He's asking for all communications and messages on Teams, which is a way, inter-office way of communicating. He's asking for text messages from their cell phones, and he notes, probably as all reporters do, that you're required as a county agency to respond to a public records request. That request takes place again in July of 2022. The county notifies Mr. Tellis that, hey, Mr. Gehrman is requesting additional information from the office, and they're going to work to fulfill that public records request. Mr. Tellis responds to the county that he would like to see whatever is going to be provided in the public records request and asks about how he may.
So I'll answer that since Bob popped it up. You can, if the, prosecution agrees. We actually did that once and only once. He was very young. He was being charged with murder. If he got found guilty, he'd probably he would have never seen the light of day. Um, the state knew they had issues with the case, and we knew that we had a risk. We actually pled out after the judge gave us a bad ruling on something we were trying to keep out. Um, you know, it's a hard decision. Hard decision.
Yeah.
But it was either
What
get out
about,
one day or never see the light of day.
yeah, where were we with, where in the process were we with the Kendall case, the doctor? Did we do that right
Oh
before we
yeah.
impaneled the jury, or was the jury impaneled there?
I don't remember. I think the jury was impaneled. I feel like we were doing stuff.
I feel like we were too. Like,
So
but
maybe
they
we've
had
done it
some
twice.
strong.
Once was the state coming to us with a really sweetheart deal.
That was a sweetheart deal for all things considered.
So in theory, yes, but the other side would have to obviously agree, and you know, so there you go.
Be able to do so. And then several weeks pass, and there's another communication from attorneys for the county about the public records request. And if you look at the date and time on this, this is a notification from the DA civil employees about that request on September the 1st of 2022 at 5:45 p.m. So that's about 15 hours before the murder occurs. He gets a notification about Mr. Gehrman's request. On a calendar, there's an email on the 1st at 5:45 p.m.
I don't think
Come
that's
on.
his
About
calendar,
15
babe.
hours later,
Oh.
Murder.
the murder occurs.
I mean,
In the end,
On a calendar. What?
this case
that would be
isn't
that
about
would be a
politics.
first.
It's not about alleged inappropriate relationships. It's not about who's a good boss or who's a good supervisor or favoritism at work. It's just about murder. And at the end of the presentation of the evidence, we'll ask you to hold him responsible for his conduct.
All right. Wasn't flashy.
We're gonna take a recess.
Wasn't
During
flashy,
this
but it was
recess, you're not
effective.
allowed to discuss
I mean,
or
they have
communicate with anyone, including your
a
fellow
lot of
jurors.
evidence against this guy. Powerful. That finger wound. Hey, we're gonna get a thing. Turn it off. Come on.
Oh.
I think that clip's way too long.
Oh, I wanted to say when the shit goes down.
I know.
All right, let's deal with the sound right now. Let's see what people are saying here.
All right. Are people
Because I'll
still
tell
having a
you
hard
this
time with the
much.
sound?
When I boosted it, okay?
Dizzy said the sound is great.
All right, well, when I boosted it, it just boosted you and I and nothing else.
I mean,
So,
oh, it didn't boost YouTube?
no, like I was listening to it, we were getting louder, but the
Wait,
actual
that's the problem. You have to go on to the, like, where are you boosting it? Are you boosting it on the StreamYard screen? You have to go to that's why I was telling you need two screens, babe.
I
Like,
know,
you're
but I
boosting,
think I
you have to
needed
go.
to do it before I shared the
No,
screen.
no, you don't. You have to
Oh.
go into the YouTube, the screen that has the YouTube on it,
All right,
not
so I'm
on
doing that.
StreamYard.
I'm telling you what I'm doing right now.
It'll work, I promise.
But so I just went into YouTube. I clicked in here on this YouTube screen. It's the only thing I have open on this screen. And
People
when
are
I
saying the sound
boosted
is
it,
fine.
all right, I'm just saying, but when I boosted it, it boosted you right now, not nothing. So
So
talk.
you're not looking at StreamYard right now.
Nope.
It
And the only
boosts
thing-
everything when it boosts. It doesn't just boost the YouTube. Like, so then
Oh.
you go in and crank down your in
I know, but it
StreamYard, you go down and
it
crank.
wasn't doing it.
All right, I'm gonna dip because Court TV is gonna hit me up on Skype in like 2 seconds. Surprised they haven't already. All right, I'll be back in a minute. It sucks. I'm missing the opening for I want to hear what they could possibly be putting forth that's going to try that made this guy think it's a good idea
It's
to go to
crazy.
trial. It's crazy. All right, see y'all in a bit.
All right, guys, bear with me because I'm just gonna try to boost the sound while I'm listening to it. I don't think you guys can hear it right now. No, doesn't do that. All right. Well, I'm not going to be able to figure it out. Switch this back to live so that we're not going to miss anything. And come back to you guys. All right. So, yeah, I mean, I can't imagine what they're going to say right now when the defense gets up and starts talking about what their theory is. I'm fascinated at what they're about to say. Um, but yeah, I mean, this is just not the type of case that belongs at trial. You've got this defendant who clearly thinks somehow he's smarter than everybody else, and somehow he's going to be able to convince them of this story because I'm sure that the state tried to offer him something, whether it's taking death off the table, um, to try and get him to plead. And you could tell just from the very beginning and even that clip that they played during opening that this guy thinks he can sell this story. Um, I can't even, unless there's something shocking that happens during opening, I feel like he's just really lost his mind that he even thinks that he has the ability to do this. Maybe it's just straight narcissism. And he's like, I want my spotlight. I want all my days in court. I want to be a big deal, or at least think I'm a big deal. That could be what's going on with this guy. Um, but the story, at least what we suspect it's going to be, does not make any sense. Did the judge say how long she was taking a break here? I mean, you saw it all right there. That's basically their, you know, entire case. It seems extremely strong, and I don't see how there's any believable story about him being framed. It doesn't seem to make any sort of sense. But maybe we'll hear this opening and we'll say, all right, it's got legs. It's not as outrageous and crazy as we thought it would be. But what a crazy thing. I mean, to start from the women in your office, wanting, I want to say justice, but, a form of justice. They want him to be held accountable. They want someone looking into what's going on. They feel victimized and helpless, and it turns into murder. I mean, and for all the things that this reporter has covered, apparently he has covered a lot. He covered a lot of mafia cases. He did investigating and exposed a lot of people over the years. And this is the guy. This guy needs to kill someone because he got caught in the back seat with another woman, and because he mistreats um, his the women who work under him, or had some sort of hopes at public campaign, some sort of public office, and um, is unable to pursue that because he's being exposed. Kitty says, Tellus says it's not him, not his gate. He saved that hat, dude. No, I mean, I think what he's going to say is that hat was planted as well. Somebody cut up the hat, hid it in his house. Um, I mean, it's kind of absurd, but I guess we won't know for sure until we hear this opening. Maybe they're going to come back at us here with something that is so fascinating that um, I was trying to find some sort of sound thing that would have made it that fascinating. I don't know where the old guys went. Um, I got nothing. What is this thing?
That was wonderful.
Oh, there it is.
I loved that. Oh, it was great. Well, it was pretty good. Well, it wasn't bad. Well, there were parts of it that weren't very good,
It could have been a lot better.
I didn't really like it.
It was pretty terrible.
It was bad.
It was awful.
It was terrible.
Get him away!
Hey, boo!
Boo!
I'm pretty sure that's how we're gonna feel after the opening. I can't imagine anything else with this so far. Bob says, so y'all need to be on point per usual. What is that, like keeping me on point? What are we talking about? So all I remember is that that he was that it took 5 days before they arrested him. Sounded like this all happened in 2022. So, and he's been in custody, and now it's finally going to trial. But yeah, I mean, it seems far-fetched, and someone asked me something, so I have something to talk about while we're waiting here. Yeah, short break. Being exposed. Okay, so Charlotte Perkins says to them, being exposed to not be who they spend their life trying to convince everyone they are. And I'm assuming she means people like this, and this defendant specifically. I don't know. I mean, if he had all the answers and explanations for his conduct and his behavior, and he thought he could convince anyone and was the smartest person in the room, like it seems with him going forward with this defense, you think he would have thought he could have talked himself out of that, you know, Michigas with the back seat of the car. Um, we we were working. We had to get out of that office. Those other ladies, they interrupt us all the time. So sitting in the back seat in the garage at the mall. Um, I don't know. I don't know. There wasn't anything, and although I have to admit, for a lot of the part of the closing opening, I was trying to figure out how to boost things and figure out the sound. So someone tell me, but I did not see anything in the emails that was so damaging. I saw that he subpoenaed additional records. He subpoenaed emails. He asked for these things. So he wasn't ending. He being the reporter, was going to, come at him again with another reporting about his behavior. But I didn't see what he was trying to hide. What was he going to show? Was there an email with this woman that worked that showed they were having an affair? What more than what he had already said was about to come out that rose to the level of, you got to murder this guy. And yeah, I get that there was a fourth story coming. Emily asks, have you ever had a trial where the jury? No, they don't do that in Illinois. They don't do that in Pennsylvania. They don't do that in New Jersey, and they don't do that in Nebraska. And I think that's every state that I've done. And they don't do that in federal court. I think they don't do that in federal court. I can't imagine that there's a federal court that sits in a certain, maybe there is, that sits in a certain circuit, certain state that allows it. And because the state allows it, they allow it. But I've never seen it. But so anyway, someone tell me, was there anything, and I get the fourth story part, but what was going to be in this fourth story that wasn't in the earlier stories? What was so bad in this fourth story that he needed to murder him? Did they get anything say anything to us over and above how they had done additional requests for records, and he was still digging, and he was going to do another story? Like, what was so much worse in this fourth story? All right, so Sheila Duffy asks, how would you defend him? I don't think that I would. I probably would have withdrawn if he insisted on me presenting a case, like actual, because it's not his decision, my theory of the case, whether I cross-examined someone about whether they might have planted evidence or whether they had whether there was some motive for somebody to plant the evidence. I mean, you got to try just good old fashioned reasonable doubt that, that gate's not all that suspicious. It doesn't seem like all that much. And he just happens to have the same car. I mean, I don't know because there's a lot. There's a lot. Um, but, when you have jury questions, just like when we're waiting for a jury question, while they're deliberating to kind of get in their mindset and see what they're thinking. I mean, if if the jurors actually put a lot of stuff out there, that's going to help both the defense and the state know what the jurors feel like they're not hearing that they want to hear. I mean, it's a very, very helpful thing. It could be, could also obviously bite you if it's more helpful to the other side. Like they get a question that they're able to sort of um, get an idea of what the jurors feel like they're missing and kind of shift. Um, but it'll definitely be interesting. Definitely be interesting. And I don't know you know, if this lawyer has fully decided to present the same defense that the defendant wants, meaning all of this was planted and there was this other, motive for fingering him. Um, but yes, in grand juries, Steph Anai asks, can jurors ask questions at grand juries? Or makes a statement, and that is correct. Grand jurors can ask any questions they want. They can request evidence. They can tell the police, I want you to go subpoena that guy's phone records, bring them back here. They can ask for whatever they want. Well, I mean, not like whatever, but as long as it's lawful to get, grand jurors can ask for it. And Shiraz asks, was there evidence that he was embezzling the funds he was managing? I don't know. Did anyone hear? Is that something they alleged in opening? Because that's the part that, and maybe I have to go back and rewatch it. I just don't know if they have put out there to say this is the thing that he wanted to hide by the fourth story, or if it's just he is fed up of story after story. He wants this guy to stop reporting on him. So it's just straight up, you know, revenge plus preventing the fourth story from going out. Um, you know, it's the timing of all of this is very, very inconvenient if you're the defendant. Um, right. And, typically they wouldn't plant the DNA on, I mean, could you do it? Sure. If you like got some skin cells, I guess. And I don't know how you would do it, but you could, if the evidence collection people are in on it, then they just say, this is the evidence I collected from under his, you know, under his fingernails. But I mean, there's just, you would need all of the right people working at all of the right times. And, this specific officer who already has the stuff he's going to plant there and ready to go, or you've got the evidence tech, involved, and somebody switches what's been scraped from under fingernails. It's a ridiculous kind of story in this, at least the way we think it's going to come out. Again, who knows if that's what's really about to be said during this oh shit. I hope I didn't miss anything. Sitting here. Nope. Okay. I didn't have it playing, but now I do. But we didn't miss anything. Make sure we get live. Okay. All right, I'm going to share my screen. Here we go.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Vasquez, you may address the jury in your opening statement.
Thank you. You know, Her Honor had said this morning that the defense may make an opening statement. You discussed yesterday and the day before that the defense may sit, not say a single word, not even ask a single question, not present a single piece of evidence.
Somebody fix it.
Tied to a verdict of not guilty. Oftentimes, defense attorneys,
Okay. Well,
in presumably at the get-go, what appear to be tough cases, sit back, wait. Attempt to poke holes at the state's cases it's presented, but we're not going to do that. We're going to stand before you today and tell you what this case is about.
oh shit,
You
here
know,
we
Her
go.
Honor said this morning when she instructed you that it's upon you and you alone to make inferences from the evidence in this case. And when the evidence is complete and the evidence is closed, we're going to ask you to do that. This case is entitled The State of Nevada versus Robert Tellis. But let's talk just a little bit about Mr. Tellis. He's a family man, married.
When he's not in the
3
back
children.
seat of his car in the parking lot.
He's a loving father and husband. He's a self-made man. He applied to our law school here, UNLV, and worked doing air conditioning, HVAC. It's a hard way to make a living, put himself through school. In addition to supporting his family and being engaged at school, he became the president of the University Bar. It's basically the student body president of his law school. He ran his own probate firm for 3 years and was named Pro Bono Attorney of the Year by the Nevada Legal Services in 2016. He ran for the Office of Public Administrator and was elected in 2019. He was determined at that point in time to clean up the office of the Public Administrator's office. He went in that office with a goal.
To make the
and
women
with a
stop talking.
mission. And as we had spoken briefly through the process of jury selection, he kind of upset the apple cart. He started eliminating unnecessary overtime. He wanted the office to run more efficiently. In some cases, we had public
Step one for
employees that are
embezzlement.
paid by our tax dollars reporting 40+ hours per week of overtime. And let me tell you, his changes at this office were not received well, and that created this hostile work environment. As a result of this hostility, reports were made, as they should be. Obviously, our public and our duly elected officials should be looked upon. Comes with the job. In Mr. Gehrman's first report, it states among the changes, Tellis has said he made our closing estate cases faster and cutting back on large amounts of tax-funded overtime employees are getting under Cahill. He provided a document that showed one veteran employee received more than $140,000 in overtime between 2017 and 2018. That was on the top of the employee's combined $150,000 regular salary for those years. The employee overtime dropped to roughly $13,500 in 2020, which you can see is a substantial reduction, according to the document. Nicole
office
Lofton,
trained
an
him.
estate coordinator for the past year, said the old guard acts like a little gang and has tried to isolate her. Lofton said she has suffered from migraines and from stress. They told me from the beginning to pick a side, she said, adding that Tellis does everything he can to help her succeed while the other group wants her to fail. Again, that was the source. That was the seed of this hostile, allegedly hostile work environment. After being duly elected, Mr. Tellis also began evaluating the ethics of the office's relationship with third-party vendors. And you're going to hear that through the course of this case because perhaps the state wants to make things simpler. This was part of the facts and the evidence from which you will be called upon to draw inferences. He set out to identify the suspicious nature of businesses conducted by outside facilitators of administration operating under the Independent Administrations Act. And we need to just discuss this a little bit because the RJ did a very good job of following up on this and reporting these problems. You have people who die. They don't have wills. They may not have heirs. They may not have estates. And unfortunately for them, their legacy is stolen by these third parties. Generally, if a person dies intestate, it goes to the public administrator's office and they deal with the affairs, which often involves the sale of homes. Under this Independent Administrations Act, there are third parties who would come in, oftentimes with no announcement to the family members, take the properties, devalue the properties, and then turn around and sell them, and then to a straw buyer, and ultimately sell them again and make millions of dollars. Robert Tellis was determined to stop that, regardless of the consequences. What we saw here and what he saw when he began was basically corporate interest over public interest in the state of Nevada. We all experience that every day, from basically the national bird, the cones, to the casinos sucking money out of our society for their own gain. And that was occurring at the public administrator's office when Robert Tellis was elected. In his review, he discovered the public administrator's office had been favoring Compass Realty in the distribution of home sale contracts. Again, he was upsetting the apple cart. He saw this relationship as truly a violation of Nevada law and the code of ethics governing his office. He also discovered that Compass Realty was using the straw buyer again to conduct this business and to hide their activities. It was an inherent conflict of interest, and Mr. Tellis was not going to stand still for this. In March of 2022, Mr. Tellis contacted the duly elected district attorney, Steve Wolfson, and he wanted to report his findings to Mr. Wolfson. Now, Mr. Tellis was an elected official, so was Mr. Wolfson. It's appropriate for Mr. Wolfson to give an audience to Mr. Tellis. He did. Mr. Tellis called him, explained his concerns. Mr. Wolfson put him in contact with a detective, Jappy, a Metro Intelligence officer, who generally investigates public corruption. Mr. Wolfson felt that Detective Jappy could be of assistance to Mr. Tellis in this investigation because Mr. Tellis felt that laws were being broken and people were being stolen from, heirs were being stolen from by these third parties.
Seems he was trying to make a
Mr.
splash.
Tellis accepted this referral and contacted Mr. Jappy. Again, from the celibate extraction, we have records to corroborate this. Hi, detective, next time you call back, I'm hanging up on anyone else if I'm on a call, because this was very important to Mr. Tellis to get this investigation underway. Mr. Tellis put together a very exhaustive investigative report to expose this corruption. It was sent to Detective Jappy on March 6, 2022, and it names the individuals that Mr. Tellis was primarily concerned about. It contained evidence, it contained exhibits, it contained proof of this corruption that previously his office had turned a blind eye to, and it was the prior guard and ultimately the subsequent guard that went back to the same practices that would concern Mr. Tellis. Mr. Tellis and Detective Jappy agreed to meet and further discuss the possible bribery and the corruption conspiracy that was occurring within his office. Again, the meeting was unavailable, but nonetheless, Mr. Tellis tried to follow through and is basically saying, hey, we need to get together. I need to provide this information to you and discuss the same. Detective Jappy returns the email, the text, and says, no worries. Again, Mr. Tellis is following up because he wants to expose this corruption. During their meeting, and they ultimately met, Detective Jappy agreed that Mr. Telly should continue his investigation and that Detective Jappy would assist in building a case of bribery and corruption. And see, the reason this is important, and we will get there as we begin to unfold this story
Yes.
for you,
Yes.
is there became to be some irregularities, which we're going to present to you. And again, you are called upon to make your inferences from the state of the evidence. In reference to one of these three individuals contained within his exhaustive report, Mr. Tellis states, hey, Derek, I'm supposed to have a meeting with this individual and her counsel next week. If you think I try and need to get any specific statements, please give me a call to discuss. He responds, thank you, sir. We'll reach out tomorrow. Detective Jappy initiated his own investigation and began surveillance. So we have police actors, metro actors now acting as a consequence or as a result of Mr. Tellis's effort. And we have this surveillance that occurs on April 27th, 2022. And this surveillance is conducted because of what Mr. Tellis was doing. Metro Intelligence was getting involved. Because of this involvement and because of this independent investigation that Mr. Tellis had initially begun, the old guard at the public administrator's office began to push back. Oftentimes, as human beings, we're not happy with change, especially when it affects the bottom line of other people. That's what occurred in this office. In addition to their hostility towards the new employees brought in, Rita Reed and her supporters began following Mr. Tellis to dig up dirt on him.
Nice Spitfire.
They capture images which you saw in the state's opening statement of Mr. Tellis and Miss Lee Kennett getting out of the back of the vehicle and use this to persuade Jeff Gurman to investigate. Now, Jeff Gurman has been in this community for a lot of years, and if he's presented evidence on other side of the equation, he looks into it, and he did as a result of this old guard trying to get rid of Mr. Tellis.
Those ladies are the old
During
guard?
their investigation, and that being the old guard, Rita Reed announces that she will oppose Robert Tellis in the upcoming election for public administrator. 2 weeks after the first article is published, she receives a campaign contribution from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn totaling $10,000. And oftentimes you hear follow the money. Well, that's what Mr. Tellis was asking Detective Jappy to do. At this point in time, and this is curious, and this runs into this murder investigation, Detective Jappy pivots. Initially, he's looking at the true bad actors in this case, but he pivots and begins looking at Robert Tellis, the whistleblower, the person who initiated this investigation and who's trying to bring Metro in to investigate the wrongdoing.
Oh, Rita Reed is one of
Hey,
the
sir,
ladies.
Two things, just
Oh, wait,
wanted
let me
to know
pause
we are
this.
still working on what we've talked about.
So, and I'll rewind it too. I just pulled up a picture of Rita Reed. And it's definitely one of the ladies that was. I mean, I can't tell because they always have her next to this dark-haired woman, but it looks like she's one of the ladies that was on the Dateline episode talking about, how this all got started. So, I still don't know how he's gonna connect this to who the hell framed him for all of this, but let's see where this guy's going, guys. Let's see.
Hey, sir, two things, just wanted to know we are still working on what we've talked about and starting to get a better understanding of what's going on. Second, saw the article today and just want to make sure you're all good. Now, this is in reference to that first article that Mr. Garman wrote. And this is Detective Jappy communicating with Mr. Tellis. Mr. Tellis responds, thanks, I'm hanging in there. I'll forward you the truth of the matter. It states that, and that's just how Mr. Tellis was feeling, the RJ wants to drag me through the mud. I told the reporter everything, but of course that doesn't sell papers. Detective Jappy responds, again, we have May 16th, you'll see at the bottom. I understand that completely. Sorry you have to go through this, but the truth will always come out and prevail. And through the course of this trial, Mr. Tellis is going to ask for you to be willing to let the truth prevail.
Come on.
This is of concern. Now, on June 23rd, 2022, Kimberly McMahon, a former real estate agent who provided services for the public administrator, reaches out to Alicia Goodwin, the member of the old guard. All right. We have an email indicating that. Again, we have Goodwin, who's part of the old guard, and we have Kimberly McMahon somehow getting involved in influencing Detective Jappy.
Kimberly McMahon.
We have Kimberly McMahon, who is a former real estate agent and officer, wanting to get together and discuss these articles and what's going on in the public administrator's office. This goes so far that on 8/9, Detective Jappy is approached by Ms. McMahon. It's our belief, and we believe this will be disclosed through the course of this trial, that Alicia Goodwin and Rita Reed put her up to this. McMahon states, and I will submit to you that there will be no evidence produced that this is true, but McMahon told Jappy that there is some attempt to receive kickbacks in exchange for real estate listings referred to the public administrator's office. So again, the very thing that he's accusing others of, it's getting turned on him. And we're having Detective Jappy, we have Metro pivoting. And Ms. McMahon gives the formal interview with Jappy. So we're now, again, having this pushback from the old guard as a result of Mr. Tellis's involvement and calling in. I mean, we have this gentleman that's on trial in this case calling in for the assistance of Metro to discover and expose this corruption. This is what's really important. At the time of the alleged solicitation of kickbacks, where she's claiming that that man is soliciting kickbacks from her, so she's kind of got a dual thing going on. At the time, she's a lieutenant for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and also a real estate agent. We're to believe that a public official is trying to solicit bribes from a police officer, and I'd submit to you that the facts will show and common sense will dictate that that's just absurd. This very same public official, Robert Tellis, is the one that conducted his own investigation, his own independent investigation to try and bring Metro attention to this corruption. We're now to believe that this gentleman is actually soliciting kickbacks from a Metro detective. In response to McMahon's statement, Detective Jappy files an application for a pen register and a trap and trace with real-time precision location of Mr. Tellis's cell phone. Now, this is important.
Wait,
and see, this is the crossover.
Detective
And why
pivoted.
it's important for you to understand the factual backdrop of all the facts in this case.
So he's
Mr.
off them.
Tellis
He's on a
is
Tellis.
actually subject to this pen register, this trap and trace device during the time that this murder is allegedly committed by him. See, what happens is in today's
Wow.
modern reality, everything oftentimes boils down to the cell phones. I mean,
But they
every
got 'em.
second that we have the cell phones with us, there's messages being sent, there's signals being sent 1,000 times a second to nearby cell towers, ultimately through satellites. I mean, our position and our whereabouts is tracked all the time.
Especially if you got a trap and trace on there.
So Detective Jappy submits this warrant because we have a privacy right in our phones. He submits a warrant to a judge and gets an order authorizing Mr. Tellis to, in essence, be tracked. Now, this pen register does not capture the content of communications. It doesn't capture the information that's sent via text or otherwise, but it collects what they call the metadata. It gets your location, sometimes within feet. Oftentimes it's in relation to a cell phone tower, but it's more specific than that. You get the data concerning who's calling, who's sending, and who's receiving communications. Again, there's a Fourth Amendment protection, but we don't get into the content of the conversation, but it lets us know, it lets law enforcement know who Mr. Tellis is communicating with, where he's at, in essence, what he's doing in relation to the people that he's in communication with as a result of the cell phone. This is the warrant produced and obtained by Detective Jappy based upon that former, but she was at the time when these solicitations supposedly occurred, was a Metro detective. On the same day, and this is August 17th, Detective Jappy initiates surveillance of Mr. Tellis. We have a surveillance log, August 17th, 2022. So in truth, we have this full pivot that occurs, which is apparently based upon these allegations made by Ms. McMahon at the insistence of the old guard. What's interesting is during this August 17th, 2022 surveillance, you got Mr. Tellis taking care of his family. I mean, he's been away, he's been an official, he's lost his election. I mean, he's going back, focusing on what's important. He's focusing on his family. The surveillance that's being conducted by Metro Intelligence, I mean, they've got him going to Home Depot, picking up food at Chipotle. He's with family, he's home. Nothing more. On September 2nd, the tragic murder of Jeff Gehrman occurs. But it's important for you to know that this murder occurs with the trap and trace active on Robert Tellis's cell phone. Detective Jappy and Metro captures no cell site location data which would implicate Robert Tellis in the murder of Jeff Gehrman. We do know that at some point in that day, there were signals being received and sent, but the cell phone doesn't put Robert Tellis there. He's at home. He's not at home the entire day. Around noon, evidence will be presented to you that he's at a gym working out. And this is after he supposedly commits this murder. Another thing needs to be pointed out is the red or maroon Yukon, the Denali from the surveillance video, is never positively identified. Obviously, the state's going to call upon you to make references. But a DMV search produced 67 possible hits for the vehicle, matching that description. And what's important to note, it's Metro who should be objectively and even-handedly obtaining information, searching for evidence, never follows up on the other vehicles. From the get-go, they're concerned with Robert Tellis and Robert Tellis alone. This is the email confirming, and this is Metro emails concerning the 67 red Denalis that basically match the description of the one that you watched the video of, and that we all watched it together just moments ago.
So, wait, am I too loud? Because I've got the thing up to 400, so I might be breaking people's ears right now. So I'll keep talking unless someone tells me I'm blowing their eardrums out. So a trap and trace, what he's saying is that like he's literally being totally followed during this entire period by his phone. So, I mean, if the phone's not just sitting in one place, like he's actually using it and he's moving around, or it's being, it's changing locations while he's supposed to be murdering the guy. I just can't believe that that would exist like that, because it obviously would be strong evidence that that it wasn't him, but it also could be that he had someone else, you know, moving his phone around. Um, but it's 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 definitely an interesting fact that he's being tracked while this murder is supposed to be going on. I still don't see how this somehow gets to the police actually framing him. Um, but the story is, you know, it's coming together in all the respects except for how he actually how this translates into them framing him. Um, but let's keep going. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, someone just said he could have left his phone at home. That's why I'm saying no. I mean, if the phone's like actually moving and they know where it is, again, he could have somebody else doing that for him. But if it's just sitting somewhere, not doing anything, then that trap and trace is going to actually come back and bite him in the ass because it's going to show, he didn't move at all. Um, but again, none of this does, as Ned just said, address the mountain of evidence. And that's that at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how compelling this story is when you can't connect those dots to how in the hell somebody could have framed you for this. They were either cooperating with your wife or stole your wife's car when she wasn't looking, or I don't know, went and got the exact same make, model, color car, which there would obviously be a record of, so it doesn't sound very smart. Um, Snuck all that stuff into your house, smeared blood on your shoes, and stuck your DNA under the victim's fingernails. I mean, this story does not address the mountain of evidence. And but let's see where they go.
Ms. Weckley did an apt job of laying out the crime scene, and you will see many photos of the crime scene. There's blood everywhere. I mean, this was a stabbing. There's blood in the bushes. There's blood on the ground. There's blood all over Jeff Gehrman as he lays dead on the side of his house. The state has shown you and will show you many more pictures of the DNA that's claimed to have been found under Jeff Gehrman's nails. But what's very important, and we'd ask you to take into account all of the evidence or the lack of the evidence in this case, is that no blood whatsoever is found on Mr. Tellis.
What? Days later? Come on.
If this struggle had occurred, it would be reasonable to assume, if it had in fact been Mr. Tellis, that there would have been exchange of blood or of DNA. And there will be a great deal of testimony concerning DNA. Inferences will be made and inferences will be drawn and inferences will be attacked concerning the significance of the state's findings. The shoes that you were shown photos of that were recovered at Mr. Tellis' residence, no blood whatsoever on them. The bag that's found in his garage or in the room, storage room, no blood whatsoever found on that bag. The hat that they claim they found cut up, again, no connection, no tie whatsoever to Jeff Gehrman. There is no rational explanation as to why the hat and shoes were cut into pieces, except that it's probably easier to conceal and plant. Why else would they be cut up? Why must they be in that strange condition?
Because he wants to hide them later.
What's important, again, is there's no blood on them. There's nothing tying those articles that were found in Mr. Tellis's house to Jeff Gehrman. A witness provided a statement to police that the killer was spotted in the same outfit days before the murder, acting suspiciously. That was never followed up on. Somebody similarly dressed, similarly clothed, no follow-up, because from the get-go, Robert Tellis was the target of this investigation.
He
What's
hasn't.
also important is the cell site location does not place him near that part where the individual matching this description previously was found. I'd also submit to you its significance is this meandering, and that was the state's words, the meandering before this attack occurred. There's going to be a claim and an argument made that Mr. Tellis was researching this location, or they believe it was him. Why the meandering if it was him?
Yep, Rachel.
The washing of the vehicles, and this is important because warrants were based upon this. Mr. Tellis was again subject to surveillance after the date of Jeff Gehrman's murder. He's surveilled by Metro Intelligence washing 3 vehicles in front. At that point in time, and again, maybe there's been another pivot, but at that point in time, Metro felt that he was destroying evidence. Maybe he was cleaning up. Reason would make it a reasonable argument, or reason would obviously dictate that the person's involved in this stabbing and gets into the vehicle, and there's obviously blood. Wouldn't there be blood on the vehicle? Wouldn't there be blood on the brakes, on the floor mats, somewhere inside the vehicle? Well, none was ever found. And in fact, this surveillance, and previous to this hearing, issues were made concerning this attempt to conceal evidence. Well, there was no evidence to dispose of. And the surveillance of him washing the outside of these 3 vehicles, and this is on September 6th. This is 4 days later. There's no evidence whatsoever, and no videos, no filming of him trying to conceal any evidence in reference to the subject vehicle or the other 2. I would submit to you that the facts would show, and common sense would dictate that if you were trying to conceal a crime, he wouldn't wash all 3 vehicles. And obviously, he would be concerned with the inside of the vehicle. Now, on this September 6th surveillance, it makes reference to a prior surveillance of Mr. Tellis on September 1st. Again, of no import, of no importance. Again, no evidence inside that vehicle tying Mr. Tellis to any crimes whatsoever. Now, is Mr. Tellis in a position to say who killed Mr. Gehrman? No.
I did it.
But I would submit to you the facts will show, in the reasonable inferences that you are to take from the evidence, is that there would be DNA evidence inside that vehicle, on the shoes, on any clothing from Mr. Tellis. A picture was shown of Mr. Tellis's finger, and it'll be argued through the course of this case that that was somehow caused by this murder that occurred. There's no blood left at the scene where Mr. Gehrman was murdered either. Nothing, not on the bushes, not on the rocks, not on Mr. Gehrman. Mr. Tellis explains that to detectives how we got that wound, but that will come through the course of this trial. What's of concern, and the reason that we've given you this backdrop to give you all the evidence, is somewhat strange behavior on behalf of Mr. Jappy. Now, he's Metro Intelligence. Metro is the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department is divided up into various.
Is it too loud now?
Each department has their own responsibilities, their own special training. They work as teams. It's an effective way to conduct investigations. The primary detective in this case, Detective Gaddis, and they work as a team. She was the primary. They work together.
Probably.
They work in a team. You've got the robbery detail that investigates robberies. You've got the financial crimes that investigates financial crimes. You've got Metro Intelligence that generally investigates allegations and facts concerning corruption. But in this case, you've got Detective Jappy inserting himself in this murder investigation concerning Mr. Tellis. In fact, there's an email wherein Jappy implicates Tellis.
Thanks, babe.
To Gaddis. So early on, we've got Detective Jappy, who obviously previously was directed by this old guard, now pointing the finger at Mr. Tellis to the lead detective in this homicide investigation. During a traffic stop, and this is the significance of Mr. Tellis. See, Metro has a policy that you're to have body cam on, all right? All civilian interactions should be captured because we want to know what the truth is. We want to have an objective record of what occurs. This initial contact with Mr. Tellis occurs on the 7th, and after he's charged and this case begins, repeated requests are made for this body cam. In fact, our judge, I was not on the case at that time, but our judge makes an order on July 18th, 2023 to turn that over. It's learned that over a month after that order is made, that evidence is destroyed.
What?
Detective Jappy is also present at the arrest and jumps into the ambulance and rides with Mr. Tellis. Now, it's anticipated that the state is going to argue to you that this suicide is somehow a consciousness of guilt.
All right, I'm just going to hop in because I saw this question from Joe Schmo. So a trap and trace is, and somebody tell me if I'm still too loud. I think I turned off all the boosting for me. My volume's actually down really low. But a track and trace, I don't know how geofencing works, okay, but it's not that. It's where the like AT&T or whoever your provider is sending a signal every 15 minutes, and that is sending it directly to the police. It's usually every 15 minutes. I guess it doesn't have to be. So that they're getting your real time location. I'm trying to put myself in the video here. Your real time location at all times or every 15 minutes or whatever it is set to. So that's how that works. That's why I'm saying if the phone's just sitting, it's not moving, well, that's not real, that's actually the opposite of helpful, especially depending how long it's just sitting there. And if they had somebody else moving about, they might have been able to figure out who that person was. But this whole somebody else was wearing the same thing days before, and the trap and trace doesn't show that the defendant was in that location. I mean, for all we know, he chose that outfit because it was people he had seen in the area actually wearing similar outfits. So, hopefully that answers your question. Bob, you're being crazy in the comments. Okay, start it back up again. Turn this thing off. Oh my Lord. He's just throwing it in now. He's just going, laying it on thick, my man is. But I love you.
Apparently just couldn't live with himself for a murder that they somehow a consciousness.
I just rewound it.
Apparently just couldn't live with himself for a murder that they feel that he committed. I would submit to you in the facts, the reasonable inferences to be drawn from these facts is at this point in time now, Mr. Tellis's life is coming apart. They've been in contact with him. They came into contact with him 2 times on September 7th. The first time they come, they speak to him. They say, we have warrants. He cooperates. They strip him of his clothes. They put him in a white paper suit. They've swabbed his mouth. Obviously, they're investigating him and they're coming down. I would submit to you that a reasonable inference is that there's an attempt by Mr. Tellis to kill himself, not as a difficulty, oh my gosh, I feel guilty for something they say I did, but his life was coming apart then. It truly was. He'd lost an election. He was giving him an opportunity to go back.
Consciousness of guilt, my friend. Call it whatever you want.
He was getting pressed and charged for a murder of which he's maintained his innocence. There's 3 surreptitious recordings that occur by the homicide detectives. And what's interesting and disturbing to note is Detective Jappy inserts himself into this interview, this surreptitious recording. Talk about another investigation.
So I'm just going to say the fact that Detective Jappy was initially on his side, was investigating what he being the defendant was pointing out as corruption and issues. And even as far as after the first article came out, like being like, are you okay? And I understand what you're going through. And it's not, you know, it's not fair to you. The fact that he shifted his mindset and was like, wait a minute. And then also felt that he was so much involved in the murder. I don't see how that's helping the defense. This was a guy that was initially on your side. It's a guy that you claim was actually investigating the corruption that that you claim existed and were um trying to expose. And maybe there's some truth to that. And maybe he thinks because that's true, he's somehow going to sell this story, that being the corruption. It sounds to me like this is a guy who wanted to make a splash when he got into public office and then ride that up, and he's going to save all this money on overtime. He's going to expose some corruption. I don't know, maybe I'm being a little jaded, and maybe he was actually trying to do good, but someone who tries to do good doesn't typically turn around and murder someone that gets in their way. Um, so yeah, I'm gonna go with that. I'll rewind it a 10-second blip so you didn't miss anything.
This surreptitious recording. Talk about another investigation. So again, we have Detective Jappy inserting himself into homicides investigation. I would submit to you a reasonable inference would be that trying to dictate the direction that the homicide investigation is taking.
That right there, that was argument.
We would submit to you that reasonable minds may disagree or could agree that losing a job is not a motive for murder.
So when he's talking about, because the question being like, this is supposed to be opening, not argument. Um, you know, what he has said thus far about things that happened and all the things they're going to show. I mean, that there's definitely been some argument as well. But that is providing the evidence that you expect is going to show when you submit what it means. And I think that means, blah, blah, blah. That's argument. Losing his job was not a motive for murder. That's argument. You're not showing that through evidence. You're showing something else. Like you can talk about the evidence, but losing his job was not a motive for murder. That's a clear example of argument. Um, unless he's about to, no, that's a clear example of argument. So there's definitely been some of both here.
Their inference was made, and these tweets, and it's kind of curious now, the age that we live in. I mean, we have presidents that commute via tweets. We have tweets from Mr. Tellis, an elected official, concerning the articles. Wife hears rustling in the trash. Her, honey, is there a wild animal in the trash? Me, no dear, looks like Jeff German going through our trash for his fourth story on me. Smiley face. Oh shoot, I left a pizza box and sushi containers in the trash. In the next article, I'm going to have mob in jacuzzi ties. He's making fun of these. And then you can see the dates, June 18th and June 25th. Again, he's not particularly happy about these articles, but he's reaching out. I mean, he's lost his election. Typical bully, can't take a pound of criticism after sleeving 100 pounds of BS. Up to Article 4 now. You'd think he'd have better things to do. He's addressing these articles in the appropriate way in a public forum. That's what elected officials, regardless if they're high level,
they
low
tweet
level
about it.
officials,
That's
they
what all
address
public
as he did previously. He addresses, as you saw, the presentation, the digital presentation after he learned of the articles. He's addressing his constituency. That's what an elected official is supposed to do. That's a reasonable response to criticism, which comes from the job. Again, these articles were not a motive for a murder. And we all know killing a journalist does not kill a story. Killing Jeff German does not kill the investigation or the stories concerning Mr. Tellis. One would think the reporting is heavy on that. One can imagine what it would be for a murder. Obviously, if one's concerned about negative reporting, one doesn't want to commit a murder because obviously reporting is going to be far more severe. Mr. Tellis was a lawyer prior to this, and he was on his way back becoming a lawyer.
This whole thing is argument.
However, we do have a predatory corporation losing millions of dollars as a result of his whistleblowing, which he engaged in. He was consistent. Even after he was voted out, he was communicating with Detective Jaffe. He wanted to right these wrongs as he was exiting the office. There were others that had far more motive to make it look like he was the killer and to conduct this killing, because Jeff German was a good reporter. He would ultimately get to what the truth was and what was really going on in that office and with these third-party vendors.
If he told him everything, he clearly wasn't
Killing an investigative
latching
journalist.
onto it.
There's no more follow-up information concerning these millions of dollars when the old guard is now put back into place. German's gone now. I mean, Jeff German did a good job of digging and finding things. We've all heard about him. We all know him. We all respected him. He would take on tough opponents, dangerous opponents. Jeff German was no stranger to making people upset. He made a lot of people, far more able people, far more violent people upset with him. He often had people threatening him. In fact, there was proof of it found on his devices.
And all these people know to frame
He
this
was known
guy.
for the boldness of his inquiries, taking on corrupt and violent targets through the course of his investigative journalism. It came with his job, and it's unfortunate that we no longer have him.
Stop lying to people. Whoever the guy was that wrote that article the other day, you need to fire his ass. Stop lying to people. We're coming for your ass. We are watching you motherfuckers. You better fire that son of a bitch. I'm coming down there tomorrow, motherfucker.
Jeff German received this threat shortly, months before his murder.
Sounds like a crazy.
You guys sure did get some propaganda shit out about fucking just for Biden, you fucking pieces of shit. You left-wing fucking faggot, fucking socialist, fucking dead motherfuckers. You guys will pay in the end, motherfuckers. You fucking cheated and lied. You guys fucking lied and cheated. And then you went out fucking only 5 million fucking box of shit, motherfuckers. Fucking you piece of shit, you motherfuckers. You made the Republic fight again, and you guys are fucking dead motherfuckers someday, motherfuckers.
And this guy framed Tellez, come on.
The defense, and again, that's why we had our founding fathers had this wisdom. The defense can't prove any of those gentlemen did this. We're not saying they did. We don't know. But there's a bigger picture. We don't know what investigative steps that all were taken to follow up on these 2 threats that we know of close in time to Jeff German's murder. State could say this is the lunatic fringe, this is to be disregarded, but nonetheless, when you have objective fact finders, when you have people that are truly in search of the truth, you
These
should
2 random guys
investigate
framed
all
you.
avenues.
Come on.
Keeping the burden where it should be on the state. And at the close of this case, we are going to ask you to return a verdict of not guilty.
It's outrageous, egregious, preposterous.
For lunch during this recess, you want us not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or communicated by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication, or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you, and will be recessed till 1:30.
Thank you. All rise for asking jury, please.
All right. Nice. So how's the volume on me right now? Everybody good? I think that this guy, I think that Tellez, he just thought he won it with that. He's like, oh yeah, That was everything. I mean, it's just it makes no sense. I mean, I understand why you want to throw in those two threats, right? Anytime someone's threatened, but you can't. It's literally impossible for those two guys. One of them is like whoever the hell wrote that thing. I mean, he didn't even figure out who wrote it. Um, but to have then turned around and framed this guy, and I didn't hear anything about police or this sounds like corruption within. Oh, oh, live TV is on a break. We will be back. Or court TV. Also I'll mute this and play it just so I can see. When she say she's going to be back in an hour? So someone tell me what happened right there. Um All right, so Julie Frew asked a question about how long a defendant can be held in custody before being released on bail pending further inquiry in the U.S. So once bail is denied, unless something changes, you're there until you go to trial. Now you do have a right to a speedy trial, but most of the time, especially when you've got someone charged with murder, the defense wants to take their time. They want to go through everything. They want to, so they're continuing to continue to extensions of time, and essentially waiving that time, that speedy trial time. So it can be years. Once you're actually denied bond. If you're going to get bond, you usually get that right away, unless there's some, you know, motion later that changes things. But yeah. So I don't know, guys. What did anybody think that opening somehow explains as Ned put it, the mountain of evidence? I don't think that they connected the dots on the murder. Like, I'm hearing realtors, corruption within the office. They wanted their overtime. They wanted their third party contractors, money. I mean, all of that may very well be true. But how does that translate into um, your DNA and ending up under the fingernails? And I don't know. He said we're going to dispute this DNA. Um, I don't know. You know, I thought that the story was compelling, and when I say compelling, I mean just the story about the corruption in the office. Like that very well could be true. And again, that might be why in this guy's mind he can sell this story, because all of this other stuff is actually true. But again, it does not change that mountain of evidence. There's no way, even if somebody planted the stuff in your house and cut the stuff up and blah, 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 got a car that looked like your car and drove it over there, it doesn't explain the DNA under the the fingernails. And it's just, if they wanted to frame him, they could have just framed him for uh some sort of public corruption, or you know done some kind of deep fake. They could have done anything other than murder a reporter and hope that they can do all these things. They can either steal the wife's car or rent another one. They can sneak into his house, plant all the stuff. They could do all of these things without getting caught. It's not even close. I mean, but the lawyer, he really said it like he believed it. I mean, he's trying to sell that story. Um, I don't know. I guess Bob is on alive. Did anybody tell me if it was an hour? Was that what? I don't know that they had the plates on the
Boop.
hey
Hi.
babe
What's up?
from that video. So I don't know that I don't believe there were any plates on the video.
So, did you buy it, babe? What'd you
No.
think?
No, what I'm saying is that I think it's possible all that corruption was happening, and I think that might be what makes this guy think he can sell this story because of all that. Like he's gonna dazzle everybody and throw everybody off with all of that.
But
I'll
how
be
does he
interested.
overcome the evidence? Like, did they
I know, that's why I
address?
keep putting up,
I saw
uh
that there's 67 Denali's, maroon Denali's in the area or
oh,
whatever.
come on.
But like, how do you like? Did they address the wound? Like to me, the wound on the finger is mm, that's rough. That thing is like chopped meat. That is the kind of wound that you get when
From a
you
knife
are
fight.
murdering somebody with a knife. Like I say it all the time. That was like one of the things that we were just so vehement about in the Garcia case because all of those were violent murders where a knife was used, and there was nothing as far as any forensic evidence and or wounds. Well, I guess we wouldn't know if Garcia was wounded, at least to the first set, But I mean, he was seen checking into a hotel the night after the Brumbeck homicide, and we know that Mary Brumbeck fought for her life hard, and it's just like knife fights are not like you see it in movies. I mean, you have a moving target, you have somebody fighting for their life, you're trying to control them with one hand, you're stabbing. I mean, typically you're gonna cut yourself. I mean, it's facts,
And his
so
concept that people cut the hat up because it's easier to sneak into his house is just ridiculous. I mean, you're gonna sneak into somebody's house that you don't need to cut up the hat to do it. The lack of blood 5 days later. I mean, they don't
yeah.
have that orange thing, you know.
Did we
Um,
catch how long before the search of the house occurred? Like how many days after was it the same day, a couple days? I know he was arrested 5 days later. Is that when the search took place as well? If this fucking moron left all that shit in his house for 5 days, like talk about a narcissist, talk about a guy who thinks he's got the whole game figured out, to leave that kind of evidence in your house for days.
one
It's
of
just
our viewers said, I forget who it was, someone if you remember that we can say her name again, but that maybe he was planning on uh throwing away like one piece at a time, you know. So he thought he had it all figured out. I'm just gonna sneak like one piece
Oh, he
here.
was doing the Andy Dufresne, putting his like, hit the wall of his cell down his leg out in the yard type move. Like he was gonna,
Yeah,
he's like, yeah, like he's like, I can't be caught on video bringing a big bag of shit anywhere, which is true. It's
right.
true,
That's for sure.
but still, I mean, come on, man. I mean, like just the concept of using your wife's whip in this day and age when there are ring cameras, there are surveillance cameras all over buildings. I mean, we're certainly not the UK in terms of having like CCTV everywhere. We're like in the UK, you appear to be on the grid everywhere. Like we're not quite there in the US, but man, like that is just so short-sighted.
So I
I
think
mean,
it was
like,
simply
he's
Dell.
relying
Yep.
on tweets where he's kinda like, "Oh, yeah, this guy, he's digging around," or where he's making light to try to make it seem as if like, where was the timing on those tweets in relation to the murder? Was it, like, a couple
Months
of days
before.
before?
No,
Months?
months
Months?
before.
Yeah,
Because
wow.
I just remember from now again, I preface this because I was really focused on trying to get that damn, which I figured it out by the way, boosted that shit at the end.
Oh, hell yeah, girl. So
Um,
what's the deal today? Are they done with openings and now they took a little break and they're gonna start testimony?
I think she said we're breaking for lunch, but I'm not sure. Then I asked the chat, but I didn't pay attention to what they all.
Yeah, see, the problem with this being a West Coast trial is that it's going to run so late for East Coast viewers that like it's like going to be bleeding into dinner. It's like, I mean, because it's like theoretically, like right now it's 1 o'clock in Vegas, so theoretically there are three, depending on how long the judge is going to go daily. There's 3 more hours. You know what I mean? So,
Looks there.
hopefully
Kitty said,
people, yeah,
had
hopefully
to
people check it
had to
out.
pause on TV. Quick kid time. So yeah, it's a definite,
Yeah,
definite issue. But
it is.
somebody tell me how long she said until lunch. There we go. Oh,
Oh my God, did somebody make a resting dick face emoji? Did I saw the RDF. Oh my God, that's amazing. Hold on. I have to see if
where?
Dizzy made a resting dick face emoji real quick. I see the RDF popping up everywhere. What?
Maybe people are just saying it because
We know it's
back at
showing up. It's showing up on
1:30,
StreamYard. Like,
so
let's see.
3:30
Wait,
here,
I'm
right?
seeing
3:30
RDF.
here, 1:30 there. 2 hours.
Hey, she did it. There it
Yeah, what
is.
Crime Spy said
She
that.
did it. She
What?
did it.
What? Where
You're
you
the
put it
best.
up? I can't see it.
Like, it's not showing here. I probably have to refresh maybe on my little blooper here. See if I can get the. Why am I
See.
hearing myself now? Oh, I see. Never mind.
So we've
You'd
got
think at
30
some
minutes.
point
Do
I
we
would
just keep
understand tech.
do we
I
just
just
keep
can't.
talking for 30 minutes? Is that what we do?
Yeah. I mean, if you want to take a little break, I'm sure I
No,
could
I
yell.
mean, I don't
Oh,
I
there it
don't
is. It
care.
popped up. Oh yeah.
Wait, I want to
RDF,
see it.
baby. RDF. There
I
it
still
is.
don't see anything.
What are you talking about? Oh, you got to be on like,
Oh,
you have to be on YouTube to be able to see the custom emojis. I can't tell what it is. Is it a little picture of him? I'm blind. I can't see it. It looks amazing. I'm assuming Dizzy or Tracy did it, one of the two of them. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
all right.
Yeah, so over on Boone World, it was basically the hearing today was related to what they're going to allow her to have access to in terms of facility, in terms of paper, in terms of tech, and it's one of those things where, the facility, the county jail had their attorney on, and he's like, look, man, he's like, she's getting the same exact shit that every other pro se defendant gets. Like, she's nothing special, and the case law is basically stating, what are you giggling about? Look at her. She's not even listening to me.
There was I went to go on X to say that we're giving an update on Sarah Boone, and I saw this this tweet someone did. Oh, it was you.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh.
I thought somebody else said that without the big mouth yapping because I saw like
Oh, wow.
people
Wow.
who like
Wow. I'm glad you took such great joy in somebody talking about my big mouth.
I was like,
You
oh
can't
man,
unring
snap.
that bell, babe. I
I
seen it.
can't.
I
You
seen it.
seen it. It
I
was
seen
funny
it with
though.
my own eyes.
Your
It's
ex
like,
was funny.
thank you. Thank you. And it's true. There's a lot of truth to it. I like to,
Self-deprecating.
yeah, deprecating. I like to.
Deprecating. Deprivating.
Deprivation would be me putting
Depriving
myself
yourself
of me.
your own yapping. Depriving yourself
I
of your
love
own
it.
yapping.
So like but yeah, the Boone thing was pretty boring, but kind of an interesting constitutional argument.
Yeah, she's representing herself. She needs more access than the average
well, but that's what
inmate.
but what about other pro se inmates? So the lawyer for the facility is like, no, like she's getting the exact same shit. We give them a
That
limited
other
amount of
pro se.
paper.
Wait, do the other pro ses get more?
No.
Or they're all getting the same as the other inmates?
Well, the lawyer was saying she's getting more. She's asking for way more on top of it. Like she wants
I know,
her
but
own.
I'm asking two different things. Do all the pro ses get more than the regular inmates or no?
Well, I mean, in terms of preparing for a trial, yeah. I mean, in the sense that they get paper and a pen, yeah,
Okay.
that's what they get.
Oh,
But
that
like
you're
that's
saying,
it.
but the other inmates don't get that.
I don't. They didn't ask the question whether other
Wow.
inmates get it.
All right,
So it's like, I
well,
mean, like I'm
all the
assuming
pro
that
ses.
inmates get some kind of form of being able to write, right? I mean, like I think it's like a quantity of paper is the issue. Like they were talking about that there's 2 boxes of discovery, what it would break down to, if they're to print it all out, and they're like, well, it's a fire hazard. Like we can't have her with 2 huge boxes of paper in her cell to where if something happens, it catches fire, we're not going to be able to get to the cell in time. She's
That's
going to
true,
kill
but they
everybody
have
in her
to
cell with
they have
her.
to rotate it in and out. They've got to give her access, and they should be giving them all
I think
access.
ultimately what's going to bite her in the ass, where she might have otherwise had a strong argument as to that, and her, her Sixth Amendment right, is that she had 8 lawyers. That she made this bet herself by being like, and
I don't
she's
think
gonna,
they
like,
can
we've
rely
never
on that.
heard what exactly they were, what the issues were with all the attorneys. I'm actually dying to know. Like I really want to know. Like, if it's just like, I'm insistent that you put forward this defense, and they're just not willing to do it, and then that creates irreconcilable differences, which causes the relationship to break down and it's irretrievable. I don't know, but I'd like to know, because like,
Oh,
she's
I'm
like,
pretty
you
sure
never
it's
even had, like, she was telling the judge, like, you never had an evidentiary hearing where I could like explain to the court when she was trying to get standby counsel, and the judge is like, nah, I'm not doing that either. You get nothing and like it. That's what you get. So it's interesting. It's interesting. It's very, very interesting. I was contemplating going pro hoc for Sarah Boone, because I was kind of feeling bad for her. Like, it's just, my whole thing with that case is it's like, she clearly is
murdered the guy.
culpable. Well, that's the question. Is it murder? Like, I don't think that she knew that, like, her
Right.
intent
I
was
think
for him
it's
to die.
manslaughter.
I think it's
Right.
manslaughter, right? Like, and to me, in that type of case, she clearly needs to do prison time. But really, my thing is that I don't think the intent to kill was there, and I just think that the punishment has to always fit the crime. I mean, that's one of the things that is the primary goal of what we do for a living, is trying to make sure, in cases where clearly our client's guilty, clearly our client has done it, clearly we want the punishment to fit the crime. And the state has a very, very bad habit of overcharging and not being reasonable in their
But
offers, where
here's the issue though. Like, he was saying he couldn't breathe, and
yeah,
she was laughing.
yeah,
So the only reason I think it could be, you could say it was like, yeah, not unintentional, but because she was drunk and oblivious to what was right in front of
yeah.
her face.
She didn't
But
realize
when
that she had made the videos. I think that that's very strong. If I'm defense counsel, I'm playing the fact that she's in that interrogation.
saying, "What?
Oh
Look
yeah,
at
I
my
can't
phone."
wait for you to go through my phone and look at all the abuse that I've been putting up with this guy forever, having no concept that she took those videos.
Right.
None. So I think it plays in terms of the intent. I think that that's going to be helpful for her. I would certainly be digging into that if I'm her, defending myself. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those cases where, I just, it's like, women, like I was saying, like, when you weren't on the live, that I'm a huge advocate for women. I think that women have been getting the short end of the stick since the beginning of time. You know how I feel about that. And I like, I have to admit, I have a like a even in this case with her, I have an amount of respect for her for not taking shit off that guy. You know what I mean? Like, any woman that's gonna fight for themselves and not let some piece of shit abuse them, I've got a soft spot for. I just do. Like, I can't unfeel what I feel, and I just, I like, women have just gone through it for so long. I just it's an interesting case to me. It really is, and I think the intent was foremost on her mind in the interrogations. Yeah, at least, Joe, at least 20 times. Like, I'd say more like 50. Like, that she knew. I mean, she is no idiot. Let's be clear about that. Sarah Boone is no idiot. Like, she is not going to be in there popping off like Brooks and, like, with,
Right, but
Daryl, like, having
that's the issue, like, that her alcohol level making her unable to ascertain what a
exactly
reasonable person would have. But so alcohol is not a valid
defense.
defense.
Correct.
But if your level of alcohol prevents you from being able to um to assess to form the mens rea, there's
Correct.
some argument there that that sometimes can be made.
Right.
It's a very difficult one.
It is, but I mean, like, if we're being intellectually honest, like, and kind of stripping the law away from it, we all know, those of us who have consumed copious amounts of alcohol, that your ability to reason, your ability to make good decisions is severely compromised. And I mean, like, back in my drinking days, I I had no recollection of shit. Like, when I was brownout drunk, like, still functioning, still going places, Allie'd be like, "Oh, you remember going to that second bar?" I'd be like, "No." Like, that's when I knew, I'm like, "I'm done." Like, it's like every stupid thing that I did in my entire life was always alcohol fueled. All of it, every single thing. I couldn't think of one thing, like one horrific mistake that I had made in my life that was not related to me being intoxicated. And that's going back to when I was 18, 15, 16, 17, 8, whatever, whenever I started drinking. So it's just, I mean, there is, I don't know. Like, I just think that manslaughter is the right charge for her. I mean, that's the bottom line. I mean, certainly she needs to be.
It's still a long sentence.
It is. It's a heavy duty sentence down there. I think it's 15
I would
years.
agree. It's definitely
Yeah,
manslaughter.
I just don't
And
think that
I
she thought that he was gonna die.
no,
It's like,
I
I
don't think
kind of
she
made
did
the
either.
example, like, when you're playing with the kids and you put like a blanket over like us, and we're like under there. She's like, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. It's like, it's kind of that concept that you're not breathing how you typically would. Like, I just don't like, you and I both said it. We both said it. Oh, I didn't think that you'd like suffocate if you were zipped up in like, there's air coming in. It's not like some like hermetically sealed like object. It's, you know what I mean? It's a cloth piece of luggage, I would assume, but I think a lot of it had to do with positional. That he was crammed in there. His lungs were
All I
air.
know is that if that was a black man on the side of the road, I would say that cop committed murder.
Wait, what?
It you know, like George, the I can't breathe, I can't breathe. If it was a cop doing that to someone, I'd be saying it was murder all day.
Well, but yeah, there he had his knee on his neck. It's a different circumstance. I mean, there he's actively doing something, and it's a different circumstance. It's like, I hear what you're saying, and look, I am not saying that she does not deserve punishment, because she
No,
does,
I
because
agree.
ultimately she's responsible for his death. Like, he was begging to get out of there, and for whatever reason, because like my counter argument would be like, which I wouldn't be able to make to a jury, but I can certainly make to our fam here. I'm like, but for that guy being a dickhead for however long he was a dickhead to her, like, if he was sweet as pie, do you think that she would have left them zipped up in there? Like, and again, it's
Right,
not
yeah, it's
justifying her actions. I'm
right.
just saying, but like, you reap what you sow. If you're gonna treat you know what it reminds me of is when my dad defended uh Van Noonan, like the little girl who caved her father's skull in, who was sleeping on the couch because he was constantly
Well, but that's different.
beat.
She wanted
How?
to she because she made a decision to do that, and she felt she had no choice but to do that.
And even there, the judge made that incredible statement, like, on the record, that if you fuck with your kids long enough, that ultimately someday they're going to cave your head in with a bat. Like, you know what I mean? Like that, like, so she ended up pleading out, but the state in that case for Jennifer Van Noonan ultimately said, yeah, she doesn't deserve jail time. I mean, the guy was beating her mother constantly. Her father was constantly beating, like, constantly threatening her life. And the night that it happened, it was like another night of hell. And she, like, kind of wakes up in this fugue state, picks up a bat. Her dad's drunk, passed out on the couch, and she does the deed. And like, my father immediately hired forensic psychologists and psychiatrists to probe her. And it was, I mean, it was kind of one of the first, like, battered spouse, or kind of like, not a spouse obviously, but just like just constant abuse over years and years just chips away at you. until at some point that person's got to be held responsible for the shit that they pulled. I don't know. It's a tough case. Like again, I definitely think that she needs to be punished, but I just want the punishment to fit the crime. Like that.
Yeah.
That I don't know if they made an offer on that thing at all. Like I saw somebody in the chat over at Jay's house, like saying that they thought that they made an offer initially, like a real low offer, like a lower offer, wherein she may have, because this is 4 years in at this point. Like that case is 4 years in. It's a 2020 case.
I think she's
Um,
having trouble realizing her culpability, even if it wasn't intentional, and what the amount of time she'd face.
I mean, 8 lawyers in, how can that be the case? You know what I'm saying? It's like, like that might be the trigger for her. Like where lawyers are like, look, I hear what you're saying. I understand that you're saying that it wasn't your intent to have this happen. However, I'm here to tell you, you got some fucking problems. You know what I mean? Like this thing is not going to go the way that you think it is, and we need to pivot, or you need to at least consider these other defenses that maybe we can, put out there. And she was not having it. Like I think you're right. I think in her mind, she's like, I did not intend to kill this guy. Like, how are they going to get me on intentional murder? I did not intend to kill him. And I believe her. But the question is, if she's so intoxicated that she doesn't remember taking a video, how can she know that that wasn't her intent? You know what I mean? It's like, it's a sticky case. It's a sticky case. Oh, and then if anybody was following the dad in the ditch trial, verdict came down on that in an hour. Quick verdict on that. That case is where 2 brothers, another abusive father, husband type situation, end up unaliving their father and dumping him in a ditch. Came back with a guilty on that one. They put on no defense there.
What was the
Defendant,
point?
huh?
The state didn't make any sort of offers. They're just wasting.
They got him on first degree. So
No, I'm just saying, but why would he go forward, not put on a defense? Why would he even go to trial? Only if the state didn't make any sort of.
Boone is down in, no, there's an intent element for second degree for sure.
Yeah, it's just not premeditated. It's
not
the mens rea
premeditated.
that's different.
And that was for crocheting bat. Yeah, like when you're not getting into the
Involuntary.
intent.
There's no intent to kill, but all the other murders, there's some
Other homicides.
homicides.
Yeah, homicides. Yeah, so in his brother's getting tried as well. I mean, he should be pleading out, I would think. I mean, that's not
What's reckless homicide was still like 20 years there?
reckless, or I think it was the 15 if a handgun is not involved, and then 30. Benefield got 30.
Right. But I'm just thinking if she got reckless,
I don't know.
I mean, it could be reckless.
Could be reckless. Reckless disregard for human life. Did you thank these folks? Shiraz coming through with 10 DD memberships. Amazing,
actually, I
amazing
didn't.
human being. Thank you so much, Shiraz. We love you so much. Tina gifted 1 DD membership. Thank you a million times over. Oh, also I got a Venmo that I wanted to shout out. Let's see. I just have to find. Oh, Ashley Crum, thank you. $10 holla. Hey, Bob and Allie, huge Allie fangirl here, but I appreciate you both so much. Family hugs. Aw, family hugs. I love it.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Ashley. We appreciate that so much. So did they give any kind of indication on how long they anticipate this trial is going to last? Was there any talk of it early?
Not while I was watching. So not today.
Julie, tell us more. Tell us more. She said, check Allie's vape before coming to the UK. Why? Tell us. We need the UK tips.
Oh, you're
I
not
am
allowed
like
to.
slacking on planning like what we're doing on the
We
off
had a
days.
couple things. There was like stuff.
No, I've
people
had a lot
told
of
us.
people like so generously give us all kinds of suggestions. What I'm saying is I have not put those into action. I haven't even gotten us a spot to stay like after we're out of the hotel for the event. So like we're homeless, bro.
Well, we were gonna kind of fly by, see where we ended up.
The seat of our pants. That's
Yeah.
how Allie and I do it. When we went to Europe after law school, we used the last of our law school loans, and Allie and I took a 3 week. Like Allie's parents watched our oldest kids, so we got 3 weeks. We went over to Europe, flew them to Amsterdam, got high as hell in Amsterdam. I'm floating into the bike lane. Hello, hello. They warned us too. They're like, if you float into the bike lane, like the bikers have right away there, like, and they have a very clearly delineated bike path in the middle of the sidewalk. And if you float in, like, I'm telling you, because that was back in the day when it was like coffee shops over there and it was still all illegal and the US weed everywhere. So you go over, we go to the coffee shop. I think we got like a space cake, got super stoned. We're wandering. I kept wandering into the bike
Hello,
lane. Hello.
which was like in our
Yeah,
translation
it's
stuff
like
is
it's
F
like
you
that hello is like, hey asshole, move. Like that, it's not like a
or F
friendly
or
like
or fuck you.
hello. Yeah. But the amount of like the amount of bikes at like the train station or the rail station was so impressive. Like they're just way ahead of us, like over in Europe in terms of
Thanks,
being
Travis.
civilized. It's just unbelievable. Yeah, so we did like Amsterdam, then we have a dispute. There's a pending dispute
I could
as
probably
to
go
where
through
we
my
went
old
now.
emails.
Like I know that we then flew to Rome, and then from Rome we did a day trip to Paris, taking the rail. Spent one night in Paris, and then came back and finished it out in the
Why
Italian
would we do
Riviera
that? Why would we go from Rome to Paris? I just
because
don't.
the flight was from Amsterdam to Rome.
I
Like
thought we flew into like
why
Spain,
would we
actually.
fly somewhere that we weren't spending the bulk of our trip as the first move? The only reason we were going to Paris was to
I thought we
obviously
might have
see how
flown into
beautiful.
Madrid, actually.
We did not go. Wow, your memory's actually getting worse as this progresses. It's actually now you're actually making shit up that didn't happen and injecting it into the story. So
I
like now
thought
I
we
feel
did
way
fly in somewhere that we didn't stay. But any event,
no.
we only had our first stay actually booked in
What are you
Amsterdam, and
doing, dude? This guy, I think he's got to go down. I'm gonna bring him down. He's like digging, like he's getting ready to take a dump in the house.
all right. Wait, huh? Oh, so we're getting close here. 6 minutes. They should be back. Um, I'm assuming they're going to start with either a family member or someone for some background on the victim to personalize the victim. But I guess we shall see. Um, I don't know if anyone knows if they're only going till, till 5. That would still be 7 here, 8 over on the East Coast. Um, let's see. Oh, they're going to stop at 4 p.m. That's not so bad. That's not so bad. Um, yep, 7 Eastern time. Scarlett has practice every day. She got on that volleyball team. So, I don't know. It seems like we're going to have this whole trial of the defense trying to prove like this mini story, this underlying story that again doesn't really get us anywhere at the end of the day. Going to be probably a huge, waste of time. And I do really think that this guy just thinks he's He's so smart. I honestly think there's some truth to that conspiracy theory or the corruption that was going on in the office, and he thinks that there is going to carry the day. But I don't know how he thinks that when he can't connect it to the actual frame up. Um, so I think yesterday she thought it was going to be, maybe it actually was a boy girl party, but Scarlett's boy didn't go. Um, but she had fun, and um, but yeah, her boyfriend wasn't there. Yes, she's very excited about having made the volleyball team. Didn't know if it would be likely because she's never played volleyball before. This summer, she went to a volleyball camp. Um, and I just assumed that most of the kids trying out for the team had been playing volleyball for years and that maybe, she wasn't going to be able to hop in this late, but she's very skilled, a child of mine, and she made it. She's super excited about it. She did not. She actually watched some volleyball. Um, she wasn't as interested in the gymnastics as the rest of the house was. Um, but yeah, she watched some, but no movement yet in the courtroom. And the sound is fine for Bob and I because it's so odd. I have the microphone turned down to like 19 or something. My mic volume. So
Do you want me to put the stream up? That might resolve the.
no, I fixed it. What are you talking
did?
about? Yeah.
Seems like you've been talking about the sound for like the last
Well,
hour.
I didn't know how. I'm surprised that our voices sound fine when we both turned our mics down so low. It's weird, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm not boosting us at all. But yeah.
Oh, did you answer this question? How was the boy girl party yesterday?
Yeah, I told him that Scarlett's boy didn't go. So was the fact that it was a boy girl party was a lot less interesting to her. Now she said, now I'm loud. I did turn it up a little bit.
See, quit messing with it.
Well, we don't usually have it down that low. It's like I have it on 20 now.
Hmm.
Yours
Well,
was 20 something as well.
you have two ways to be able to control your volume because you're on the
Oh.
you know what I'm saying? Like you can
Yeah.
control
But
with
I
your
had turned my
gain.
gain. I had turned my gain down before when we were trying to figure this out. Hey, what does this monitor knob do? What does that control?
What do you mean?
The
Where?
big silver one in the middle.
That's if you have the speakers plugged in, like the monitors.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, where am I? You got me
Oh.
invisible, bro.
Ah. Wait, we both hit it at the same time, I guess.
Charlotte, I was eating a
Bob, you're
pickle.
invisible.
Sorry, was it a little crunchy?
What'd you have? Because I'm starving.
I'm starving. I know, me too. I went down, like, grabbed a pickle.
Oh.
It's like I'm starving to death, man.
Yeah, talk to the people. I'm going to grab a pickle.
Okay, it's the last pickle, just so you know. Oh, so I kind of like. Do you guys feel like I need to go back and watch that opening by the defense? I kind of feel like I should. If we're going to be streaming the whole damn trial, I want to see if this guy. I should order food, Wolfie Muse. Like Allie hates sandwiches. It's weird. Like, how can you hate a sandwich? She likes meatball subs and she likes Philly cheesesteaks and Italian beefs. She doesn't like anything from Subway at all. She doesn't like subs, I should say. It's not her jam. Like I couldn't make her a sandwich and be like, "Oh, here's a delicious sandwich." Like deli meat, like it's not her shit. I think she just really, really hates deli meat, is what it is. Except for salami. She loves salami. I'm like, why wouldn't you like salami and cheese on a piece of bread? I don't know. So, Leslie, I'm with you. I am not a Subway fan. Like, when do y'all have Jersey Mike's? Like, Jersey Mike's is probably my favorite kind of grinder sub spot. I think they're pretty good. They use like pretty fresh deli meat. Yeah, I'm a little excited about hearing how Scarlett's first day of volleyball went. It's gonna be exciting to hear exactly how Jersey Mike's is good. When they first like, because when I got out of law school and Allie and I were studying for the bar, she took the Pennsylvania bar. I took the Illinois bar because her family had moved back to Pennsylvania because Allie and I met in law school. And she's like, so we both passed our bars in our respective states, and we were in a relationship at that point, but it was like a big move for either one of us, either like, and I hadn't even contemplated moving out to Philly. And then she's like, oh, my dad's going to give us some seed money to start our own firm, which was terrifying. I'll just have you know, that was terrifying to start because they do not teach you how to practice law in law school. It's not what law school is for. Law school is to teach you black letter law and to, basically get you prepared to pass the bar exam. So, it's primarily learning how to read cases, learning how to identify issues, things like that. So it's like you get very little practical experience in law school in terms of how to practice, especially if you're going to litigate. It's like you take a couple of trial advocacy classes. We were in a criminal law clinic, but as far as like beyond like that, there's no practical experience. So going into practice is terrifying. I felt like we had kind of a safety net because my dad was a lawyer, but so when Allie's like, oh, my dad's going to give me seed money, but here's the rub. This is the catch. You got to move out to Philly. And I'm like, wait, I just took the Illinois bar. Like the concept of taking, like, which was so stressful. It's like you invest all this money in going to law school and everything rides on that test, and it's like, yes, you can take it multiple times, but no one wants the stigma of having flunked the bar. It's like, I'm not trying to be Joe Pesci and My Cousin Vinny. I took it 7 times. 7 times it took me to pass the bar. It's like, it's not me. That's not what it is. So, like, Allie's like, come out. And like, when she came to Illinois, she only had to do the the essay portion, which is state specific, as opposed to having to do the nightmarish multi-state bar exam, which is 200 of the hardest multiple choice questions you could ever imagine because there's no wrong answers. It's like the instruction is to pick the most correct answer. So all of them are correct. All 4 of the answers are correct in some way, shape, or form. So it's super and you really walk out from that portion of the test like, I don't know how I did it. It's not like math, where you're like, oh, either I know how to do it and I know how to solve the equation or I don't. With law, like the law thing, man, it's like, okay, well, all of them were kind of right, and I had to pick the one that was the most. So you have no clue. So I was not looking forward to going to Philly because when I went out to Pennsylvania, I had to take the whole damn thing. It was the multi-state again and state specific for Pennsylvania, that's a commonwealth, so it's different. Like the terminology is different. They use things like profanatory instead of clerk. It's just the whole thing. So it was a lot. Oh, Julie is giving you guys heads up. Sorry, I wasn't looking. Phone theft is rife in London. Ah, very good. At the moment, don't risk getting your phone out in public. No shit. All right. That's a good tip. That's a very good tip. So, like, I'll really tell the girls because we're bringing Scarlett and Cam. So, and I say it, I'm actually probably on my phone more than the girls are. So that's a good tip for me. I don't even want to have my phone. I'm so sick of it. Like, I really do want to go back to a flip phone. I'm ready to like disconnect from the phone shit. I'm over it. Sick of it. Sick of looking at the thing all the time. It's annoying to me. I don't know. How do you guys feel about phones? You guys over that technology? Like, man, as much as I hate AI, I feel like I'm going to get sucked into having to use it. Ugh. Telling you, telling you, it's brutal. It's brutal. So, all right. So, Charlotte, same with all the cities. I remember when we took our initial trip, our trip to Amsterdam, like when we were in kind of the main square. Oh, looks we're about up to roll again. That they had these huge banners, like in the like kind of the town squares of these plazas. It was like beware of pickpockets. I was like, holy shit. I'm like, this. I mean, if you've ever experienced like a really good pickpocket, you have no idea that they have just picked your shit clean.
How'd you guys share my screen?
Because we're amazing. Like we all have the same ability to share shit, dude. See, boop, boop,
Oh, I never
boop,
removed
boop,
it, you're saying.
boop, boop. Yeah. Do you remember those huge signs like the beware the pickpockets in Amsterdam? Remember that?
Yeah.
Well, so we were getting a tip. Julie Frew says that like phone thefts, like cell phone thefts are rampant in the UK. That like not to even pull our shit out. Like cuz people be
What?
pimping them out there hard.
Good thing you got your watch.
Yeah. Yeah, like they had me so paranoid going over to Europe. I bought like one of those inner fanny packs, like one of the ones that you wear inside of your. Remember that thing?
Mm-hmm.
I was carrying all the hash from Amsterdam in there. I was all paranoid about going to Italy. I'm like, oh my God, should I bring this little bit of hash we have left?
You remember I took it.
I'm sure you're the mule, you know. I mean, you're the fearless mule when it comes to that kind of shit. So that would not surprise me at all. Let's see. I saw a guy from Wire talking about how the generative AI bubble will collapse soon. God, I hope so.
What?
But
Doubtful.
I
Who
mean,
said that?
maybe
Where did they say it?
Spitfire. Spitfire typically doesn't come with bullshit.
I know, but what did she say?
She said that she saw a guy from Wired, which is like probably the biggest tech magazine out there, talking about how the generative AI bubble will collapse soon.
Well, yeah, probably as far as companies trying to all do it. I don't think that's going to change the parts of, the other parts of AI.
Oh, wait. Yeah. So wait, I got to pull up like there's a vape thing, a vape rule over there. Oh, Julie, why don't you just send them to us? Like we've sent like I have a Twitter account. I have, send it to us. Bob at defensediaries.com. Send it to me. I'd love to know what the vape rules are because Allie is a habitual vapor. Like we have so many vapes laying around this house. I'm like, is this one dead? Can I throw these things out, please? Please. She's like, no. Like if I have one, if I'm desperate, I might be able to get a couple of sucks off that vape. Oh, you did? Thank you, Julie. Oh, yeah, because we want all the tips. All the tips.
I'm not hearing them.
You're not hearing it? I can hear it.
No, we weren't.
Huh?
There was nothing there. Never mind.
Mavka, it was like your standard delicious kosher dill. It was, ice cold, delicious.
Somebody let me know if I need to turn that boost
Yeah,
down.
let us know. It's the battle, the tech battle over here at the Matas. Oh my God, Travis, you trying to put me on shit? Come on, dude. I thought you were part of the team. Now you're like one of those people like ragging me. I really do. Like I've been telling Allie, we've got to start recording the Did He Do It? We gotta get into Avery. Did he do it? Did he do it? Did he do it? Morning drop is coming early fall. So thank you for that, actually.
I do.
Did he do it? We're gonna get cracking. I was like threatening Allie that
And
we
spell
had to
her first and
record
last name for the
from
record.
Avery's last weekend, but now that
Holly
summer's
Bailey,
passed, there's gonna be more breathing room.
HOLLYBAILEY.
I'm trying, Wolfie.
How old
I'm
were you there?
trying. I'm
Ron
really
Circle?
trying to
Who do you
finish
live there with?
Garcia.
Know someone, or did you know someone by the name of Jeff Gehrman?
Yes,
How did you know Jeff?
he's just been our neighbor for 27 years,
Okay. Where did Jeff live in relation to your house?
directly across the street.
What's the kind of shape of
Oh my
the street?
God.
Is it just a
Those sound delicious.
straightaway or?
Small cul-de-sac, like 11 homes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to September 2nd
I gotta
of
look those up.
2022.
Was that Friday?
I believe so. On that day, does something kind of catch your attention with respect to Jeff?
Yes.
Okay. Or actually, September 2nd. So what do you notice?
Well, he never leaves his garage door open, and I noticed it was open and his car was in there. And it was, I was running errands that morning, and
They saw him at Kroger.
when I came home a little while later, around noon, I think it was.
The
it was
elites.
open, and it's never
God,
open.
so delicious.
Never.
Now, at this time, I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as stage proposed exhibit 2.
I don't think Alley's is a brand I
What's his
get
name?
here in
Okay.
Illinois.
Is that
Never heard of
roughly kind of from a perspective coming facing
Mariano's,
from your home, kind of looking over in that direction?
Directly across the street.
Okay. At this time, we're going to ask permission to admit stage proposed 2.
No objection.
Permission to publish. Thank you so much.
Consider my
Much
interest
appreciated.
peaked, Spitfire, with those pickles.
So
I had a pickle and some fresh.
you mentioned that on
Wolfie, you just
that morning,
warm
you
the
noticed
cockles
that
of my
his
heart
garage was up.
every time you tweet something like that.
It
or
was
comment
closer
like that.
to noon
Okay.
because I was running errands that morning. I drop off at school and then I had errands and I was home around noon
And-
or before, a little before that.
So
And
this
you
is the
mentioned
poor
you've lived
gal who
next to
discovered
this guy for how long? How many
Across the street, 20
body.
almost 30.
years? And does he keep kind of a regular routine?
Yes,
And so this
RA
really stuck
loves
out to you.
pickles.
yes, because
Hmm.
I'm in and out of the house all day long, so I'm familiar with. It's not that big of a street, not to make. But I
No
was
shit,
his,
Carly.
and
We're not
that's-
that far from Utica.
Okay, so it's up around noon. Do you do anything in relation to Jeff to let him know about the garage?
No, but I was busy and
Okay.
but I had that feeling of angst, like something was wrong.
Okay, so a little more time goes by.
Right.
Do you see that house a little bit later in the day?
All day up
We
until I
typically
left
hit
to
Starved Rock once a year.
at 2:30.
So at 2:30, is the garage still up?
Yes,
Do you decide to do anything at that point?
Spicy bourbon pickles.
did it when I came home.
All right, no
When'd
food
you come
talk
home?
in this chat. Allie and
It
I are
was
both
around
starving to
3.
death.
Anywhere between
I had a couple
3:30 and
pieces of
4.
French mozzarella.
So
and
now,
And so I started.
Oh, the
I believe I was
mozzarella. Hey, you
texting
like the
or
cheese?
I was texting him.
you're texting it. Is the car in the garage? Is Jeff's car in the garage?
Oh, thanks, Ashley. Ashley,
So now you're texting around.
thank you so much for your
3:30,
$10
something like
Venmo
that.
if you
Do
just
get
got
any
here. I
response
appreciate
back?
that
No.
so much. Thank you, thank you,
So
thank you a
we'll do
million
that.
times over.
So I'm really busy. So I just continued on. I spoke with my neighbor. She told me, it's strange. I said, I know I already called him or texted him. I can't remember what it was. And
Do you remember which neighbor it was?
her name is Debbie.
Okay. So you're now asking Debbie too. How long has Debbie lived in the neighborhood with you guys?
I'm not sure, but maybe a little bit longer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're noticing it. Debbie's noticing it. It's 3:30.
It's basically her and I because
Okay.
I'm super observant
Okay.
and I'm.
Wait, it's funny when you do Vader, but when I do a
She
hot
is too,
pocket,
but
she's sitting
she
there
works
shaking
from
her
home, so
head.
she's
Wow.
busy herself, but I'm in
Double
and out all
standard
day long.
much?
Evening comes, any change with that garage door?
No, we were gonna go, we spoke about it, my husband and he said if it's still open when it gets dark, we'll just go over there and
Oh.
close it.
Is
We'll
that-
check
who
that
does
out, Carly.
Yes,
Who does that?
my husband and I walk over there.
We took the
and I pulled
dog,
the cord.
the Nook, last
So you
time,
pull the cord,
and
you bring it down.
the Starved
And I
Rock.
pulled
It was a
the
lot.
cord down.
All right, so the garage door is pulled down. Do you do
He had a
anything
blast,
to
though.
alert Jeff to let him know what you did for him?
It was either directly before or directly after. I think it was directly before. I sent him an email was either an email or a text. And I said, okay, this is what I think it was before. I said, this is what we're going to do. I haven't heard from you, so I'm assuming maybe we think you left town and you don't have your phone or something. I said, but your garage door's up and I hope you're not mad, but we're going to go over there and close your garage door for you.
Do you hear anything from him by the end of the night?
No.
Following morning, what
No.
happens? Following morning, what happens?
My husband woke me up early.
Okay, what happens then?
And he asked me if I called 311.
Okay. To do what? Why did you want to call 311 at that point?
For a well check.
Right?
What's
Do you
311?
do it at that point?
I said, let me email him one more time. And then he said, well, I'll go check the backyard. I said, I said, why don't you go check the backyard? He said, that's a good idea.
Is there a way from the cul-de-sac, if you're approaching Jeff's house, is there a way to kind of check that backyard?
To the left, as I'm looking at it.
So when we're looking in this picture, there are some individuals, or some men standing to the left of that house. Is that the general area that you're talking about, that you could get to the backyard?
I believe so. I've never walked back in his backyard from
Okay.
that direction.
But that's what you were thinking your husband was going to go. walk.
Right, and he said, that's a good idea, and then that's
Okay.
what he did,
And then what happened next?
and then she came running in the house sobbing and screaming. And I said, what's going on? You know, what happened? And I ran out there to my husband and he was on the phone with 911 and he was in shock and I went into shock and he was having a hard time
Your husband was.
getting to the 911 operator to understand him.
What happens after? Does your husband eventually get on the phone with 911?
He just kept saying, we know he's dead. What he didn't say, we know he's dead. I heard him being very, like, to a point of arguing because, you know, just get the police over here. And she wanted to know, well, is he breathing? Is what, you know, questions about how do you know he's dead? And he said, what is taking so long, or something to that effect? Why can't you just get the police over here? I know he's dead.
And you could see your husband was upset.
Very upset because, you know, he has a bit of an accent and nobody can ever understand him on the phone. Plus it's above 115 degrees. It was a super hot day, very hot.
Did you go over to that side of the house?
Yes, I went up to my husband and then I saw him.
Okay, and when you say him, who are you talking?
Jeff.
After that, do the police or medical personnel eventually arrive?
Yes, but one policeman was walking up the block.
Okay.
And I just felt like it was, I was in shock, but it just seemed like everything was in slow motion because he was walking very slowly. And I kind of said, would you please hurry up?
Okay.
And he says, do you have a medical emergency? I said, no, it's not a medical emergency. I said, you can see.
Okay. And you directed him over to Jeff?
And then I saw a fire truck at the end of the cul-de-sac, but they wouldn't come up.
Okay.
Nobody came up the block.
Did you remain outside and kind of watch as
Yes, I was praying over him, talking to him.
and so it was you there kind of just praying for Jeff?
I was, because
This guy
Didn't
looks
seem- he was
exactly
just
like a
very,
fucking balding
no.
Rob Schneider.
and it
Like,
just, it
100% Rob
it
Schneider.
didn't look like a natural death. I could tell you that right now.
As time goes on, do more
I
emergency
mean, I'm not
personnel and
certain
police
it's not
arrive?
Rob Schneider.
Of course.
Okay. And do you stay out there generally and kind of watch what's happening?
Yes, I just stayed, you know, I just didn't, I stayed across the street. My gate, my side gate would look directly on him.
Okay. And so you
But
watch.
through a semi-sheer bush, you know.
Okay. And so you watched them kind of set up, you know, crime scene tape with this, that, and the other. and
Correct.
You stayed out there. Court's indulgence. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Poor lady. She clearly loved her neighbor.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
I don't know that it'd be much worse than like discovering a murder. It seems horrible. Emily, I love you, but that dude looks exactly like Rob Schneider. You know, the guy that Sandler always puts like in a role in all of his movies. Telling you. I'm telling you.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Roy, R-O-W, Bailey, B-A-I-L-E-Y.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Good afternoon, sir. In September of 2022, what street were you living on?
Bronze Circle.
Bronze Circle? Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you lived in that neighborhood?
I'd say 40 years.
40 years? Did you have a neighbor by the name of Jeff Gehrman?
Oh, yes.
Where did he live in relation to your house?
Directly across the street.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to put on the overhead what's been admitted as states 2. Oh, there we go. Can you see that on your screen in front of you?
Yes.
Do you recognize that residence?
Yes, I do.
Whose house is that?
That is Jeff's house.
Okay. And you said you've been in the neighborhood about 40 years. Do you have an estimate of how long he lived there?
Yes, 26 years.
26 years?
Mhm.
Over the years or decades there, did you kind of get familiar with when he would come and go from his house?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
How would you describe his daily routine?
Excuse me. He would, in the mornings, I was working outside my house, and Jeff would come out around 8 o'clock or something. And
What is this dude's accent? Can somebody place that? What do we got?
Times, you know, he would acknowledge me.
Can't place his accent. He's clearly a
So he had kind of a routine of going to get coffee in the morning?
I cannot
And
place
then
that
you'd see him when
accent.
he'd come back?
Yes, absolutely.
On the 2nd of September of 2022, did you notice something strange at his house?
At his house?
Yeah, or how his house looked, I guess.
This was on the Friday, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Julie, that's
I
amazing.
noticed the garage door was open.
Could you tell whether or not his car was there?
No,
Okay.
no, I couldn't see that low.
Okay. Was it unusual for him to have his garage door open?
Yes, he would come and go, but always close it.
Because you saw that, did you take note of it throughout the day?
Yes,
Did you have any discussions with your wife about the garage door?
yes.
And do you ever walk over there on the 2nd?
Not early because of the heat.
Okay. How about later in the day?
Yes, I did go over there.
And when you went over there, did you go by yourself that evening, I guess it would be, or with?
Yeah, it's not
with-
Canadian.
No, with my wife.
You went over with your wife?
Yes,
At that time when you went over, do you remember if his car was there or not?
yes, it was there.
It was there. Did that strike you as unusual?
Schmo.
No,
South African,
Okay.
maybe. Yeah.
Did you and your wife do anything to the house when you went over that evening?
close the door.
Were you aware of whether or not your wife had attempted to contact Jeff during the day?
Yes, throughout the day.
And to your knowledge, was contact ever made?
No.
I want to talk to you about the next day, the 3rd of September. Did you go over to Jeff's house that day?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember about what time you went over?
Around 9:15 in the morning.
Okay. And I assume you just walked over yourself?
Well, my granddaughter
Oh, your
is
grand.
behind.
Okay, so she kind of was following behind you?
Mhm,
Is that
yes.
yes? When you looking at this picture, did you go? I know the garage door would have been shut, but did you go to his front door or where did you walk?
I went to his front door.
And is that towards the kind of
To the right,
Yeah, where the
correct.
trees are.
Yes.
Okay. And did you knock on the door?
I knocked and rang the doorbell.
And any response?
No.
Okay. What happened after you did that?
After I did that, I thought about going around. I was going to go around the back
Uh-huh.
to see, if there was something up that way. And I did go around the corner, around the garage, and
And so did you head from looking at from the tree area across the garage here?
I could, once I turned the corner, I could see across.
Okay. But did you walk over to that other side?
I walked over to the other side.
And what did you see there?
When I made the right turn, I walked about another 6 feet or so and saw.
Oh, this poor guy.
Oh, no.
Jesus.
Sorry.
It's okay. Do you need any water?
Oh boy.
I saw Jeff.
You saw Jeff. Was he on the ground?
Yes, he was.
Okay. So you saw him, and based on that, what did you do?
I called 911.
Did you have your cell phone with you?
Yes.
Okay. Were you standing there calling?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point after you called 911, did police and other people arrive at the residence?
Yes, there was a patrol officer that came by
Okay.
within a very short time, actually.
So the patrol guy comes first, and then were there a lot more people that came to the
That
house?
followed, yes.
Do you remember if you were interviewed by officers about what you saw?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Okay. And how about, did officers ask you about whether or not you had a video surveillance system on your house?
Yes, they did.
Did they ask for permission to download that from you?
Yes, they did.
And I assume you gave permission?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Just briefly, thank you, Mr. Bailey. When you were interviewed, was it a formal interview where you went into the police department, the detective's office to give an interview?
No, they were in the house. I mean, the detectives were around all day. And
Okay. So it was just when they arrived on the scene. Is that the interview that you were referring to?
Yes,
Do you know if they recorded your interview or not?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused for your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here.
It's not going to ask for a sidebar to follow up about this recorded. Why ask?
Wait, hold on. I've got to use resting dick face there. Oh,
Wait, I got to see this. I didn't see it last time. Wait, hold on.
it's a bitter beer face guy.
All right, do it again.
What? Do what again?
I didn't see it because I wasn't looking at YouTube.
Oh, there. Dizzy did it too. There he is.
I don't see it.
What? It's the
Oh,
pictures.
I'm not live. I'm not live. Okay, do it again.
I don't need to do it again, babe. Do you have the chat up?
Oh, the chat. Oh, I thought it came across the screen.
Oh, like floating?
Yeah.
Like he's got a thing where you can have emojis floating.
Oh,
It's not his
that.
favorite thing though.
I can't see
Yeah.
it.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Debbie, Debbie, Ryan, Ryan.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. May I proceed?
You guys are horrible.
Ms. Ryan, if you could, do you know someone by the name of Jeff Garrett?
I do.
Okay. What was your relationship to him? How'd you know Jeff?
Neighbors, or lives right across the street from me for 27 or 28 years.
All right. What was the street that?
Thank you,
and Jeff
Couch.
lived on?
Bronze Circle.
Okay. Do you know a couple by the name of Roy and Holly Bailey?
Thanks for hanging with us.
How do you know Roy and
We
Holly?
appreciate you.
Been our neighbors since we've lived there for 33 years, right beside us.
Okay, so I want to show you what's been already admitted as stage 2. You look at that monitor over the, well, you can look at the monitor even just to your
Oh,
right, that
okay.
helps, or you can look at the big one behind.
No,
you.
this is better.
Is that better? Okay. Do you recognize what you're looking at there?
Yes.
Whose house is that?
Jeff's.
All right. So I just want to orient the jury for a minute. So Jeff lives there. Where do the Baileys live in relation to Jeff?
Straight across the street.
Okay. Is that in a cul-de-sac?
We're in a cul-de-sac.
All right. And if we're at the Bailey's house, right? If we're in the Bailey's house, do you live to the left of the Bailey's house, or you live to the right?
To the right.
Okay. So you live right next door to the right. So you're also facing Jeff.
Yes.
All right. So I want to turn your attention to September 2nd of 2022. On that day, do you notice something in relation to Jeff's home that catches your attention?
I did. The garage door was open.
Okay. Why did that, of all things, catch your attention?
Because unless he's outside, was working on the lawn or something, it was always closed.
Okay. So
It's always closed.
so you look over, garage is open, but Jeff's not there.
I didn't notice him. No.
Okay. Was his car there?
Yes.
All right. So around what time do you remember roughly?
I'm gonna say 11:30, 12.
Okay. Sometime in the afternoon, right? Or
Yes.
midday. Yeah. So do you do anything at that point, or do you just kind of go about your business?
I didn't. I thought maybe he's working on the side of the house or something. I was getting lunch. I work remote. I went back to work.
So you go back to work. A little later in the day, is that garage door still open?
It is.
Do you notice it at that point? Are you concerned at that point?
I was a little because I wondered why it was still open. I left to go get groceries, so I walked over and knocked on the front door, rang the doorbell.
And so when you knocked on the door, did you notice anything? Did you notice like any signs of like someone breaking in or anything like that?
No, I did not.
So you knock on the door, get an answer,
No, I didn't.
ring the doorbell, get an answer.
No, I didn't.
All right. So what do you do at that point?
Walked back and went and got groceries. I thought maybe he was showering. I don't know. I
Where
just
was
walked
he?
back to the house.
All right. So you go about your day.
He was on the side of his
Take a-
house.
I
He
mean,
was
At
discovered.
some point in the evening, do you kind of notice or check on the door or see what's going on?
We did, my husband came home, we went to get something to eat, it was still open.
Aaron's a nosy
When we came
neighbor
back, it
sitting
was
in
still
the
open, so I.
front
told
window,
Roy and
just
Holly
peering
to see if
out,
They knew, where he was
checking
at
the
or
lay of the
something.
land all the
When you spoke
time.
with them, did they share a similar concern?
They
as you
did.
The world needs
Okay.
nosy
So
neighbors.
what do you
No question
decide to
about
do at
that.
that point?
We walked over, Roy pulled the cord in the garage so that the door would go down, at least we knew it was shut, we thought maybe, I don't know, he left on vacation or something and the door open.
Okay. Do you hear from Jeff that night at all?
No.
All right. So let's get to the following morning. Let's talk about September 3rd. That morning, what are you doing that day, or what were you planning on doing?
We left for a ball game.
Okay.
We were at the ball game and I'm not sure what time it was. I'll say 9:30 or so. I don't know. It was in the morning. We just got into the game and I got a call from Holly. Very,
Tell me before we get into what she said.
Oh,
what
okay,
is
sorry.
what is her demeanor like when you get on the phone? How does she sound?
I can't even understand her. She's screaming, crying.
Okay. And what does she tell you?
That Jeff's dead.
Okay.
Roy had found him. So we left immediately and went home.
Okay. When you get home, when you pull up through Brom Circle, what do you see?
There are already cops starting to be there, but it wasn't closed off yet. So we were able to go into our house.
Okay, so you're able to make it to your home.
Mhm.
Do you watch from your home? Do you come outside and just kind of watch as things unfold? What do you remember?
We're outside
Okay.
watching.
Does it? I mean, I know you're not a police officer,
No.
but does everything seem kind of normal for the most part? Does anything look out of the ordinary as police or paramedics or people are responding to the scene?
No, I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
How to word, yeah, no.
Nothing stood out to you.
No.
Okay. And
I
you
think they're
stay
put
out
on
there
more
for a
people
while
than-
and watch.
than the
Yes.
defendant, babe.
Okay, and nothing
Right
during the
there in
whole time
front.
you're out there, nothing catches your attention as being out
Who?
of the ordinary.
Whoever he's got lined up
No.
about this,
Did the police eventually speak to you at some point?
The
came
guy
by,
who
yeah.
saw
Was it that day?
Yeah.
someone
And
dressed
where
the
did you get your
same.
interview?
Who is getting paid off? Like what is the rationale behind it? It makes no
Not
fucking
saying
sense to me. It
anything
sounds
else,
insane.
trying to
No
figure out
sense.
what's going on.
And you in general just relayed
Okay,
some of the things you just
his
told me.
office is being investigated for
All right, well, listen, thank you so much. No further questions.
corruption, bribery. Oh, okay, how does that
Brian,
turn
when
into
you
a
were interviewed,
reporter getting
Was
killed?
it by patrol officers, detectives?
It
And
wasn't
like,
really an
who's
interview,
framing
They
him?
were just kind of
Why?
in the neighborhood, you know, going around trying to calm people. I think more than anything, they weren't asking a lot of questions.
Okay, but you did come in contact with officers. Were they uniformed?
Yes,
Okay. Are you aware if they recorded your conversation with them?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you redirect?
Oh, no, you're on.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused.
Thank you.
They're all so soft-spoken in
You
this.
may call your next witness.
Yes.
The state calls Claire Browning.
They're very polite in Vegas.
Apparently. I mean, Irene's like, she's saying all the women he terrorized framed him. The question of who framed him has definitely not been addressed.
It has not been addressed.
It doesn't sound like they're gonna address it. They're just gonna throw out there that somebody could have, and all these people
You do
wanted.
solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I mean, if you're in
You may be
Vegas,
seated.
do you
Claire
ever
Browning,
wear
first name is
pantyhose?
C-L-A-I-R-E.
Sounds like
Last
hell.
name is B-R-O-W-N-I-N-G. May I proceed?
How are you employed?
I'm a senior crime scene analyst with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Cute cop
How
work.
long have you worked
Cute cop.
as a crime
Cute cop
scene
work.
analyst?
A little over 9 years now.
Okay, and you said you're a senior crime scene analyst?
I am.
Can you
Why did you
explain
plant
to the members of
his-
the jury first what a crime scene
Yeah.
analyst does?
How
The
did
duties
you
of a crime scene
plant
analyst are to respond to crime
his
scenes once they've
skin
been requested.
under
We
Jeff's
document the scene through
fingernails?
notes,
How did you do it?
photography, a diagram if necessary,
Didn't
process for any
actually
latent
be
prints,
under
and
there.
collecting evidence
They
as it
just said
pertains
it
to the
was.
crime.
And do you undergo training with Metro before you're allowed to work as a
Real
crime scene
estate
analyst?
company.
Yes, we do.
And can you just give us an
Oh, what's up,
overview of
Trial
that?
TV?
We go
Thanks for
through a
popping in.
12-week
Oof,
crime scene
battery's
analyst
almost
academy,
dead.
as well as a 12-week field
Appreciate
training
you.
evaluation program. And we do
Coming up
continuing
to get
education
yours,
classes
babe.
after that.
And you mentioned that you're a senior
hear me?
crime scene analyst. Is there some testing or proficiency requirement or,
Don't hear me when you
I guess,
excuse me, I guess.
experience that allows you to have that designation?
Yes.
And can you describe what that is for the jury?
We go through a testing process to promote to senior crime scene analyst. Once we are a senior, we are able to handle more complex calls to include homicides, officer-involved shootings, things of that nature. We also are responsible for training newer crime scene analysts and being an acting supervisor.
And you were working as a crime scene analyst on September the 3rd of 22?
Yes, I was.
Were you asked to respond to 7216 Bronze Circle?
That's correct.
What type of location is that?
It's a residential neighborhood.
Were you the only crime scene analyst that responded?
No, I was not. Senior crime scene analyst Christy
me.
Thomas also responded, and a crime scene analyst supervisor, Kaylin King, responded.
Now, when crime scene analysts arrive at a scene that's a possible homicide, I assume there's detectives and patrol officers there as well?
That's correct.
What kind of happens when you first get there?
When we first arrive on scene, we typically get a scene briefing, kind of the logistics of the scene, what we have, what items of evidence there potentially might be. We get that from a patrol officer, and then we kind of meet as a team to kind of determine how we're going to go about analyzing the scene.
And when you say you meet as a team, is that yourself and detectives?
That's correct.
And other crime scene analysts, I should say.
That's
do you all like kind of take an overview of the scene before people get down into the work of it?
Yes, we typically do a walkthrough of the scene to kind of determine what's going to be important for us.
Okay. Now you said that for homicide scenes, generally, there's more than one crime scene analyst that responds. How are the duties divided amongst the analysts?
It can vary from scene to scene, but typically, and especially on this scene, we divided it so that one crime scene analyst was doing the report and the photos, which was myself,
and another crime scene analyst typically does the evidence and the diagram, which was Chrissy Thomas in this case.
And, but all of you are sort of familiar with the scene because you're working it together?
Yes, we work in tandem.
Okay. And you were the photographer?
I was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? And I don't know, Mr. Horvath and Mr. Delpit, do you want to? Okay. Your Honor, just for the record, defense counsel has reviewed all these photos that I'm going to show her, the witness. Okay. I'm going to ask you just to look through these in groups, and this is states proposed 1 through 51. If you can just let me know if you recognize those photographs.
Take some diligent notes there, buddy. That's it. No more bloop bloops.
Accurate depiction, with the exception of one, state's proposed one, of how the scene appeared on September the 3rd.
Yes, they are.
State moves to admit, I think 2 is already admitted, which is, so 2, or I guess 3 through 51.
No objection.
And with respect to state's proposed 1, does that appear to be like a Google image of the house?
Yes.
State moves to admit 1. Thank you. The next series I'd like you to look at are states proposed 52 to 105. If you could have a look at those.
All right, now it's
53 to 134.
no more blooping. You have the death penalty in Nevada, right? It's a capital case. Do you know? Babe, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I was muted, babe.
Oh,
Yeah, they have the DP in Nevada, but they didn't elect on it for this case. It's not a capital case.
all right.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of
That
the
was Ned.
outside and backyard
Ned's
area of
question.
Mr. Gehrman's house?
Yes.
State moves to admit 106 through 134.
No objection.
Next group is 135 through 148. There's just one more after that.
Irene, the glare off my paper plate colored legs is blinding. Like the driven snow.
Those
Who you
appear to
talking
be the
about,
garage area and Mr.
resting dick
Gehrman's
face,
vehicle.
Carly?
Yes. State moves to admit 135 through 148.
Yeah,
And
his
the last group.
top
He's
of
in
his
custody.
dome.
Yeah, he's in
States
custody.
proposed
Oh yeah, for
149
sure.
through
Top of this
161.
dude's dome is super white. Well, he has been in custody for a long time. He's not getting much sun on that head of his anymore. He does have Pinky in the
And
Brain
for the
Dead,
record,
or
states
what was that?
proposed
What was that kid?
149 is a
Mastermind.
diagram of the crime
Remember that
scene,
one?
is that correct?
He had a giant.
And
He
the
had a giant
remaining
melon
up to
too.
161 are photographs that were
Start a
taken
half hour
the 3rd.
later all the
They're
time.
an
That way
accurate
we can.
representation of how they appeared
Bloop,
with some
bloop.
of the crime scene analyst markers on them.
Yes.
State moves to admit 149 to 161.
We have no objection.
May I publish these, Your Honor? Thank you.
Was he like who's threatening him? People don't seem all that worried about a reporter getting killed. He's in isolation because they wanted him there, I bet.
So
Mega Mind.
we're gonna
Thank you.
start
Thank you.
with,
Thank you. I was just like, I'm like, what the
inappropriate
hell? It
states
wasn't
one.
Mastermind, which was a great board game, by the
And when
way.
I mean who, I mean in prison, like the other.
What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the front of the residence with a Google Street View.
Mastermind is a classic. I'm about to go
what's
into
been admitted
Amazon,
as
buy
states
that. Like, I want to
2.
play it now.
What?
The game Mastermind, because I was trying to remember. I was thinking of
Sorry,
Mega
what are we
Mind
looking at in that one?
due to the
This is the front
giant
of the residence
blue
on-
brain head.
Okay. Now, when
And I
we,
called them
as we
Mastermind,
see it
which is
here, it
actually
looks
that
like there's some
great
crime
old board
scene
game.
tape on there. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Who puts the crime scene tape up?
It's usually going to be the first responding officers.
Okay.
God, they're
And
so
that was in
Me
place
too,
by
Missy.
the time you got
Spoken.
there?
That's correct.
Great strategy game.
I'm gonna put on the overhead states 5.
They have such soft voices.
What are we
Yeah, they're all
looking at
very
in that
polite.
photograph?
This is the west side yard of that same residence.
It's so weird. Nevada doesn't have an accent.
It's because they're all transplants.
this
Is anybody
is,
born in
state
Nevada? I mean,
7.
I guess now people are, but like, no one was born in the desert.
What are we looking at in that photograph?
It's kind of like the
This is,
ATL.
again,
A
the
lot of
west side yard
transplants
of
in
that
the
same
ATL.
residence. The gate
Mega
in the back leads
Mind.
to the backyard, and in front of that gate, you can see the decedent.
Okay, that gate that we see in the backyard, did that have locks on it or was it closed or anything?
No, there were gates on both the east and west sides of the house, and neither of them had a lock.
Wolfie was born in a hospital.
I'm now putting
I was
on,
raised by
the
wolves, so try to
overhead.
one up that.
It's been admitted as states.
Dawn says bullshit. I'm a Nevadan. Were you born and raised in
What are we
Nevada,
looking at in that photograph?
Dawn?
This is a photograph of the decedent.
And when you
And the bigger
and other
question
crime-
is, are your
crime scene
parents,
analysts
were they
are,
born and raised in Nevada?
noting or I guess documenting
Nevada.
the crime scene. Is there any
Tomato, tomato.
movement of the decedent before you take the photographs, or do you want to keep the scene as it was? And in your photography, I guess I should say.
Ideally, we keep the scene as pristine as we can. My photographs were actually taken after initial photographs of another CSA. They had already done an initial cursory body examination, and during that time, they discovered that the circumstances of his death were suspicious. So a homicide was called out.
Was there thinking at one point that it might have been a medical incident?
I would never
There
hold
was.
it against you, Simply
And
Bell.
then after that kind of was dispelled in homicide.
I'm
and you
overdue
saw
for a
this one.
DC trip. We need to bring the girls to
Now,
DC.
In terms of the decedent, was there an attempt to make, attempt to document any personal property
Dang,
that
all
he
right.
had on his person?
Not at this
Did
point.
your people
there
found
was.
Nevada, Dawn?
What did he have with him?
Inside
guys-
the left front pocket of the shorts that he was wearing, he had a cell phone.
Ooh,
Protruding from the left rear pocket of those same shorts was a wallet with cards and identification in the name Jeffrey.
Kasha,
Gilman,
that's
as
pretty.
well
That's
as
pretty impressive.
several
I
US
don't know
dollar
if it's as
bills
good
in
as
cash.
being raised
And
by
then in
wolves.
his right
though.
front pocket, there was a car key.
Yeah, you know,
And put it on the
Couch's
overhead
questions
states
pretty
40.
fair. Like, how come there's not? Is that a big
Is that the
microphone
cell
in the
phone that you
front?
just
Like,
spoke
there's
of?
not like that whole pull the
Yes, it
microphone
is.
close
And
and
this is.
Yeah, I think the thing that's like
Got a
above
boom.
the
One.
coffee pot
yeah,
is actually
What is that?
water.
This is the car key.
Is the mic? It's like a
And I
big
think you
boom mic.
mentioned the
Big boom
wallet
mic.
as well?
yeah.
That's correct.
Okay. This is states 43.
Yeah, I'd like to get
That's
out
his
there to
wallet?
see the cherry
That's correct.
blossoms for sure, Afton.
Was there photography done on the inside of his wallet to see if there was any cash present?
Yes, there was.
This is states 46. And that was documented as well?
Yes.
Probably, do you know how much money he had on him or?
I can't recall.
Yeah, can you tweak the
evidence was booked
trial
by
volume up a little bit?
analysts,
You claim
Yeah.
to have
Thomas.
gotten
Yeah.
the.
It didn't
I
appear
thought it
like
got
that
too
there
loud.
was money taken from his wallet because it's present.
It did not appear so.
And this is states.
Keep going.
47.
Unless y'all tell us, like I hear it differently.
I don't
than
hear
you
it
guys.
getting louder now.
Identification.
That's correct.
It did the
Now,
first time I did it. Hold
the
on.
the area surrounding the body, did yourself and other crime scene analysts take note of the
Look at
condition
that
of those
guy.
bushes and,
Oh my
the
God.
shrubs?
Resting dick face.
And what were
Indeed,
your
sir. Indeed.
observations about them?
The bushes that were closest to the decedent.
That's
had
what I
several
look like
broken
when
branches.
Nanook
There's
cuts a
also
fart. I'm like, what
apparent
the
blood
fuck?
on
I'm
those
like, oh my
branches,
God.
and the rocks
Yuck.
appeared to be disturbed around those bushes.
And putting on the overhead states 51.
Still very quiet.
Is that an example of that?
Yes,
Still quiet.
And
I mean,
this
I
is
can hear
states
it, but I
50.
can't, you know, I have to
Another
shut my
view
fat
of
mouth
the
in order to
bushes
hear
with
the
blood.
witnesses.
Yes.
You said the rocks around him were disturbed as well?
Yes.
Now, when you're dealing
Exactly,
with
Dizzy.
the decedent's body, are there attempts made to preserve evidence in the form of DNA that might be on his person?
Yes.
And what is that?
We typically, whenever we are recovering a body from a scene,
Class
we're
is
gonna
saying better,
place,
babe. Good
hand
job.
bags over their hands so we can preserve any kind of DNA evidence that might be on their hands or under the nails, whatever the case may be. We also wrap them in a clean sheet to preserve any trace evidence that might be on them.
I'm putting on the overhead states 37.
This girl
What-
reminds
what
me
is
of
that?
what Cameron would be
This is
like if she was a
representation
cop.
Of one of the bags that we put on his hand.
And this is states 36. That would be the other one, I think.
Yes.
And again, you said that's to preserve like DNA evidence?
That's correct.
Did yourself, detectives and crime scene analysts go into Mr. Garman's residence as well?
Yes, we did.
When you went into the
Travis is a
residence,
cornucopia of all kinds of
what way did you
information.
make entry through
Like
the
if I'm
sort of
playing
garage door
trivia,
that
I'm
leads into the
flying
house or the
Travis
front
in,
door?
and he's
I
going to be my
believe
trivia
we
partner.
made entry through the interior garage door.
Sorry, babe, you're out.
Did you do any documentation of the front door to note its condition?
Yes.
Was there any damage to the front door?
There was no damage to the front door.
I'm putting on the overhead states 52. Is that the front door?
Yes, it is.
And the photograph is to document that it hasn't been kicked in or there's no damage to the frame?
That's correct.
How about the interior of the residence? How would you describe it?
The interior of the residence was actually very clean, very orderly. Everything was essentially in its place.
Have you been to residences where places have been ransacked or items have been taken?
Yes, I have.
Did this residence look like that at all?
No, it did not.
Did it look like there was any area of disturbance inside the residence?
No.
This is states 53.
Okay, so
What,
check
part
check
of the
that
house is
off.
that?
This is the living room.
And again, no disturbance and his TV's present, everything.
Shit looks immaculate.
is pretty much in order.
Yes.
Some remotes right on his little pillow there.
This is.
That's
states
just because she
54.
set it all up like that.
Oh, you mean when she was framing him?
Is
Yeah.
that
that
just
makes
another
sense.
view of the living room?
Yes, it is.
Poor guy. That's like his pillow. Like when he'd sit on the
This is
couch. Like
states
who
59.
who puts a pillow on their lap when they sit on the couch? I do. Sometimes.
What are
If
we
I'm in
looking
somebody
at?
else's house for some reason, I
This
like
is
to
the
have a
bedroom
pillow on
inside
my
the
lap,
residence.
like if
And
we're
again, no
hanging
sign
out.
of disturbance.
Weird.
That's correct.
This is states 60.
Wow.
I think that was his lap pillow with his remote right on top of it.
This is another
I
view
had to
of the
guess.
bedroom.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead now, states 64. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is like a sitting room that was just off of the living room.
No sign of disturbance in that room?
No.
This is state 66. And what room is that?
This is the office.
I
This
think he
is
went back
state
because he forgot something.
68.
That big pile of shit right there is all on Telus.
Appears to be sort of a closer view of his computer.
Yes.
Any sign of disturbance that you saw in that office area?
No.
I
you
did
note
see
the
a huge
condition
pile of
like,
papers all about
closets and
Robert Telus,
cupboards
though.
To
I don't
document whether or
understand
not there was any
what's the point of
disturbance
this.
in those areas as well?
Yes, I did.
Well, they're trying to
This is
establish
state
that this
72.
wasn't as a part of a robbery gone
All right,
wrong.
but they did
No
that.
disturbance in that
Well,
closet, it appears.
maybe they did it for you because you're brilliant. Maybe they have to really spell it out for
Yeah,
the
this is
jury.
state
Huh?
74.
I don't.
Sort of a covered, no disturbance.
That's correct.
All right, the fam
And was
agrees,
it like
babe.
that throughout the house?
Enough is
There was
enough.
no
We
sign
get it.
of disturbance anywhere on the inside.
The house is not disturbed.
Did Mr. Gehrman have medication?
I mean, she could just
that
ask the
appeared
question: was
undisturbed as well?
anywhere in the
Yes, he
house,
did.
anywhere disturbed? No.
I want to move
Move
to,
on.
Because
this
if
is
it was,
states 81.
that's
You can tell me. maybe.
don't.
What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the dining room area inside the residence.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, and this is states 83. That dining room area to the right of it is a kitchen?
Yes.
And I see like a butcher block
I love my MacBook
on the
too.
counter there. Did you document whether any knives were missing or anything like that?
There were no knives missing from the block.
See, that was a good question, babe.
Yep.
This is states 89.
Oh, this
What are we
guy,
looking
like,
at there?
I
This
could
is
do
an
without having to
overview
look at
of
his
the other
face
side of
this
the
whole
kitchen.
trial.
Okay, no sign of disturbance?
You can
No
just
sign of
tell this guy was just a like a huge dick bag, like horrible guy to work for. Just like
This
you
is
could just
again
tell by
another
his
view of the
face.
kitchen.
And again, no indication of
Like
disturbance.
resting dick
No
face is like one level above resting jerk face.
Mm.
I'm showing you now states 100. And it appears to be the trash bag.
Oh, I
What
can't
was
wait to
done
see
with
this guy on
that?
the stand. Oh
This
my
trash
god!
bag was located on the floor in between that dining room area and the kitchen. It was just open on the floor like that. We went through it and looked for any kind of receipts to kind of determine a timeline.
Now, I wonder why that happened. He heard something outside.
And I'm putting on the overhead
Who?
now.
Why did he just
states
leave? Like he's
103.
meticulous and he leaves his garbage bag just open in the middle of the floor.
What is that?
This is
Interesting.
a receipt from Roberto's, dated 9/2, I believe at 9:03 a.m.
Roberto's.
And the date would be on the receipt here. Can you see it? Oh, I know. Mhm.
Oh, I believe it, Couch. Shiraz, I don't believe that for 1 minute. I
So
don't
we
believe that
see
for 1
the
minute.
receipt from 9/2.
That's correct.
Okay. And
Bitch face.
the other part of the receipt has the time at 9:03 a.m.
Yes.
How about the sort of the exterior of all of Mr. Gehrman's house? Was that documented by crime scene analysts as well?
Yes, it was.
And what was the purpose of that?
Just to document to see if there were any kind of disturbances or any way that somebody might have made entry into the residence.
This is states 106. Let me back up. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the west side gate that is just behind the decedent.
Okay, and that gate is closed, but there's not locks on it?
That's correct.
Was there any sign of disturbance around sort of the perimeter of the house?
There wasn't much of a disturbance. As you can see in that last photo, the gate is not latched all the way. So the door is closed, but it's not latched. Also, there's a window just north of that gate. So on the other side of the gate in the backyard, that window had a slash through the screen.
Okay, I'm putting on the overhead states.
Yeah, Wolfie, I'd
111.
probably drive you insane. I'd
Can you-
constantly be asking, "What's wrong?"
Can
You're
we
like, "What?
see the,
Leave me
the
alone.
window that you're
Nothing
talking
wrong
about
with
in
me."
that photograph? It's probably, can you
You're
see it or
accepting
no?
that she
I
really
don't
does.
believe so. It's
Oh,
actually just
interesting.
beyond that bush on the left.
Okay, I'll try this one.
Joanne, what?
This is states 113.
I wish I could say you're really missing out, but
Lord,
it's classic.
it's over.
It's classic Gaffigan. It's never over. Nothing, nothing is over until we
Can
say
you
it.
see looking at 113, can you see the slash mark on the window?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe it's the linear line. through the-
Can you, there's a mouse up there?
Yeah. I believe that this is the slash.
Okay, I'm gonna approach just so you're sure.
Wait a second.
Yes, that appears to be so.
Charlotte,
Did you take a
is
closer
Charlotte
look
still in here?
At that slash, or is there any? further
348.
description
She
you can give of
used the
it?
word spelt.
There's just a tear in the-
SPELT.
In the screen?
Is
the
that
screen.
is that a thing in the
This is
UK?
states 114,
Spelt.
might be a better picture. of it.
Spelt.
Oh, I spelt it.
I mean, it
Just a
should
Is
be.
slang.
that the slash that you were talking about?
That's correct.
That's
Any
a
other
legitimate
disturbance though on
question
the
I'm
window,
asking.
like on the inside of that
That's
corresponding
one
room,
more
broken
reason that I
glass,
would move to
anything
the
pushed
UK
out?
just so I could
No,
use
not
the
that we
word
noticed.
spelt.
Okay.
That's how I
And
spelt it.
As you continue to the back of the residence, any disturbance whatsoever?
Not that I recall.
Pammy, you got good eyes.
States 117.
Michelle, never apologize for loving Hot Pockets, or
That
more
appeared to be the
importantly,
back of the
that sound
residence.
clip.
Yes.
And then the back door that leads, I assume, into
She
the kitchen
scoffs.
area, no, that wasn't broken or.
How do I
no
add
sign of
music if
disturbance
I
to
want
that as
to?
well.
No.
Well, we can't add music, but we can add
Mr.
sound
Gehrman's
effect. You
car
tell me
was
what you want and I'll
present,
add it.
at the
Oh, but
scene.
what if,
Yes, it
oh, I
was.
see it.
This
Oh,
is
okay.
states
I might just do
135.
something on my own.
Oh,
Um,
just don't do music. We'll
and
get
the keys were in
copyright
his
claims.
pocket,
I
right?
get it.
That's correct. One key was in his pocket and one key was actually in the bedroom closet.
In the bedroom closet. The car itself, was it disturbed? Did you look at it on the inside?
We did open up the car. It was very clean on the inside.
Clean on the inside, nothing appeared out of the ordinary.
That's correct.
So the scene appears to be kind of confined to that side yard area.
Yes.
I'm gonna put on the overhead, states 149. What are we looking at in this exhibit?
This is a diagram of the crime scene.
Okay, now on this diagram, I see AB6, AB5, 15, AB4, and AB3, 2, and 1. What are those designations?
The AB 1 through, I believe it's 6, is apparent blood. So apparent blood stain 1 through 6. They're in different locations around the body. Number 15 is actually a broken branch that we located near the body that also had apparent blood on it.
Were swabs taken of these areas?
Yes.
And how do you guys do that at a scene?
Whenever we take swabs of apparent blood, especially in this case, AB1 and AB2 are actually going to just be the physical surface that the blood was on. So it's 2 rocks. 15, like I said, is a branch that had apparent blood on it. So that was booked just as a branch. However, I believe it's AB3 through AB6. We take a cotton swab. So think of it like a Q-tip. We put molecular water on it, which is just essentially clean water. And then we swab the stain and secure it in an envelope and submit it for evidence.
Now, prior to swabbing it, do you mark it on the ground and or on wherever it is and photograph it so you know which one is AB1, 2, 3, or 4?
That's correct.
I'm putting on the overhead states 150. And can you see the crime scene analyst markers on there?
Yes, you can.
And where should the jury be looking for those?
If you look here on the rocks, this is AB1 and AB2, I believe. The rocks themselves were collected. And then one of the designators is actually right here in the bush on the branch.
Okay. This is states 151. And are you able to see those markers as AB, well, I can read it with my glasses, AB1 and AB2?
Yes, AB1, AB2 are on the ground, AB3 is on the branch.
Okay, and those correspond to where they were on the diagram?
That's correct.
And so this would be AB3, which is on that branch.
Yes.
Now I'm putting on the overhead states 158. Appears to be like a outside decorative butterfly and a bird bath. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And were swabs taken from those items as well?
Yes.
And those would have been impounded the same way that you previously described?
That's correct.
And then are you, as a crime scene analyst, the person who does DNA testing or forensic testing on the item?
No, I do not.
Okay. I think that's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Bryan, you had testified it was yourself and two other crime scene analysts.
That's correct.
The other two analysts were Thomas and King.
That's correct.
Did all three of you arrive at the address at the same time?
Approximately the same time, yes.
Approximately what time did you arrive?
1441.
Did you arrive in the same vehicle with crime scene analyst Thomas?
I don't believe so. I think we took separate vehicles.
Okay, same question for crime scene analyst King.
I think she also took a separate vehicle.
You arrive at the residence. Who's present when you arrive?
When I arrived, crime scene analyst Janelle Bracken was there initially. She did the initial documentation of the decedent. I believe homicide had already arrived and there were patrol officers as well.
So when you arrived and you testified that you arrived at presumably the same time that crime scene analyst Thomas and crime scene analyst King arrived, crime scene analyst Bracken was already there.
That's correct.
So now we have 4 crime scene analysts.
Yeah, she responded to the scene initially on a dead body call. After they did their coroner examination, they determined that the circumstances of that death were suspicious. So as it was the end of her shift, swing shift, which is a shift that I work, took over and she left the scene.
Are you aware of what time crime scene analyst Bracken arrived?
I am not sure what time she arrived.
When you arrived, you testified that homicide was there. You're referring to homicide detail?
Homicide detectives, that's correct.
And who was the principal detective, if you knew, of this crime scene investigation based upon your arrival and your understanding?
I believe the detectives that were lead agents on the case were Detective Gaddis and Hawkins.
Gaddis and Hawkins.
That's correct.
And they belong basically to the homicide group or the homicide detail, fair to say?
That's correct.
How many detectives in total were present when you arrived?
I can't recall.
Fair to say there was a lot of people coming in and out?
There were,
Law enforcement.
yes, there were a lot of law enforcement on scene.
How many patrol officers were on scene, if you're aware?
I can't recall.
Are you aware of any Metro Intelligence officers that were present?
I don't recall that.
Okay. There may have been, you just don't recall.
That's correct.
Now, your responsibilities were primarily that of taking photos and generating a report in reference to those photos, fair to say? As well as the evidence diagram that we've reviewed with you, that's States Exhibit 149, correct?
CSA Thomas was the one that impounded the evidence and generated the diagram.
Okay. So your primary responsibility was that of photographing.
That's correct.
We were shown photographs in States Exhibit 36 of the hands. You recall those?
That's correct, yeah.
You didn't place basically the covering on the hands, correct?
I can't recall which of us put the handbags over the hand.
So you may have put the handbags on the hands?
Typically, it'll be the crime scene analyst who is doing the evidence recovery will do that, but I can't recall.
Okay, and who would have that person been?
That would have been CSA Thomas.
But you don't know if it was CSA Thomas or yourself, correct, to put those bags on?
I can't recall.
And fair to say, when you arrived, there were no bags on the hands, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know how long those hands were exposed prior to your arrival?
Correct.
You had given testimony concerning this knife block inside Mr. Gehrman's residence,
Yes,
and you had testified that no knives were missing from that particular block, correct? Did you, and this block was in the kitchen area,
yes, it was.
did you open and review the drawers contained inside the kitchen?
Not that I recall.
Didn't photograph the contents?
No.
Didn't know what was in there before your arrival, a week before or following your departure, correct?
No.
Did you take any measurements of the distance between the kitchen area to the scene where the photographs were taken of the blood and the other matters?
That is the, oh my God, am I screwed look.
You were asked to give testimony concerning the slash. States Exhibit 113. And you characterize that as a slash, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry? You probably, I don't want to mess up your stack. I have 113, but actually I have it. Thank you very much. Can you see it? There's a delay. This is the slash that was referred to, correct? On that
Yes.
Window. And that was on the other side of the gate where Mr. Gehrman was found, correct?
Correct.
And then a close-up of this slash is in Exhibit 115, correct?
Yes.
Now, you use the word slash, but you don't know whether or not that was slashed by a knife or was even cut, correct?
No, it's a defect.
A defect. So, I mean, the idea of slash, that's something that doesn't necessarily fit that photograph, does it?
It could potentially, but it is a defect in the screen.
It could have been a fray.
It could have been.
And are you
How does
aware
the
of
screen
what
have to do with anything?
level,
What-
what height this slash or this fray was from the ground?
I don't recall.
Wow, this defense attorney really just cracked the
Thank you.
case.
Other questions?
Well, that wasn't really a slash, now was it?
Ms. Browning,
What?
when crime scene analysts are working scenes, it looks like you're on duty
Owl
now, right?
pig,
Is that what you
owl
would wear?
pig
Yes.
does
You
whatever
wear
an owl pig
gloves.
does.
Yes, we do.
What's the purpose of crime scene analysts wearing gloves?
It's to prevent any contamination or cross-contamination of the scene.
Okay, and do all crime scene analysts at murder scenes wear gloves in order to avoid that contamination?
Yes, we do. We actually double glove anytime that DNA is a concern.
Okay, and so whoever bagged the hands of Mr. Gehrman would have been double gloved?
That's correct.
Okay. When you got to the scene, I think you, well, we talked about there being crime scene tape up.
That's correct.
Okay. What's the purpose of the tape?
The tape is to keep any non-law enforcement personnel out of the scene.
When you've been at murder scenes in your work at Metro, in a murder scene, if you're law enforcement, is everybody allowed to go in the scene where the decedent is?
No.
What are the rules on that?
Typically, it's going to be people that are actively investigating the scene.
Okay, so anyone who happens to be standing around can't go into the scene?
Correct.
And are there steps taken by patrol officers, analysts, and detectives, everybody, to preserve scenes?
Yes.
And that's in order to preserve any possible evidence that might be present?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, and follow up. You were part of a second group that arrived. There was a crime scene analyst, Bracken, who had arrived prior to you, correct?
Correct.
Initially, this wasn't treated as a homicide scene, was it?
Not initially.
So these concerns regarding preserving evidence and contamination obviously would have followed, fair to say?
Anytime that a decedent is on scene, we do our best to lock down the scene. We have patrol officers on scene. We put tape up. We take all the precautions as necessary.
But you weren't present. were
I
you?
was not present for that.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No other questions, Ronnie. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here. And you may call your next witness.
The next witness, Your Honor, is Jamie Iles.
Jamie Iles.
Please watch your steps as you're stepping up into the witness stand. Remain standing, raise your right hand, face forward, please.
All right. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Thank you. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is Jamie Yos, Jamie, Jamie, last name Yos, IOOS as in Sam.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
How were you employed?
I am the director of the Office of Public Information for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what does that mean you do?
I supervise a staff of 10. We are a liaison between the public, the media, and the department. We put together press releases, press conferences. We maintain the department's social media sites as well as the website.
When you say press releases, does that sometimes concern crimes that have just occurred?
Yes, it does.
And are some of those seeking the public's assistance to see if they can identify somebody?
Yes, we do ask for the public's assistance.
Were you working in that capacity in September of 2022?
Yes.
And were you involved in the press releases associated with the Jeff Gehrman homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember, can you tell the members of the jury just generally what type of information or what was released by Metro related to that investigation?
The Public Information Office is not an investigative unit, but when an investigative unit like homicide wants to put out pictures of a crime scene, of evidence, of video they have of the suspect, they'll coordinate with the Public Information Office and we'll either put together a written press release that we release to the media, or sometimes we do press conferences where we release photos and videos of evidence.
And was video evidence released in this case?
Yes, we had video evidence in this case.
Who compiles that, or who?
What is
decides
the
to
relevance
release?
of this witness?
The homicide
What do you think?
section, or whatever the investigative section is, decides what they want released, and then they send it to the Public Information Office, and we kind of compile it for them and put it together in a presentation.
She is
that then
the
we can get
public
to the
info director
I
for
wanna
Las Vegas.
play,
Got anything, babe? What's she bringing to the
This will
table?
be state's proposed.
You're muted if you're
338.
talking.
So you missed some of the opening, right? So she's to establish that the victim had requested additional documents, additional public documents, the emails and all that stuff. So
Oh, okay. All
Yeah.
right. There we go.
So I wore this ridiculous thing for
who did
you.
that? You?
Okay.
Maybe.
Does
never
that
know.
image look familiar?
Yep.
What are we looking
Wow.
We're looking
Did you
at
add that?
surveillance video from the neighborhood
It's not
where the
nearly
Gehrman
as good
murder
as my
occurred,
clip.
that homicide gave to the Public Information Office to release for a press conference on September 6th, 2022.
And there was video, this is sort of a still of the video.
That
evidence
hat,
was released?
Yes.
something else.
Can we just play that?
Does look very feminine, but I think he kind of has a feminine body.
I mean, that guy definitely has some kind of
Does
weird.
have a. Then they slow it down though.
Right when they slow it down, I lose the gait.
Yeah, it looks looks quasi normal.
Yeah, like it's like he's got like a little bit of a lag on his
Full or something.
left leg's got a little bit of a lag in normal speed.
Wait,
So looking at that video,
What?
it appears there's like a normal speed of an individual walking. Is
Mhm.
that correct?
show that
Correct.
And
video
then a
of the
slower version.
car like
Yes.
that.
And then a picture of a car,
Yes.
and then a still. sort
Yes.
of. All of those would have been provided to you by homicide detectives.
Yes.
Metro pushes that information out on September 5th or 6th.
Oh, I was.
September 5th, we released a photo of the suspect in the case. September 6th, we had a press conference where we released the video, the picture of the car, and again, the still photo of the suspect.
Now, once those are put out by Metro, if someone is calling in and says, I have information, does that go to you?
No, that does not go to our office. If we need a 24/7 response, there's a certain phone number that goes to what we call our Fusion Watch, where we put out their phone number that can get answered at any time if people have tips. We also provide the Crime Stoppers phone number. So if people want to call and report tips anonymously, they can do that. We also, for that press conference, provided the email for the homicide section in case anyone wanted to email homicide as well.
Okay. And the tips that come in, those are followed up by homicide, not
Yes.
your office.
Right.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'll pass the witness.
Yes, thank you. So just so we're clear, you're involved in putting this information, these photographs, these recordings out, but you don't monitor the responses
No.
that are received. Were you involved in the series concerning Bob the burglar, where there was a similarly dressed individual in this area?
Yes.
And when was this Bob the burglar series presented?
Approximately 1 to 2 months before the homicide.
Okay, and you reviewed those videos in preparation for your testimony today?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Nothing else, Robert. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. Please step down and you're excused for your subpoena. And the state may call their next witness.
Stephanie Smithson.
I'll take that off. Remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear in the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My first name is Stephanie, Stephanie. Last name is Smithson, Smisen.
May I proceed? How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what is your job title?
I am a senior crime scene analyst.
We just had a crime scene analyst testify before you. How long have you worked as a crime scene analyst?
Almost 8 years.
And you're a senior crime scene analyst as well?
Yes.
And so that means you're allowed to go to more complicated scenes because of a demonstrated proficiency and experience?
Yes.
When crime scene analysts assist detectives with search warrants, can you describe what your responsibilities are at that type of scene?
Yeah, so generally we'll document the crime scene and we do that by taking notes, we take photographs, we collect evidence, sometimes we'll process for fingerprints, and then at the end we'll generate a report.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Mr. Duskett? I'm going to show you some photographs. The first one is state's proposed 217. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And is that the location where you served a search warrant on September 7th with detectives?
Yes.
And then I'd like you to look through this series of photographs, which is state's proposed 254 through 310. And tell me when you're done with those, please.
Man, I look at this dude, and sometimes when he doesn't blink, I think the screen is frozen. You guys feel the same way? I'm like, holy shit. This guy. I can tell you right now, Allie and I are doing battles over putting sound clips in. I just got one of my favorite sound clips that I'm about to upload right now.
I can't even charge my phone because you have all the monitors plugged in that I don't use.
Wow. Figures you blame me. Figures. Okay. Okay,
with respect to 254 to 310, are those a fair and accurate depiction of the location of the search warrant as well as items recovered from the search warrant?
Yes.
State moves to admit that those exhibits or those photographs. And then with respect to 217.
This dude does not
is
know what
that
to
an
do with his
outside
face.
view of the location for the search warrant?
He's like, what should I do with my
Yes.
face?
State moves to admit 217.
Like, defendants sit there thinking about that kind of shit. What should I do with my face right now? I don't know what to do with my face. Do I look stupid?
Now,
Like
as
right now,
the crime scene
I'm gonna move
analyst
my eyes. What?
on a search warrant, are you searching as well as the detectives?
We generally leave the searching up to the detectives.
Okay, so they search the particular locations, and then where do you guys come in as crime scene analysts?
Once they find an item of interest, they will ask us to go to that location and photograph it, document
Oh, I
it.
got a good one. I'm about to just drop right
On
in
the
the
overhead,
sound world.
what's
No,
been
I'm
admitted is
getting one.
states
Excuse
217.
me,
Do you
madam.
recognize that location?
Yes.
Is that 9624 Spanish Steps Lane?
Yes.
I'm
Did
hoping
you
that
know
I'm
whose
beating you to
residence
the
this was?
punch.
Yes.
Whose residence is it?
Oh yeah.
Okay, and that's a search warrant was served there
Ready
on
for it?
September the
No.
7th with.
Only guilty man in Shawshank. Only guilty man in Shawshank.
Yeah. Oh, red.
You said the detectives
Hells
typically
yeah.
are doing the searching.
I've
and
been
you
waiting for that
document where various
be one of my
items were
sound
found
clips since I
photographically?
started
Yes.
the YouTubes.
And then what happens to those items after you document them photographically?
We can collect it and bring it back to the lab for impound or further processing.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as states 254. What
Shiraz,
area of the
yeah.
residence are we looking at in that
I
photograph?
mean,
This is the
Only guilty man in Shawshank. Only guilty.
Drawer on the right side of the.
Shiraz, I give you exactly 0
What-
points for
what
guessing that was
interest
from
was in that
Shawshank, considering he
There were
says
several
the
items
name of it
inside
in the
that
clip.
Points.
Such as?
Scissors.
Negative points. Negative points.
Negative
the-
points for
a knife
trying.
in there as well.
I'm putting on the overhead states 255, sort of a closer view of that drawer. Is that fair?
Yes.
And there, it looks like there's a pair of black scissors, maybe a box cutter, and then some gray scissors.
Yes.
This is states 256. Is that a closer up view of those items?
Fair
Were
enough.
those
Shiraz.
items
Fair
collected
enough.
and impounded by you?
Yes.
With respect to those items.
What are you trying
did
to
you
say,
do
Seven
anything,
Ruby?
In terms of further
You saying that I
processing them
called up
for the presence of blood or DNA type
Boss
evidence?
Baby and
Yes,
said,
they were
look,
all
man, I
swabbed
want to wear the
for
polka
possible
dot
DNA,
deal today.
Scissors, the gray ones were swapped.
Why does he have a similar tie?
For
I
apparent
had to
blood.
burn this tie if that's
I'm putting
true.
on the overhead states 259. Those are the gray scissors.
Yes.
And what is the notation that we see with the AB5, the bright pink?
The pink sticker is just a scaled sticker to show an area of interest, the area that I believe to be apparent blood.
Okay, and those are these are things that you processed yourself?
Correct.
You swapped. Do you recall a pair of shoes or like half a shoe and a whole shoe being collected at that scene?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead states 263. Do you recognize that shoe?
Yes.
And was that one of the shoes that were collected at that search warrant?
Yes.
And this is states 268.
Thank you for the
What are we looking
$2
at in that
pound
photograph?
holla,
This
Julie.
is
I don't know, man. Like,
a partial shoe that was also
look,
located.
there's all kinds of attorneys.
Were you the person that
I consider
swapped,
like he's a
the
probate
shoe,
guy. Like
partial
he's
shoe
not
for
a
possible
trial
DNA
lawyer,
evidence?
so
Yes.
he's sitting there like looking at wills and shit. So
I'm putting
not
on
that
the
there's anything
overhead
wrong with that.
states 270.
I don't think he has to worry about his face too much when he's
down.
checking people's
All right. What are we looking
states and
These are some
wills
multiple
and
pieces
trusts
of,
and things of that nature. Maybe
white,
I don't know.
gray,
I don't know.
Why is
rubber
mine
pieces.
working?
And
Hey,
did they appear
listen,
to be like
I've
pieces
got
of
one
a
thing to
shoe?
say to
The
you.
man in Shawshank.
Oh,
Only
there it
guilty
is.
man in Shawshank.
There was one that I swapped.
And
That's right,
why
Red.
did you swap
The
a particular
only
item?
guilty
There
man in
was
Shawshank.
a small area of a reddish brown stain on one of the pieces.
Okay, I'm gonna put on the overhead states 275. Zoom in. Do you see the area that you swabbed?
Yes.
And usually, I think there's a mouse up in front of you. Are you able to point that out for the jury?
Oh, where'd it go? I don't know where the mouse went.
Okay, well, how about,
Okay.
Is that the area?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now putting on the overhead states 277. Let me back out. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is a Ziploc bag that had more of those rubber pieces that were gray, black, and white in color.
Okay. And did you make some attempt to put some of them together to document what the cut pieces might have been before they were all cut up tiny?
Yes.
This is states 280. And what are we looking at there?
This appears to be the tongue of the shoe that will depict the brand, the size.
So it's like a Nike shoe.
Yes.
I'm now putting on the overhead states 282. What is that photograph?
This is a picture of a Sprouts grocery bag containing multiple pieces of a cut straw hat.
This is states 284. Is that the hat?
Yes.
And this is states 285. It looks like you laid the pieces of the hat out.
Yes.
Did you do any swabs on that Sprouts bag itself?
The bag, yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of swabbing it?
For possible DNA.
And how about on the pieces of the hat? Did you swab them?
No.
Let me. One second. Were all of the different pieces of the hat impounded?
Yes. Thank you.
Boring, boring.
And lastly, I'm putting on the overhead states 306. What is that item?
This is a duffel bag.
And was that collected in the search warrant as well?
Yes.
And so you would have photographed that and impounded that as well?
Yes.
If I could have the court's indulgence for just 1 second. Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Smithson, when you arrived at the residence, what time was it?
At the residence was about 9:30 a.m.
Who else was present when you arrived?
There were homicide detectives, patrol officers were there, personnel from the crime scene analyst section as well.
Okay, how many other crime scene analysts were present?
There was a crime scene analyst supervisor that was present, our director was present, and myself.
So 3 crime scene analysts.
Correct, when I arrived.
Did others arrive prior to your getting there?
Crime scene analyst?
Yes.
No.
So you were the first,
Correct.
and the others arrived after you did.
Correct.
Which detectives? What were the identities of the detectives that were present when you arrived?
There were a handful of detectives that were present. Are you looking for names?
Yes, that's my next.
Okay.
question. Yes.
There was Cliff Mogg, Justine Gaddis. I'm blanking on some of the names, but I want to say Edgar Nahum was there. Brittany, I'm forgetting her last name, but there were numerous detectives that were there.
Do you recall the number of males, females?
As far as detectives,
Yes.
I do not know exactly the number, no.
Okay. You generated a report in reference to your involvement in this case,
Yes,
and you didn't include the names of the detectives in the report.
I did include, I just don't know off the top of my head how many.
Okay. Was it only homicide that was there?
No.
You agree with me that Metro is divided into various details, groups that investigate certain types of crimes, fair to say?
Yes.
Generally, there's a principal detective or basically the ones in charge, and then that person delegates various responsibilities to various people.
Yes.
If you recall, who was the primary detective in this case?
It was Detective Justine Gaddis.
Okay. And what other homicide detectives did you interact with in reference to your investigation and collection of evidence in this case?
Her.
My hair.
Again, I'm blanking on.
Oh, I'm wide awake, Julie. I'm trying to upload some sound bites. My God, you misspelled hair.
My hair.
That's awesome. Okay,
I'm
first
half
one.
blind.
No, I wasn't tweeting. I'm uploading sound clips. Okay, you guys, whoever gets this first, without Googling it.
My hair. My hair. My hair.
If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't.
I apologize. I did not happen to write their names down in my report.
Correct.
I apologize.
So again, we don't know, do we? You didn't write it down.
Then they can test.
Fair enough. We know homicide was there. There were other detectives from other details, correct?
Yes.
There was Metro Intelligence there, correct?
I'm not completely sure.
You're not sure. So we don't really know who was on this scene where you were collecting evidence and having evidence handed to you, correct?
As far as evidence, only I interacted with homicide that was handling off. So intelligence was not handling off evidence to me.
That you're aware of, but we
That
don't
I
know
am.
for sure, do we? Fair to say?
Yes.
Now, in reference to you reviewing these drawers, was your attention drawn to what to photograph or what to document within the kitchen area of this residence?
Yes.
And who was it that directed your attention to those drawers?
I don't remember specifically which detective, to be honest.
Okay.
They were all searching at the same time throughout the residence and usually were pulled in different directions.
Fair enough. So there's a fair amount of chaos going on, correct?
Yes.
On the pair of scissors, and I believe it states Exhibit 217, there appeared to be what may have been blood on those scissors, correct?
Mm.
And you documented that, you preserved that.
Correct. Yes.
And then that went on to another department to analyze, fair to say?
Yes.
In reference to these shoes, you didn't actually find the shoes, but you were directed by another detective to document or photograph.
Oh, is that
shoes,
detective?
correct?
Yes.
You don't know who that was, correct?
I believe that was Detective Nahum that directed me for the shoes.
Do you agree with me? You're not sure as you sit here today, are you?
I do remember specifically the shoes, yes.
Okay. But there was more than one, correct? There was bags. I mean, there was multiple particles to these shoes, correct?
Yes.
And they were located where in the residence?
There was a couch in one of the living rooms, the northeast living room, and it was underneath the recliner portion of the couch.
But you were directed once these pieces of these shoes were found to that area, correct? You didn't actually find them, did you?
That is correct.
Where were you at when you were summoned to go and find these pieces of these shoes or to photograph these pictures of these shoes?
I'm in their side of the residence as well with the detectives, catching up on notes.
What room were you in when you were summoned?
I'm not sure exactly which room I was in.
What time were you summoned?
I'm not sure about that as well.
Oh, none of these crucial details. How could you?
Same questions concerning this hat that was cut up. You were summoned by a detective to come and photograph the hat, correct?
Yes.
That hat was cut up in pieces, correct?
Yes.
You don't recall where you were at when you were summoned, do you?
I was somewhere within the residence.
Okay, and how large was this residence?
It was a standard 2-story residence.
How many bedrooms?
There's one downstairs. I believe there was the master bedroom upstairs and 2 children bedrooms upstairs as well.
Did you diagram the residence?
I did not diagram the residence, no.
How many square feet was the residence?
I am not sure.
You arrived at the residence a little after 9 o'clock is your testimony?
Yes.
What time did you leave the residence?
May I refer to my report?
Please.
He's really making some serious points here. Not.
I left at 7 o'clock at night.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm
that's
I
a
apologize.
long time.
I left at
Do you remember where you were for all those hours and minutes? You can tell us exactly where you were
1:18
standing.
in the afternoon.
Okay, so you were there for approximately 4 hours.
Yes.
Fair to say you were in multiple rooms, correct?
Yes.
You
Did
don't
you go in the
remember what-
backyard,
Yes.
side yards,
Yes.
front yards?
Yes.
There were times while you were at the residence, you would have walked out on the street, correct?
Yes.
So you're in and out during this 4 hour period, correct?
Yes.
You're not paying attention to who's there, who's not. Fair to say?
Might not have noticed everybody that walked through. There's so many people there. that night.
Exactly. There were so many people, correct?
Yes.
Thank
You
you.
couldn't
I have
keep
no
track
further
of them all.
questions.
You don't know which one of them framed my client.
Do you know what a CAD report is?
Yes.
Oh,
What is that?
I guess we're gonna know
It
what
is
time
the
everybody got
details of an
there and
event that
where.
is generated once somebody calls into our dispatch. As the dispatcher is receiving the information, they type that into the CAD event, and those are just all the details from that event.
Do you have to tell the dispatcher when you're going to a search warrant?
Like when we get assigned?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
So you would have had to radio in or log in and say that you're going to this particular location?
Yes.
And when you
so
got
you
there.
would be in a CAD report as someone at that location?
Yes.
You mentioned that, you discussed on cross-examination with Mr. Draskovich that there was no diagram done in this case,
It's not.
at
It's not
this
Anchorman.
location. Is that
I'm gonna
correct?
play another clip from
This
it.
was a search warrant, right?
Yes.
It's not a crime scene?
Yes.
You're
Sorry,
looking
I
for
wasn't looking.
evidence,
Yes.
or the detectives are. Diagrams are at crime scenes to note where particular items of evidence are. Is that fair?
Yes. They're generally at the original crime scene.
Okay, not at search warrants,
Correct.
because items could be hidden and obviously placed there by defendants. Items in a house are placed or under the control of whoever's in that house. Is that fair?
That's fair.
So their location may not be accurate.
Accurate to what?
Their location, I guess that's a bad question. Their location could be manipulated.
Potentially, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, in reference to the manipulation of these items, it could be manipulated by who's ever in the residence while you are, correct? Law enforcement.
Generally, once I arrive to the crime scene, I will photograph the scene before anybody moves anything or touches anything. So the photos that I have are in its original state as we arrived.
As you arrived, but then you would testify that you were summoned to come and photograph these various items of interest, correct?
As they're located, yes.
Yes, but you weren't doing the locating, correct?
Correct.
Same question concerning this bag, specifically.
Objection
Exhibit
outside of the scope.
306. This bag you did not find, did you?
No.
You were summoned
Yes.
with all the people coming in and out, correct?
With the detectives, the homicide detectives and specifically.
Or other detectives, whoever else was in there with law enforcement, fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
All those potential
Today, you may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. Thank you very
framers.
much for being here. This time, we're going to, you may step down. At this time, we are going to recess for a break. During this recess, you must
Ask
not
the
discuss or
jurors.
communicate
You
with
guys
anyone,
have any
including your fellow
questions?
jurors,
No.
in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you, and will be
He
in
made no
recess
point.
till 3:30.
Oh, so you're in recess for a little bit. Okay, so I mean, he made no points. He was trying to establish that she didn't know who found it and that any one of those people could have framed this defendant, could have snuck the chopped up stuff up, could have snuck the bag in, could have moved it. You didn't find it. You didn't. There were so many people in and out. But again, I'd say he basically made no point. And yes, Todd, if you did not know, this jury is allowed to ask questions. And I wish she would, instead of having told them, like, you got to catch me before I let him out, that she asks, are there any jury questions before she releases a witness? Um, yeah, somebody's running scared. Well, okay, I was waiting for Bob. I was waiting for a good time. Wait, let me put up a good picture for. Ah, okay. Here we go. Oh, whoops.
What's that? The evidence?
Just hold
What
your
did they take a
horses.
break
Just hold your horses. Yeah.
for? What?
They wanted to hear the sound clip, but I did a new one.
That was my hair.
No one got that right.
That was my hair.
Here's the other one.
My hair.
That one's actually better for that face.
My hair.
So should we should tell them who the actor is so they have better chance of actually guessing.
Yeah,
Somebody guessed Anchorman.
I'm super
Um,
disappointed. I'm super disappointed.
No, it's
All
come on.
right, so what do you mean? Come on.
All right,
Either
so
you
the
know or
actor.
you know. The actor is George Clooney. And that's the best hint that you could possibly get. I've already I gave Shiraz the hint. Right director, wrong movie, which is a huge hit. If you know anything about who directed Raising Arizona, it was a massive hint. So, like, I'm not giving you any
Between
more.
those
You
two
can't get it
hints, I
from
mean,
there.
that's
Like, I don't know what
enough.
to tell you. Huh?
That's enough. Between
Huh?
those two hints, it's enough.
Huh? I gotta get a Woody sound clips. I gotta get.
Oh yeah,
I can't
get some
recall.
Woody. Yeah,
in-
I'm doing
in
it.
Huh?
I'm getting a better
Huh?
one.
Huh? What?
And what about
Oh,
the
nailed it. Pammy. Oh, wait.
Your Honor, I got really high
Coucher
last night.
was
Can I get some
first.
water?
It was blink of an eye between Coucher and Pammy.
Oh, brother.
I want to give Pammy more credit because she actually capitalized, which took a little bit more time for her to type it out because she capitalized properly than Coucher. But I mean, I'm going to call it a tie.
I mean, but Couchers technically came in first. So, I mean, it's the thing.
I don't
This
have
thing,
to play that, Travis. I
you
can
know what
just
it
say
does? It
that.
does this thing where it puts them in order of how they came in. So,
Coucher is calling bullshit on that.
no, Couch Brother was first.
Couch Brother.
Coucher.
Ooh.
Sorry.
Oh,
Jeez.
yeah. Well, I was saying
You're giving
technically, yes,
Pam.
Couch
You're
Juror
giving it to
was
Pam
first, but
because
Pammy
capitalized.
capitalized,
She said,
which takes
"Who
an
art thou?"
extra
Though
split
instead of
second
"Where art
to
thou?"
capitalize. Wait, what?
She said, "Who art thou?" instead of "Where
No,
art
she
thou?"
said, "Oh brother, who art thou?" Oh yeah, where art thou? Oh yeah, all right. Okay, so that evens it out. So Couch Brother, you got it.
Tie. Now I'm going backwards. Tie.
Listen. Like what really happened here is that you have to change your handle to Couch Brother. Wait, no, they're both Clooney. Neither one of those is Billy Bob.
Yeah, no, they're both Clooney. He's always worried about his hair.
It's like he says it like consistently throughout the
I really
movie.
thought I could do
Every
it. I
time
could
he
wait.
wakes up, like he's worried about his hair.
I thought
My
I
hair.
could wait till that defense attorney touched his head and then do it because he's got, I feel like he does a lot of quaffing of his hair.
It was a brother movie, so those of you that guess Step Brothers get 0 credit because that's not the right movie. So there you go.
Nor
Yeah,
is it
his
the Coen
face is
brothers.
weirdly animated. Yeah, he's got like he does look. He's like a human cartoon. Is anybody sure that guy's not AI? Like I kind of feel like he's just like an AI image
He
that
could
floats
have one of
around.
those fake faces on, the mask faces.
Could you
Check his
imagine
neck.
like working in
Somebody
an office with that guy? Just
let me
like
check his
having him
neck.
sit in like in an office that has like full glass. You know, that he just stares at you, making faces. I don't know. Clooney. What do you mean? Clooney what? What about Clooney Spit? I love Clooney. Any of you boys, Smitties?
Smitty's out there. Trained in
Otherwise
the
trained in the metallurgical arts. Does anybody know? All right, who can tell me what Clooney's character in Oh Brother, what he was sent up the river for? Do not Google it. Do not Google it. I'll know. I'm gonna sick AI on you if you Google it. Don't pretend that we're in an old barroom debate before Google and you had to figure shit out. That's how we like to
I
do it
actually
in here.
don't remember, although I think that I know
That's
what it had to do with.
considering we just watched it 2 nights ago with my father.
Yeah, but I
that's
didn't.
extremely
I didn't get
disappointing.
to really. It was just on in the background.
Wait, you weren't watching it with us?
Well, no, I mean I was, but
You were
then
quoting the whole
stuff was
movie. Like, I
happening.
don't even like. I'm not buying it.
Oh yeah, I always quote because I love that movie. It's one of my favorites.
It is.
But I honestly I can't remember what he did. I think I remember what it had to do with.
Yeah, Akasha though, like his role in Oh Brother was by far my favorite Clooney movie, by far.
He wasn't very Clooney-y.
Well, he was playing a role, like you know. I mean, he was like in that more than any like most of the times, like he kind of just seems like Clooney. You know what I mean? Like in this particular thing, he's he actually had a role that he was
And it's the
playing.
only musical Bob likes.
Michael Clayton was great. That's not true. That's not true. I love the original Willy Wonka, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Which one is it? I always confuse it now. Which one's the OG? I love the Wizard of
Charlie and the
Oz.
Chocolate Factory. But
There's
won't even
like
give the Sound of Music a shot.
five. There's
Won't
like
even give the
five.
Sound of Music a shot.
It's just too. It's too long. I don't need to spend 4 hours watching about a bunch of people running around in the mountains of Switzerland, singing about
mean,
the Sound of Music. You
It's
know,
a lot more than that.
or are they in Austria? Wherever, Austria, right?
Yeah, they're they got to deal with the whole.
No, the Nazi thing, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I understand. I understand. I
No,
know
he
that
hasn't even watched Singing in the Rain. He doesn't even know what it means when I say the rain in Spain. Oh wait, that's not Singing in the Rain.
Yeah, wow. You're trying to flamethrow me and you're quoting the wrong movies. Man. We're still on break. We're keeping an eye on it. I know Todd gets very upset if we give sound bites. Todd, listen, man. Here's the deal. I'm going to do sound bites without pausing all the time. So just get used to it. You'll become accustomed to it. The talking, that's fair, but the sound bites, no, man.
Well,
I'm not pausing the thing to do a sound bite. That's
well, yeah, but you can't do like those long ones. That's why.
Okay. Wait a second. Wait, what?
Like
Hold
long
on.
ones while stuff's happening.
This one, yeah, this one was pretty long.
So I wore this ridiculous thing for you.
So good.
Here.
Do you know what that's from, right?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious.
Who knows what that's from?
Wait, which clue, Kitty? Oh, you mean for wait, they already got the I mean,
Wait, you asked something.
if you guys don't get that one like
oh no,
immediately
she
or-
wanted you to say what did George Clooney's character do to get sent to jail?
Oh, wait, that wasn't a clue. That was the question.
Oh, right, we didn't.
Question is for anybody that is
Although I think I do
well-versed.
remember now that no one's guessed yet that has something to do with. Can I say what I think it had something to do with?
What are you answering for the movie that you've seen no less than 25
I
times?
know, but I honestly I don't remember what he did. I'm pretty sure I know what it had to do with though.
What do you think? All right, what do you think it had to do with?
Like his wife. He got in a fight with someone over his wife or
Nope.
something. to defend-
Wrong.
Not to
Nice.
defend the honor of his wife in
You
some
were way,
way?
way off, sister. Way
Oh.
off. Like that was a swing and a miss. Hey, bada bada bada, so
Something
wing
really
bada.
stupid.
He can, so wing bada. What's that movie from? Somebody give me that. Any Chicagoan in this chat should get that immediately, if not sooner. Because
Immediately.
that's in stone. We're keeping an eye on it, kids. Don't worry. We got
All right, what did
we
he
got
do?
eyes
I
on it.
forget.
Make sure it's live, babe. Like that's the mistake I always make.
No, I got it live.
Okay.
Although last time I thought I had it live, and then I saw the bloop bloop message from
Sheila for the big win. The big win.
What'd she
Sheila
say?
Duffy. Ferris.
Oh, I thought she said what George Clooney did. So what did he
No,
do?
that-
I forget. Oh,
Who?
God, it was something stupid. It was like
Oh God, yes. Crocheting bat. Like they're like Gene Wilder all day, every day.
what did he do to get
Between-
arrested?
You want me to tell you flat out?
I'm not going to remember. I can't think.
Unauthorized practice of law. He was pretending like he was a
Jesus.
lawyer.
How could I
Jesus.
forget that?
How could you forget that?
Oh,
That is exactly
man.
right. That's exactly what I was
But
thinking.
why did he do it? There was like a reason he did it. No, maybe he was just
No, like
fake practicing law right
because
for
he's
money.
a silver-tongued son of a bitch. That's why.
Right.
Because he's got the gift of gab. Don't
got
you
the gift
remember
of
when
gab.
like John Goodman just takes that tree limb right
Hey,
to
don't
his
tell
head?
everybody the whole thing. People are going to watch it that
Okay,
haven't seen it now.
listen.
There's
Okay,
people
we
who
are
haven't
20
seen it.
years into that movie being out.
I
If
just
you haven't
saw
seen it by
people who haven't
now,
seen it. They're going to go watch it now.
there
so
is a
don't ruin
statute
it.
of limitations on spoiler alerts, and
No.
like I'm going like 3 weeks on shit. Like 20 years, no spoiler alerts. I'm
Oh, she was
sorry.
talking about your earlier one that was my cousin Vinny from your clip about
Oh, what? People got
I
that
put
immediately.
this stupid thing. I don't know. I'm not really following the chat, so I could be.
What are you doing?
Wrong. No, I mean like I'm talking.
Oh, but
So I
you're not
wasn't
looking
watching
at the chat.
every not every minute. So I pop
Oh,
over.
I'm looking at every second of it. Every second of it.
Boy.
All
Did
the
she say
chattings.
3:30? Is that what she said? 3:30 their time?
So did she give us any indication on how long she's going to go daily?
Yeah, Dizzy said, I think it was Dizzy said 4.
4?
Somebody said
Okay.
4.
So, I mean, that's like 6 for us. Like, well, why the hell is she taking a break now? That doesn't make any sense.
It's bizarre.
Because it's like that's a half an hour away. Like, why she could have just like, power through for the last half an hour. I could tell. I like this judge already. I like this judge. I like the cut of her jib. I can just tell you that right now.
Oh,
Wait,
I had
Kitty,
another
what are you
soundbite that I
asking
was gonna
about?
do.
Like the original,
I think
I'm
she's
wearing
moved on
this
to something
ridiculous
else.
thing for you is 100% my cousin Vinny. It's when he's got that amazing, like burgundy, old timey suit on that he's got. It's it's like I actually want that suit. I would pimp that suit all the time. I would wear that actively all the time. Like for real though. So if anybody can get a line on a suit like that, let me know because I'm in. Yeah. He's like, the whole thing is the whole town got the flu. So he had to go to a secondhand store, and the only suit they had was that thing.
Wait,
And
that's
so-
why I thought it was like
Yeah, he's like, he got his one suit that he was wearing every day. He's like, you've seen it. He's like, I got mud all over it when they got stuck in the mud, and she spun the tires and it got them all filled with mud. So he's like, I went to go get another suit, but the whole town had the flu, so the only store that had clothes was not open. So I had to go to a secondhand store, and the only thing that they had was this ridiculous thing. And that was it. That's how he ended up with that fantastic suit. He's like, I was down to two things:
no.
my leather jacket, which I know you hate, or this ridiculous thing. I wore this ridiculous thing for you. Yeah.
Joanna.
Yeah. The two Utes. The two what? Two what? Utes. The two Utes. Oh, so good. It's still one of the best movies. It's like it's got to be like my favorite. Like it's got to be like
I could watch
a
it again.
top 5 comedy of mine for all time.
Yeah.
Because you have to break movies up, between dramas,
I can't believe I couldn't
thrillers,
remember what George
comedies. You
Clooney
can't
did.
compare like a slapstick hilarious comedy that I give like 4 stars, which is old school. I realize they do.
The
What do they
Big
do? 5
Lebowski's
stars?
top on your list of
Oh, Big Lebowski,
comedies.
bar none. I mean, that's top 3. It's top 1 for comedy, but top 5 for both. Like, it's like it's one of my favorite.
I
movies.
remember when a friend of ours was like, "Oh, I'm gonna go rent some movies," and it's like the Big Lebowski, and I'm looking at the box, and I'm like, "This looks like the stupidest shit I ever saw." I don't even think I ever gave it a chance until you and I were together. I feel like
Well,
I can't remember liking it before
you're
that.
welcome. You're very welcome.
I just remembered it stuck in my head how anti the Big Lebowski I was when we went to the video renting store.
The
Back when
Blockbuster,
no, I think it was like it was down the
family
shore, so it was like like
family
Family
video.
Video or Down Beach Video, like it was down the shore. It was like Ventnor. Um, so I can't obviously when I watched it, I loved it, but
Yeah,
I don't believe
Office
I did
Space
that
is
then.
phenomenal.
Oh, that's
Office Space is
top
definitely a top
top.
5 for me
Yeah.
too.
Mm-hmm.
I do like Paul Thomas Anderson, Sheila. I think they're great. Like Allie's not a huge fan of Paul Thomas Anderson.
Not as much as you.
It's not even close.
Wait,
Dude.
is that who I'm? Yeah, no, not even close.
No, like who you're thinking of is not Paul Thomas Anderson.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was starting to think it was somebody else.
No, you're thinking of what's his face? Who I love all of his movies.
Right. It's right. One of the movies is right in my head. I can't think of it.
No, how much god damn it. Like I'm so old. My memory is just my
The
memory's not
Kings
what
of
it used to
something,
be.
not the Kings of something, the
No, what like Wes
little
Anderson.
Fauntleroy Wes Anderson.
Yeah, it's so Rushmore
Rushmore.
is
Yeah, why do you say I don't like this
beautiful.
other Anderson? What are his movies?
Who, Wes Anderson?
No, the other one. First one that
Oh,
you said I didn't like
he's
as much
got
as you.
I gotta look he's like he's his shit's like different. Like his shit like hits different. It's like
Me too, couch chore. Just so hard to find a good one.
what
Thriller.
good thrillers?
Oh, I put the wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, no, you definitely like some Paul Thomas Anderson. So he like Boogie Nights.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, There Will Be Blood.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
We were
Like,
both
but
big
he's
Wes
got some
Anderson
shit that like I think you liked Punch Drunk Love. That was kind of like Sandler's like only like, one of his.
it was not one of my favorite.
See, I like that a lot. I thought it was great. That was frankly probably my favorite Sandler movie because I get so sick of his shit. It's like the same shit in every movie. What else did he have that was great? So he did Wall Street. Yeah, Punch Drunk Love. And like his big ones were definitely Cigarettes and Coffee was good too. Magnolia, that was like a ensemble cast. That was a good one. The Master, which was really really good. But I pretty much loved almost everything that Philip Seymour Hoffman was in. He was so great. He was so great. One of my favorite actors. I agree, Gigi. We do need a Bob Abides emoji. I mean, like as far as I'm concerned, we could have like 50 Big Lebowski, starting with the toe. It just has to be a toe with a little green nail polish on it. Everyone who loves the Big Lebowski will know. Of course, a bowling ball. Obviously, you're not a golfer. Oh, let me check, Sheba. Like, I never get notifications. Oh, Sheba. Thank you so much. $20 Venmo. Put this toward dinner or another jar of pickles. Yay. Thank you. I hope others give you gifts as well. Thank you, too, for all that you do. Thank you so much, Sheba. That is greatly, greatly appreciated. Very, very much. More than you know. I mean, like, you should know, because, like, as much as I whine, you think that, like, Allison's always like, quit bitching about supers.
Jesus. He just feels like it's validating that people,
It does.
but they're here, so they
That's true.
clearly like
That's
you.
true.
They
That's
clearly
true.
like you.
I mean, I think they like you. I think they tolerate me. Is
Okay.
how it works.
Come on. No one's even buying your shit right now.
Oh, come on, dude. Come on. Like, what other Big Lebowski emojis can we have? There's so many. There are just so many. Tootsie
I'm
and
a
9 to 5.
nihilist. I'm a nihilist.
Spitfire. Oh, like, see, I would say that line, but it's very raunchy when he says, what about those guys floating in the pool? And she's like, they're nihilists. And then the comeback
That must be
they're
very
just that
exhausting.
must be exhausting to be a nihilist, to try to, like, actively not care about something. Like, the genius of the line for line, there's no funnier movie that's ever been written than The Big Lebowski.
Yeah.
Big movie about nothing. Yeah, I'm not seeing yeah, I've seen it, but I don't consider that to be a compliment. Have you ever seen Nigel Thornberry? He's got a huge nose. Now, granted, I have had my nose broken 3 times in fights, but it's nowhere near the size of Nigel Thornberry's. Nowhere. He's from what is that? Is that cartoon called The Thornberries?
What?
That guy with the big ears and the big nose?
Yeah.
Who's that?
She was always telling me that I look like Nigel. I'm like, what?
Oh, don't even make me have to hurt you. My man is
Yeah,
sexy
come
as
on, girl.
hell. This
Come
guy,
on.
cartoon.
Thanks, babe.
He's a cartoon with big ears and a big nose, but big ears and little eyes.
Yeah, like beady, super beady.
Yeah. What
Like,
the
part of the
hell?
reason my eyes, like, I squint a lot because I need glasses.
I got giving him a complex now. Let me think about this for. Oof.
Now, for
Wait, what
3
happened?
seconds.
Is it back on?
I don't know. It looks like
Am I watching the wrong movie?
You're
The
screwing
wrong
up, babe.
movie.
You're screwing, like, the witnesses on the stand.
Jonathan, Jonathan Martinez,
there we go.
Martinez.
That's reverted.
Thanks so much. Sir,
nothing.
Are you familiar with a company called Multiple Plumbing Services?
Multiple pump services, yes.
Okay, what is Multiple Plumbing Services?
I work for them and we do sewer bypasses.
Okay. So what does that mean? Sewer bypass?
When there needs to be work done on the sewer line, we'll create an above ground bypass.
Babe, fix the
plug up
screen.
sewer
There's
line,
something
suck
weird
it up,
going on with it.
Move it above ground, dump it off somewhere else to dry out that system so they can work on that dried out system.
Does your company
There you go.
perform that sort of work in residential areas?
Yes.
Is that like a 1-hour job?
No, it can go on for months,
It can
24
go for
hours.
months.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to September 2nd, 2022. Did you and your company perform a sewer maintenance project over on a street called Wintergreen?
Yes.
Okay. Did you work on that day?
Yes.
If we focus on September 2nd, 2022, and we work our way back.
I'll tell you what, this dude needs to
long
be wearing that
your company
straw
is
sun
working
hat because
on
he
Wintergreen.
is roasting
Probably
his face
mid-August.
daily.
So you were there in the
This
month of
witness.
August.
Yes.
So I have a question for you. When you would work on a project like
This is
that,
heavy
was there
breathing.
anything that you and your fellow workers would actually wear on the construction site?
We're required to wear high vis clothing, usually orange or yellow, with reflective vest or some kind of reflective tape on our chest.
Mr. Martinez, what is the purpose of wearing bright orange stuff when you're working on a sewer project out in a residential neighborhood?
We usually work in the middle of the road, so we need to be visible to traffic.
So you're in the middle of the street.
Yes.
So if a car drove by, in theory, as you were working, they could see you and your fellow workers all wearing orange clothing.
Yes.
And you were there during the month of August.
Yes.
How many days a week were you and your fellow workers working on wintergreen in orange jackets?
Every day for 24 hours.
Every day for 24 hours. So if you walked through the neighborhood, people should have seen you.
Yes.
If you drove through the neighborhood, people should have seen you.
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about September 2nd, 2022, probably around 10:30 in the morning, early morning hours, maybe around leading up to about noon. Are you working at Wintergreen?
Yes.
Is there a vehicle at some point around that time, around 10:30ish, catch your attention?
There you go, babe.
Yes.
Why does it catch your attention?
I'm not overly concerned.
I was
babe.
doing a route from Rock Springs to Wintergreen every 30 minutes, and I would pull up in the middle. It was more convenient for me to park in the middle, so I wouldn't have to park and then walk down. A vehicle parked in kind of like right before a barricaded sign.
Wow, Joe
if that
Schmo
vehicle
with
was there,
the,
it would impede traffic to turn right on, I'm not sure the street name. So when I pulled up, that vehicle was parked on that side right there.
So you were not on foot, you were in your car?
I was in the company truck.
It's like a work truck?
Yes.
Okay. And when you see this car parked over there, what kind of vehicle, what color vehicle was it?
I remember it was red.
Red. Do you see the driver?
Yes.
Is the driver wearing anything?
Orange.
Orange. First impressions, did you think he was part of your work project?
I wasn't really sure.
But he had something similar to what you and all your fellow workers who have been there for the last month have been wearing.
Similar, yes.
So do you kind of pull up in his general direction?
I pulled up in the middle of the road, and he was parked on facing the opposite direction than me on my left.
Do you remember it being filled with lots of people, or was there only one person in the car?
One person.
Okay. As you start to approach this vehicle, does that red car with the person in the orange jacket, does that person stick around?
No, he gave me a wave and then proceeded to drive away.
So that
the
person
opposite
didn't
direction.
get out and join your work site?
No,
He didn't ask where I should park to help out and work?
no,
So he just moved on?
correct.
Did you ever see that red car again as far as
Who's
you
that?
remember?
Not that I remember.
Okay. You've had, at some point, a couple days later, someone from the police department approaches you. Isn't that right, Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Have you had a chance prior to this see some footage, maybe from some like a home surveillance camera?
Prior to that, no.
Okay. But I meant like around that time, you have seen footage previously that depicts kind of what you've described to us. Is that correct?
Yes, I have seen it.
All right. At this time, I believe we have a stipulation that states proposed 338 has been admitted into evidence.
That is correct.
We will be playing a video just entitled John Martinez Video. If we could cue over, please. We'll start it up again. I'm going to stop it right here. Do you see a vehicle that you just described to us previously?
Yes,
Okay, where is it located on this footage?
it's the SUV on the right. top
Kaylee,
corner.
we think
All right.
they're
Who's
going to
doing
stop
playing?
at 4, but remember this is a Nevada case, which is Pacific time. So if you're Midwest, that's 6. If that is East Coast, that is 7 p.m. So yeah. I mean, for us, it's nice because it starts late, but man, it goes late. Oh. Uh-oh.
That white truck, who's driving that white truck?
I am.
And that's kind of the interchange that you saw, correct?
That's correct.
And the driver at no point rolled down his window to ask you where he should park to join you and your fellow workers on that sewage repair project.
No,
He just drove away.
correct.
I have no further questions.
Examination?
Yes.
Did you see his face? What do you look like?
Yeah, why not that question? He clearly didn't see him.
You were shown this video previously, correct?
Yes, the following Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday after by a detective.
Okay, and this was 2 years ago.
Yes.
And you agree with me that you gave honest answers to the detective when you were interviewed?
Yes.
Tell me you didn't really remember the interaction, did you?
Not really.
And would fair to say that, I mean, it's been 2 years, you've had a lot going on, probably remembered it better then than you would today.
Yeah, I was pretty tired when he interviewed me, but yes.
Okay, he tape recorded your interview, correct?
I believe so.
You were asked if someone tried to get your attention and you said you didn't really remember, honestly.
Objection.
answer.
per se.
Yeah, fair answer.
I have 179.
This guy's got his shades on the top of his head. Tell you what, babe, court has gotten a lot more lax these days.
I'm sorry?
I said fair to say that it wasn't really a memorable interaction that you had with this person in this vehicle.
Like swearing in court is like commonplace
yes.
now.
I mean,
Sort of.
tell by your face, it didn't stick. I mean, you didn't remember when you were interviewed a couple of days later, really, what happened or the
No.
importance of anything. Fair to say?
No, I didn't feel like it was important. No.
You didn't feel like it was important. You never saw this person's face, correct?
I did, just for a very short time.
I see. Were you ever shown any lineups in reference to that person?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, to identify this person.
No, I was never asked to.
Okay.
Oh,
You
You
never
gonna
spoke
ask
to this
me?
person.
No.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Briefly. Yeah, briefly.
do you recognize
Just to
him?
be clear, the police officer who interviewed you didn't ask you the question of, hey, did this guy ever get out and ask where he should park? That officer never asked you that question.
No.
Would you have answered it back then if you were asked that question?
Yes, I would have remembered that.
The first person who asked that question was me, correct?
Correct.
And that was today,
Yeah.
right? Additionally, the question about him getting out and asking for directions, like that was never asked by this officer. If this driver in the orange jacket in the red car ever sought any information as to where to park, but the police officer never asked you a question.
I'm the
like
juror.
that then,
I'm
correct?
asking the question.
Correct.
So you never
Are
had
you
an
kidding me
opportunity
right
to
now?
answer it
These
until today.
jurors
Is
don't
that
ask
right?
the
That's right.
question.
Okay.
Do you recognize
and just to be
him?
clear, I mean, we have the
on a
video, right?
screen?
Yeah.
I mean, we can see
For
the
real.
presence
You
now.
tell him, babe.
Correct.
Okay, he just drives off once you start to approach him.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further
Somebody.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wait,
what?
Wait. Ask the fucking jurors.
What the hell?
We're gonna call Detective Cliff Mogg.
Like, what is the point of having
What-
juror
what-
questions if they're not going to
They're
answer
not paying
that shit?
attention.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
He's like, oh, that guy was pretty good for me. The guy didn't even recognize
The guy
me.
didn't even recognize me.
That guy doesn't even know what the fuck I look like. Fuck that guy. He was a good witness for me. Put that one in our column. He's a good one.
Jesus.
Man. Like, yeah, why?
Nobody. They were both too scared to ask. The state had to ask before.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole
I'll tell you
truth,
what, though,
and
they're
nothing but the
buzzing
truth,
through
so help
the
you God? You may be
witnesses.
seated.
Quick.
I hate that the judge doesn't ask the jurors.
I know.
Release these
Clifford,
people.
Clifford. Last name is Mogg, M as in Mary, O-G-G.
If they didn't ask a question then, they're never going to ask a question. This jury has failed me.
That's all right. Sir, normally I'd ask you what you currently do for a living, but I first want to ask you, maybe as late as or as early as late as last year, what were you doing here in Las Vegas?
So up until August 10th of last year, when I retired, I had been a police officer for almost 40 years, 27 of that with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and 20 years as a homicide detective.
Okay. Currently, what do you do? You have a new profession, or at least a follow-up?
Lisa, you talking about the jury? No.
I'm a
The jury questions.
contract investigator for the Clark County District Attorney's Office, and then I have my own company. And that's what I do currently.
Were you hired by our office to prepare kind of a PowerPoint analyzing video surveillance.
I was.
And just to be clear, this was was this video surveillance that you had collected when you were working as a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
Correct. On September 3rd, myself and
I'd like to know, what do you think the judge would have done if one of them asked that question? Robert Michael.
Oh, what? I'm sorry. What'd you
If
say?
one of the jurors had asked the question, do you recognize the defendant? Both lawyers would have said they don't want the question asked, I'm assuming. God, I
Well,
can't believe they really
it's
screwed
like
it
a
right there.
totally fair question. And it, like,
I mean, I just don't
like
know
after the
I don't
witnesses
know the
are done,
rules
is the
about the
judge,
questions.
I don't know either. Because see, we don't have that in Illinois. That is not an option for witnesses or jurors to ask the witnesses questions. Like they do it in Colorado. Like they had the
And I got
option
to
in
look it up. See if the jurors ask
Letitia's
a
case.
question, can the parties veto
Well,
it?
the question is how is it brought about? Like,
It's
did the
not
jurors have to?
improper. It's not an improper question.
No. But what I'm saying is, like, how do the jurors let the judge know? Like,
She said
you would,
they're supposed to, like raise her hand or something. She said in the beginning, like, I stand very, I really follow this rule. And then she said that, when they're done, after they ask both their questions, I'm going to ask tell the witness they're done and they can leave. So if you've got a question, you've got to, you got to signal to me, because once they're gone, I'm not calling them back.
yeah,
And
I
when she
agree with
said that,
Pammy. I think at the end of every witness, the judge should ask the question, jurors, do you have any questions? It's a very simple question
right.
that she'll get an answer. That way you avoid that, right? It's a simple
Yeah.
solution to it. I
I
don't
don't know
hear her
why she
doing it.
doesn't do it.
I don't know.
But what do you think? Because if they would have asked it, it's not an improper question, pursuant to the rules of evidence.
Is that was that shot of the maroon vehicle leaving the day of the murder? Is that like, or was that him scouting it out ahead of time?
I don't
Do you know?
remember. I don't remember. It must have been, I don't know what, probably reading people's comments or something.
Yeah.
Anybody remember?
Like we're talking about that clip.
They're talking about the tie.
Oh, I would crush that tie. I kind of like it. I kind of hate it.
The judge is tainting the jury. Request a mistrial immediately. What's happening?
Taint.
All right. No one else knows either.
All right, keep rolling. Let's go. It's already 5:54 for us.
I'm outraged. Can't even believe it. Would have been so entertaining.
and other members of my squad responded to Mr. Gurman's residence in connection with a body that had been found in a suspicious homicidal death. I was one of the later detectives to respond, and my job at that point was to assist the other lead detectives in the case and locate surveillance video in the area of the crime.
All right. So let's talk about that first. So this PowerPoint, you prepared this PowerPoint, is that correct?
I did.
Tell this jury a little bit about the process that you and your fellow detectives, as well as patrol officers, conducted to collect all of the footage that we are about to see.
So the collection of this video actually occurred over a couple of days. On the day of our initial response to the scene, we canvassed the area looking for surveillance cameras that are located on the outside of houses, businesses that might be surrounding the area, any other type of surveillance cameras, whether they be stationary or mobile cameras that could be in the area. And then we make contact with the people who are at that residence or that business and attempt to collect video from them. In this case, there was a house directly across the street which had cameras that faced Mr. Gurman's residence.
What do you mean you could barely see
Down the
Allie?
street,
I can
there were
see
a
her.
couple other
I see her
houses.
just fine.
Some of them
I-
did not
I-
have
I
any surveillance that was
recapitulated.
available. Either
Oh,
because the camera
repositioned?
didn't record it or it wasn't within the
I
range
saw they
of
said
the
you were
camera.
drifting to the left.
I recovered some surveillance video from a house at the corner of Wintergreen and Bronze Circle, which actually showed the arrival of the suspect vehicle and the suspect walking along the Wintergreen Drive.
I want to jump ahead just for 1 second before we start moving on to your PowerPoint. You mentioned you found
Oh,
footage on Wintergreen
Karen's
of the
kids must
suspect
be
vehicle. Is that correct?
overhearing
That's
her
correct.
lives.
In your line of work, whether it's in a
Wait,
residential area, like in the
you got in
outdoors, or
trouble for
maybe at
making
a
your
casino,
mom joke?
is there
What?
a process that
outrageous.
if you find a suspect or a person of interest, is there a method
Good
in which
clean
you try
fun.
to
Good
track
clean fun.
the movements of someone?
Yes. So once we collect surveillance video and we collect it for a certain time frame where we believe the crime occurred or where the suspect may have been in the area, at that point, we start reviewing the camera footage from the time that we get it until the time that video footage ends, looking for the
Oh
suspect.
yeah, I
If
would
we
not
find
fear
the
wearing that
suspect
tie,
or the
but if you've
suspect's
seen me
vehicle
dress
in
in
any
real
of
life,
those
you'd know.
video clips,
I fear
then what we
nothing
do
as
is
far
start
as
going
clothes goes.
backwards and looking further down the street, around the corner,
I have spit. I
down
have
the
a
other streets,
million
businesses that are in the
Jerry
area to
Garcia
see if we
ties.
can
They're all
determine
Christmas
when
stuff.
the suspect or the
I love
suspect's
Jerry
vehicle
Garcia
arrived in
Christmas
the
ties.
area and when it left and what route it took to either arrive at the scene or depart from the scene.
And so ultimately, you are trying to find ideally the ultimate origin, let's say in this case, the suspect car, trying to find the ultimate origin of that suspect car, and you're trying to find the final destination of the car. Would that be fair?
That's correct.
Can you tell, once you found this vehicle, were you able to track it beyond just, Wintergreen and Bronze Circle? Were you able to start collecting surveillance that extended beyond just those couple of streets?
Yes.
Okay. How far out are you going, sir?
Miles. I think it's actually driving the route. It's approximately 5.4 miles out that we went to collect video.
So
Oh,
So
thanks,
you just kind of
Travis.
start what, hitting businesses or restaurant or residences kind of all along this route that you believe this car is taken?
Correct.
And that's what you did in this case?
Yes.
How did you do that? Is it just a one-person job? How many officers took part in this?
So there were 6 people on my squad. We had other detectives that assisted us. There were detectives from the digital forensic unit that helped us. We had other units within the Metropolitan Police Department that assisted us in canvassing the area for surveillance video. All told, I believe I probably had 20, 25 detectives looking for surveillance video.
Have you ever heard of the term of kind of gridding something out?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So it's just giving areas of responsibility to different detectives to look for surveillance video within that area.
Okay, let's start getting to it. What do we see here? What is on this first slide?
So this first slide, there was a multitude of surveillance video cameras that were located. We were able to collect surveillance video from several of the digital video recorders. Some of it was of evidentiary value, some of it was not. This right here is a listing, just the first 6, of locations that had
tell
video
Jay
that
we're
was of
charging
an
him with
evidentiary
corruption of a
value that
minor.
I used in constructing this PowerPoint.
And
Babe.
let me just stop you right
What?
there. And just to be clear,
Who's going to tell Jay we're
the
charging him with
suspect
corruption
vehicle
of a
is not
minor?
the only thing that you were tracking, correct? In
It's your
terms
mama
of this
jokes.
PowerPoint and the compilation
Yeah.
of the video, is that right?
That's correct. We also
I
tracked
mean,
the
I
victim.
have to tell you,
So,
your
for
mama
example,
jokes
I
have
see number 3.
long,
What's
long
significant about number 3?
surpassed
So number
Jay
3
saying
is
your mama
Roberto's Coffee
jokes.
Shop. It's
They've been around for a
located,
long,
just
long
north of
time.
Charleston on Rainbow.
Jay.
And the victim actually went
At
there at
least-
about 9
at
o'clock
least
in
where
the
I live.
morning on September 2nd, 2022.
And I see these, you kind of have these parentheses for each one of them talking about DVR time. Why did you put that there, Detective?
So this gives us the approximate offset time from the actual time versus what was on the DVR. A lot of times DVR times are off. Sometimes they're way off. It just depends how the system is connected. If it's connected to the internet, then the time is normally accurate. If it's not, and it relies on somebody at the business to set the time, then the time can be off by any amount. And I always, if I'm within a minute, I normally just call it like 12:30. It could be 12:31, it could be 12:29, but I just give that 60 seconds in there for error.
Okay. Are these
All right,
just
Todd.
another, I guess, 7 sources of
Good
camera
hang, good
footage
hang,
that
man,
is
good
going- that
hang.
we're ultimately going to see?
This is just a continuation of where we recovered surveillance video that had an evidentiary value.
Additional, is this additional footage
Correct.
and additional footage?
Yes.
So I see the last number here is 22. So there's 20 different cameras that were used to put this presentation together.
22.
Was this kind of what you were just kind of talking to us about?
Yes.
Sorry, if I jumped ahead, I apologize, Detective. What is significant about this slide, sir?
So after we identified the suspect in the case as Mr. Tejas, then what I did was just used what I felt was probably one of the most direct routes that would give me an idea of the distance between Mr. Tejas' residence and Mr. Gurman's residence. In this case, it's approximately 5.3 miles.
And this is kind of the path that you ultimately can follow with the suspect vehicle, correct?
Yes.
What is this?
So this is a photograph of Mr. Gurman's Honda Civic.
Okay. And what is this?
And this is a photograph of Mr. Tejas' maroon GMC Yukon Denali.
Oh, now that Todd's
We'll,
gone,
we'll
I
talk
can.
about this Denali in a little bit once we're kind of through the footage, because I'll have to switch over to the other projector. But
So yeah, this is a
let's look at
foundational
this.
witness. Like they're
What
putting
is-
this guy on to get all
how
this
are we gonna
stuff into
start?
evidence. We've seen it
So
already.
This
They're going to move it
is
into
the
evidence
first
now.
movement of the victim at about
So he's a
8:47
super
in the
boring,
morning. He leaves his
super
residence.
boring.
The direction of travel he went was north on Wintergreen, and then we don't have any surveillance video of him after he goes north on Wintergreen. And so this, where the red circle is just his vehicle leaving Bronze Circle from the direction of his residence. And then again, I did the same thing, just an approximate route that I believe Mr. Gurman would have taken to get to Roberto's Taco Shop, and that's approximately 2.4 miles.
What are we looking
And I
at here?
believe he would have
This
taken.
is Roberto's Taco Shop at 907 South
For real,
Rainbow.
Joe.
At about 9:04 in the morning, and again, this is a corrected time. So when I say corrected, it's just corrected for the differentiation from the actual time and the DVR time. And this, the victim arrives in his vehicle and parks in the parking lot on the south side of the business. And then this camera right here is the approximate location of the camera that captured that.
I don't know how anybody thinks they can get away with the crime these
This is
days.
Mr.
Come
Gurman
on.
arriving.
Hard. And this guy really sucked at it. I mean,
Wait, this is
like,
who arriving? I was reading something Tavis
That's
sent me.
That's Jeff's Civic. Like he's got Cameron's car, except in that gray.
No, but is this
That's
Tellez's?
Jeff. Huh? No. I
Oh, the
think that-
victim?
So the
I think
clothing
that's
that Mr.
Jeff.
Gurman is wearing.
Yeah, I think
Oh, yeah.
that's the victim.
Was important to me later on in my examination of the surveillance
Figure out
video,
what day
because
it
this is the same clothing he wears when he comes out of his house.
What are we looking at this slide?
This is just a photograph of Mr. Gurman at the cash register inside the Roberto Taco Shop. And that's, again, about 9:04 in the morning.
I mean,
All right, so
Gurman was
now
going to get
moved on to a new
tacos
slide.
at 9
what
in the
is
morning. I
significant
respect
about
that.
9601 Red Hills
Breakfast taco.
Drive?
It's never too early for
So this is
tacos.
Breakfast
the,
burrito. He's getting a
I hope I
breakfast.
pronounce this right.
Whatever.
Fidget Elementary
Whatever
School.
form it is, I'm here for
It
it.
is directly south of the road leading to
Like the
Mr.
UK.
Gurman's or Mr.
Spit
Tejas'
fire with
residence.
cameras everywhere.
So if you can show us, where's Mr. Tellis' residence?
Is
Right
it
up here
Tellez
where the
or
red
Reyes?
pin is.
Okay, is that?
I mean,
I'm gonna walk up.
For real.
Here, is
I
this
mean,
a
I'm thinking about
driveway?
tacos
That was
right
the-
now.
yeah, is that a
Does anyone
driveway
know
out
if his
onto Spanish
name is
Steps?
really
Yes.
Tellez?
Okay, so if you just pulled out of
Ooh.
that driveway and came down Silk
Tellez.
Castle, that
I
would be
call
the
him
straight
Tellez.
route if Mr.
Is he
Tellez
I
Tellez?
think if his first name was Roberto,
out in that
I'd be
direction.
more
That be
inclined
fair?
to say it's
Correct. It's just
Tejas.
a short eastbound jaunt and then south onto the street.
So just to be clear, this is at 9:10 in the morning. What are we gonna see footage of here?
So this, you'll see Mr. Tejas
Caroline,
arriving at his
put us
saying
on the
Tejas.
speakers.
And you'll see the
Like,
red Yukon
let the whole fam
Denali
hear.
traveling
Let's go. Family time.
westbound and then northbound.
So back in the direction of his house.
Correct.
Telly Savalas.
The witness says Tellez and the prosecutor says Tellez.
I threw Telly Savalas. I wanted Kojak as one the thumbnail, and Dizzy wouldn't have it. She's like, "Don't
And
you
just
dare
to be clear,
sully
you said that the process is you start
Kojak
with the
or Telly
car, and then
Savalas
you
by
start
comparing him to
working
this
in a
guy."
direction, collect video,
So
collect
fair,
video, collect
fair,
video, right?
Diz,
Until
fair.
you find the final destination, right?
Correct.
So this is the final origin spot, correct?
Yes.
But you had to look at video prior to seeing the path of travel from the Bronze Circle residence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, or Wintergreen, right? Thank you. All right, so we've got, just to go back, so we're at about 9:10 in the morning for Tejas' Denali at this point.
Twins'
correct?
first
Correct.
birthday
He's
presents
arriving
came in. I'm
home.
so excited.
All
They
right,
are
so
the
now,
ride on the bumper
Why are we
cars.
looking at this slide next?
What do you mean?
This is another slide of the victim.
What do you
So at
mean,
9:11
Carly?
in the morning,
What?
the victim
Carly,
leaves the
she
restaurant,
got
gets into his car.
Twins' first birthday presents came in. I'm
travels
so excited. They
west
are
in
the
parking
ride
lot,
on
then
bumper
goes north
cars.
in
What
front of
what
the
is
Home
that?
Depot there at
Is this some cool
Rainbow
new
and
toy?
Charleston, and then he turns back out onto Rainbow Boulevard.
Okay, so this is a minute apart, right? So Gehrman's at the taco shop, Tejas is on his action at least.
Yes.
And this is at 9 a.m.
Oh yeah, it is Tellez.
There's Mr.
Both
Gurman
saying
leaving the
Tellez.
restaurant.
That's still Gurman, hon.
I know, but they're both saying Tellez now. I thought somebody said Tellez before.
Tejas, I mean, they're rolling their L's. It's the proper
I mean,
pronunciation.
the name's spelled Tellez.
See, I would think that well, yeah, I guess, or that could be Tellez.
No.
Yeah, the bastardized American English version is Tellus.
Well, but it
Tejas.
depends if he's
Roberto Tejas.
if his family's Latino or
And in addition to this, I also looked at the other cameras from these businesses to see if there was another red Yukon Denali that had followed Mr. Gurman there or followed him away, and I did not see one.
wait.
So,
what was
during
that
the
one?
time that you have eyes on Mr. Gehrman's car, at least at this point in time, you're not seeing a red Yukon.
I'm not.
I mean, I think Ellie's right. I think they're making
Now,
some like
what is significant about this slide?
tacos or burritos
This is
over
at
there.
9:12 in the morning, again from Pidgeot Elementary School. And this is a camera, same angle as the last time, showing Mr. Tejas arriving. This is showing Mr. Tejas leaving
Oh,
the
they're
area
some
of his
point-
residence,
bumper
traveling
cars.
south, and then
Sound
traveling
awesome.
east on the street in
No,
front
wait.
of the
At
school.
some point, has
That
he
would be
said he
Red Hills
did
Road.
see this
Correct.
car, the red car following him, or he hasn't?
I don't know.
There's a red car in the background back there.
Okay, but that's not
That's
a
red.
not a Denali.
Right, it was burgundy.
And it's a Denali. It's a big ass SUV. It's a Tahoe, like it's a huge SUV. Denalis are monstrous.
All right. What are we looking here in this slide?
So this is at 9:19 in the morning. This is a camera that was located at 1405 Wintergreen Drive, which is just southeast of Bronze Circle where the victim lived. The victim drove northbound on Wintergreen Circle and then turned west onto Bronze Circle toward his house.
Has approximately 8 minutes elapsed since he left the Robertos.
Approximately, yes. There's his vehicle. Making the westbound turn on Bronze Circle.
And so that's Bronze Circle beyond that tree there?
Yes.
Okay.
And then at 10:03, The victim left his residence again, traveled north on Wintergreen to Vegas Drive.
The seat gets uncomfortable after a long time.
You should sit in this gaming chair. Can't even feel my ass, bro.
And then this camera is located at 7200 Periwinkle. It's on Wintergreen, just south of Vegas, and it'll show the victim driving north on Wintergreen and then turning
Yeah, those
eastbound onto Vegas
Denali's are
Drive at
nice.
about 10:03 in the morning.
Did you also, at this point, with this type of footage, look to see if there's any red Yukons following him?
Not yet.
Not yet. We're getting there. He's got to have a license plate then. No, maybe not.
What time was time enough?
What?
Here you can
What
see
time
him
was
make
the
the
time?
turn, and there are no other vehicles
Do
that
you
follow.
know? Was it afternoon or late morning?
Oh, we're
All
about
right,
to
what is
find out.
significant about this slide, sir?
Because they found him then following
Good
day.
fire.
is the
That ain't
first
no lie, dude.
slide
Those
this
chairs in
time
there,
that I
that was
captured
like
the red Yukon
brutal.
Denali at 10:26 in the
Brutal.
morning, traveling southbound on Rock Springs Drive.
Carried around a gel.
This is, you can
I-
see in the yellow there.
Everyone brought
This is
pads.
located
Everyone
a
had pads.
couple blocks
Like
Aw,
for
well, I'll
days
make
2
sure
and
my
3.
man has
And this is it again at
Thanks, baby.
10:26 in the morning, and it
You're
was
the best.
captured by a camera on the east side of that address.
Wait, Julie,
And then these are
8:32
just
a.m.
stills.
What day are
This
these videos
vehicle drove
from?
by
The second.
too fast.
Can't be
to give
8:32
any
a.m.
use.
Like,
No,
this
but
is-
they hold on. They
What's
found him the
significant
next
about this
day.
area?
That's what she's talking about.
At 10:26 in the
Oh.
morning, further down the street on Rock Springs is Cornflower Drive. This video was recovered from 7125 Cornflower Drive at 10:26 in the morning, and the red Yukon drove west on Cornflower. And it's captured by that camera on the north side of the house.
Oh, they don't have a front license plate in Arizona.
Okay.
At 10:30 in the morning, the house on the corner of Wintergreen and Vegas at 7200 Periwinkle. The victim drove west on Vegas Drive, then turned southbound onto Wintergreen back into the direction of his house.
Yeah, these Pacific
Again, you can see there are no other vehicles
Coast,
that followed the
West
victim
Coast trials are no
into
good.
the neighborhood.
Got like 188 people here because
And what's significant about this timestamp?
So 10:39, saw the red Yukon traveling from westbound Vegas Drive to southbound Wintergreen. This is the same direction that the victim had just traveled. And again, 10:39 in the morning from 7200
that
Periwinkle,
side?
there was a camera located on the east side of the residence.
If we just go back for a second. So this is at 10:30. So Garman's coming in at 10:30, and this is approximately 9 minutes later.
Yes.
what? That's following? 9 minutes later is following?
And all of these videos are at the actual speed. When I reviewed the surveillance videos, I slowed these down to a quarter to an eighth of the speed so that I could look at details.
What are we looking at here?
So this is a still from that last video from
But they
7200
can't zoom in on that?
Periwinkle. And this shows the suspect who's clad in an orange traffic shirt, sitting in the driver's seat. The passenger visor is down and the driver visor is down.
Did that take on later significance for your investigation, detective?
It did.
Why is that?
When I went to Mr. Teaz's residence
Both visors were
several days
down.
after the murder, I located that a similar red Yukon Denali parked in his driveway. And everything that I had seen on the surveillance video was similar to Mr. Teaz's
What happened? My computer's about to die. You need to bring my charger back.
All right, well, let me get this up and then I will. I was trying to play a sound when he was like, the visor was
I
down.
didn't do it, Taryn. This is all Allie. Allie's been showing the
Yeah,
video
this
the
is me.
whole time. It's not me. It's not me.
But
Oh, there, boss baby.
okay, hold on. All right.
Mr. Teaz's
And I'm
video,
bringing up the thing. Hold on.
Mr. Teaz's vehicle,
I'm at 7%. So
passenger visor was still down.
Okay, we're gonna.
Damn it.
pause
I
that
missed
for
my
just a
shot.
second. I want to show council.
I was so ready
17, 317,
for that. The visor was down. I mean, that's a little bit of a stretch.
States 313, 314,
All right, I'll come bring you a
317,
charger, babe.
19, 322, and 325. May approach the witness. No objection. Thank you very much. What I'm going to do to make it a little easier, I'll walk up and show the jury so we don't have to keep moving the computer. But take a look at these exhibits and tell me if you recognize what we're looking at there.
So these are photographs taken of Mr. Teaz's vehicle as he was parked in the driveway in front of his residence on the date that we executed a search warrant.
Now, you mentioned that one of the things that jumped out to you was when you saw that vehicle at his house parked, there was something about the visor that jumped out to you. What was that again?
That the visor was down in the same position that it was in this surveillance picture.
Okay. I want to show you 317 and 319. Is that depicting what you're talking about?
It is.
And is that essentially what you're circling there in that photograph on that PowerPoint presentation?
That's correct.
Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Showing the jury 317.
No.
There's also one other feature that I saw. If you look,
Okay, here there's no question. All right.
The other side.
Yeah.
Any other features that
It's
you
the exact same as your computer.
Was it?
if you look at the surveillance photo on the screen, below the visor on the edge of the window, next to the hood of the car, there's a light colored area. There was a similar light colored area on Mr. Teaz's vehicle when I found it parked in his driveway.
Detective Bog, why don't you step down for a second? Do you see it in this photograph? That light colored area? Let the record reflect the witness has pointed to the bottom right-hand corner of the front windshield of that Yukon Denali. And it looks almost, it's lighter, I mean, it kind of looks orangish, but it's not quite a rectangle. For the record, you said that jumped out to you when you saw the car in person?
Correct.
I'd like to show you States 317. Do you see it?
Yes.
Can you, why don't you come on down and show them what you saw when you looked at it in person?
So it's this light colored area right there.
Let the record reflect. Again, he's pointed in 317 to kind of a rectangular area right in the bottom corner of that front windshield. What's it say on the front passenger door there? Does that have lettering on that door?
Denali.
Okay, and when we look at 322 here, what does it say on the front passenger door?
Denali.
Tell me about the wheels for a second. Are the rims similar?
They are.
Okay. May I approaching with
Sam,
322?
I missed my chance again when he said it. They both said Denali.
Here's another question,
I
Detective.
found how I can turn the
Windows, the
sound
front
volume.
passenger
Only guilty man in Shawshank.
About the front passenger windows as it relates to the rear windows.
So as I reviewed the surveillance video, I noticed that the front driver and front passenger window were not tinted, but the windows behind them were. When I arrived at Mr. Teaz's residence, I noticed that the driver and front passenger window were not tinted, and the rest were.
States 322 and 325.
You're so
Oh.
proud of yourself. Look at you, that big shit-eating grin.
Oh man, I wish I had it ready when he said they both said Denali on the
When
door.
you watch this video or this
Come on.
Denali on the video surveillance, do you see any bumper stickers or decals or anything like that?
None.
And when
Oh.
you saw Mr. Teus's or Tellus's car in its
for me.
driveway, did it have any stickers on it anywhere?
No.
How do you feel? How do you feel about the center hair part there?
I hate it.
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan.
Okay, let's move back to this presentation. What is significant about this slide, sir?
This is at
That one always makes Jay laugh.
10:39 in
Always.
the morning,
I
again
hate
from the 1405.
Elmo. How can you
residence.
hate Elmo?
The red
No.
Yukon
My
drove
God.
south past the house, and the driver appeared the PD only occupant in the vehicle.
Did you hear what I played?
No.
I got to like, turn him down too low. It was you saying, I don't even know what the fuck she's talking about.
It's a classic. It's a classic.
And then less than a minute later, that same Yukon drove north on Wintergreen.
Now, did you,
Did you do
you
that already?
noted that there was something about the license plate that was significant in the footage?
It didn't appear to have a rear license plate during the time that I saw it driving around the neighborhood.
What?
Detective, how long had you been a police officer for?
About 40 years,
20 years on homicide.
20.
Have you ever had a case?
You?
When a
Didn't
suspect
play
might, I
it.
don't know,
It may have.
remove his
It
license
must have been on the
plate and
loop.
going off to commit a crime?
The loop.
Thank you.
Right? Come on.
Let's move on.
People
Oh,
take the
thank you.
license plate off when they want to commit a crime, don't they?
What do we have here
Say
in
that
this slide?
again. Bum, bum, bum.
So do you see the giant
This is
Denali
37 seconds later.
maroon in
at
color
about
in
10:40
that
the
frame,
morning,
sir?
The red Yukon drove south on Wintergreen Drive and stopped momentarily across the street from 1405.
Wow.
Pulls in.
That one
and
was Bob.
stops.
Oh. Oh boy.
I mean, he's not even at all
That's what
concerned
I'm
about
saying. This guy's like in this fucking outfit, walking around.
parking his
but
car
he's
right
just
in front.
driving his wife's
Detective, I don't
Denali
know if you were
a
familiar with
half a
this, but
block
were you
away
aware
from
that
where he's
there was
about
like
to
a
murder
sewer
somebody. This
repair
guy's a
project going on in that
real,
area?
I was.
real smooth criminal. There's the worker. He's like, who's
Mhm.
this guy?
Why is he getting
So
out of
remind me, when you're driving down that road, what street are you heading towards now?
Cornflower.
What
Yeah,
gotta answer the
Shannon.
question.
It's like it's a
Okay.
a
I
West
just wanted
Coast
to see if
case,
we-
so
maybe-
they don't
maybe
start
when we get
until
to a
like
map, I just kind of want to see if you can
crazy.
help me
Does he
orient-
have a hat on there?
Why are these
I
pictures?
can't believe they couldn't
No,
zoom
but he
in
looks
on
like
that.
he has that orange
Yeah, but no
jacket on.
hat. Why can't they
Yukon and
make
the
that
driver, the
bigger?
suspect sitting in the driver's seat.
Let's
as
blow
they
it
were
up.
parked
Can we
I
make
mean,
it
I
bigger?
could
from
take a picture of it and
1405.
blow it up.
And you
Yeah, do
anything
it, babe.
significant about the windows?
Same thing, the front passenger and the front driver window were not tinted, the rest were.
Oh, fuck. Guess what, guys?
All right.
That is not
Okay,
him.
so cornflower. So this is the area that we're talking about.
Wow.
Fucking way.
So when we looked at that last footage,
I mean, I'm going to show you
is
this picture. This
What?
the car.
Did you just crack the case?
This is north, south, east, west. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So when we saw the footage with the construction truck where they had that interaction, can you come down here and show me where that interaction is? And where does
A
the
cloak
red
of
Yukon
invisibility.
drive towards?
So this is Bronze Circle right here, Mr. Garman's.
All right, I'm gonna show you guys this picture. That's what I'm gonna do. Tell me they couldn't have fixed this thing.
I was born to love you. I was born to lick your face. I mean, she's gone long, babe. It's 6:25. 6:25, 6:25. What are we eating for dinner? That's the
I
million
have
dollar question.
no idea.
We have shifted into like, what are we eating for dinner mode? Uh-oh. Oh no! You pulled it off. You pulled it off, babe. Are you blowing this?
Wait, can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Do I need to? You guys
Blow
can
it
see
up
it on
more. I mean, like I have to say that does not look like his bald dome. Like that. I mean, it could
my
be.
point is,
Could
they
be.
could have blown. They could have made that. This was me just
All right,
literally taking a
listen,
picture
all
of the
that
screen.
enhancement shit that you see on those fucking TV shows does not exist in real
We
life.
saw them do it on Karen Reed. He went zip. Whoop.
Wait, what?
Yeah, right there. Your little. What do you call the guy? You guys had a name for him?
Tiny desk guy?
Tiny desk guy.
Beep,
He put the mouse over and zoop boop.
Yeah, but it didn't make the image any clearer.
Well, but it wouldn't be like this. That's because I zoomed in on it so much.
Okay, you cannot like repixelize some kind of photo to make it clear. Like that. That's like Hollywood bullshit. That doesn't
No,
exist.
but
Like that technology doesn't really exist. Like I could get AI to like give me a real good picture of what that guy is. Guido the Killer Pimp?
looks
What?
like he's got hair to me.
Or he's got his sunglasses on his forehead. Like, I don't know. That looks like his bald ass head to me.
All I'm
But
saying
it
is I
does
feel
look like I
they
can't
could have
tell
done
if it doesn't look like that's a long sleeved orange jacket though. Does that look like his arm right there?
I can't tell.
Is that a Denali? That doesn't look as big and muscly as they typically are.
I mean,
I think it's definitely Charlotte's mom.
right.
Oh,
I just think they could have figured that shit out.
I think it's him with a ball cap. Where's the rim? Not a ball cap.
There's no hat.
Oh,
He's not wearing the hat
maybe
there.
he's wearing a do rag. He looks like a guy who'd sport a do rag, right?
Absolutely, but he
I was
wasn't wearing.
born to love you. I was born to lick your face.
Yukon parked right across the street here for a brief instant. That sewer truck backed up here, and then the Yukon drove south on Wintergreen. Okay.
How tall is this dude? Who knows? Is he like
He looks
5'3"?
short. He looks short as
Is he like
hell.
a pocket friend? Could I keep this guy in my pocket? He looks
Just
like a
that's about
pocket
as
friend.
he looks as little as that guy that was walking up the street.
Oh, see, Mia Bita gets a $5 bill for knowing what that's from.
All right, what is
Oh, that was
significant about this slide,
actual
sir?
line.
At 1048, at 7004 Copperleaf
5'6",
Drive,
yeah. He's not
which
quite
is
pocket
just south of
size, but he's small.
Cornflower.
And so was the
Yukon
guy
drove west in
walking
front
in
of
the
that
hat.
residence, then
That
made a
right there
U-turn
is telling.
and went east on Copperleaf Drive.
Was he bald in any of those pictures?
Is this a still of that footage?
Are you now, or have you ever
What are we
been
looking
a
at here?
bald?
This is another video of the Yukon as it drove west on
wearing a
Lunar Light
wig.
Drive in front of 6905 at about 10:49.
You know me, Billy. I mean, Mia. It's one of the great, all-time
Is
great
this a still
movies.
from that footage?
Yes.
He should have worn a wig and those
And
things
now what are we
inside his
looking at here?
shoes, like inside shoe
10:54 in the
platforms.
morning from 7200 Periwinkle. This is just south of Vegas.
All right,
on Wintergreen.
pause it real quick.
The
This is
red
like in
Yukon
case
turns
people
south
are
on the
just
Wintergreen
like
Drive
dying to hear
from
this
westbound Vegas
riveting
to
foundational testimony from this boring ass cop. All right, so for everybody who's a Caddyshack fan, and there is only one correct answer, and like I'm not going to debate it with anybody. If you were, who is the most critical, absolutely critical, and you have to think about the entire scope of the movie. Who is the most critical character in the movie Caddyshack? Start giving me your answers now, and I can guarantee you're like, there's one person that has to be in that movie, otherwise it all falls apart. The Gopher, no,
Yeah, got two of them.
wrong.
Your mom.
CH hits a home.
There he goes.
run.
The winner.
All
Chicken
right,
dinner.
play while these wrong answers pour in.
I'm saying it's the
The
gopher
turd in the
because
pool. Play it, Bay. Do we have any bloops?
yeah, but he's actually
And the
giving
driver was still
information.
wearing
Oh,
the
he's
Driver
orange
was
shirt.
still wearing the orange shirt, Bob.
This is
And the
still from that.
door
Yes.
still says Denali. The
Okay.
front
What
says
about this
GMC.
Are you telling me right now that
So
you've
this,
cracked this case wide
is
open?
7200 Bronze Circle. It's right at the corner of Bronze Circle and Wintergreen. At 10:56 in the morning, the red Yukon was captured on the surveillance camera on the east side of the house. It stopped briefly, and then it continued south on Wintergreen Drive, and you can see the yellow reflective bands on the suspect.
Of course, Travis got it right. Without question, Ted Knight. That movie, like you could live like Bill Murray's amazing in it. Chevy Chase is
I'm
amazing
sorry.
in
The
it.
answer, the correct
Rodney
answer
Dangerfield is
the
amazing in
gopher.
it. That movie does not
The
exist.
correct answer
without
is the gopher. It was
Incorrect.
what most people said, so that's the correct
No,
answer.
but they're wrong.
And,
Like the
Well,
gopher,
between 10:59 and
like
11:01,
only exists
the
for Bill
suspect
Murray's
seen
role.
here
Like
with
that's the only reason he exists.
Wait, now you're talking about Groundhog's Day.
Gardner
That's not what
hat.
you.
What in the
Oh, wait,
hell are
that's
you talking about,
Groundhog.
woman?
reflective
That's
stripes.
I'm
Groundhog.
talking about
Sorry.
Caddyshack.
pants
And that's a
gray
groundhog
tennis
in
shoes.
Groundhog's Day, by the
Walked
way.
north
Right.
and south
I got it.
along Wintergreen briefly before he continued.
I mean,
Look at
look,
this. It's a
Bill
little guy.
Murray.
He's 6'3".
Bill Murray is a national treasure, and he's a Chicago native, so you
What are we
never have
looking
to
at,
sell
sir?
me on Bill
So this
Murray. I
is
love
from
Bill Murray.
1405
Ted
Wintergreen
Knight
Drive.
is the most
That video was
indispensable
corrupt.
character in
It
Caddyshack.
had a
Go
lot
back
of
and
blank
watch it.
spaces in it
You'll
where
see.
It's just static. It did not show the arrival.
The movie couldn't
of
exist
the
without him.
Denali in front of the residence, but at 11:01 hours when the video started up again, the Denali was already parked.
All right, now why is this footage significant, sir?
It said
So this
Denali.
is
right
where
on.
I capture the suspect.
Starter villain
walking
still saying the gopher.
That's it.
South on Wheatland Way.
Gopher
And
is
then,
adorable, though.
After he walks south past 1505 Wheatland, he turns around and walks northbound again up to Periwinkle.
We're both kosher pickles. I love
Here you
a
can
nice.
see
I
the
love a
suspect
nice
with his hat, his
vinegary
jacket,
brine.
the pants, the shoes, and he was also carrying a bluish gray bag with dark
Yeah.
straps on it.
He does kind of.
He's got a
Bring it
weird. His left leg lags a little bit. That's the only way I could describe it. Or he's got a slight limp.
This guy. Just fucking walking. Doesn't he know he's 6'3"?
This guy doesn't give a shit. I'm
Stands
just
out
gonna
like a-
walk around. I'm on cameras all
men are
over the
6'3".
place. I'm gonna park my car right down the street.
Someone asked earlier, don't you think it looks like a woman? Well, yeah, it's because this guy's kind of slender and
He's a little
short, so he
petite.
looks like a woman. Yeah,
He's a little petite.
looks like a woman. When I say this guy, I mean the defendant.
Yeah, kosher dill, 100%. That's it. No question.
It looks, the whole thing's ridiculous. So he did park the car not in front of the house. Is that where he's walking to? Is that what's
Oh,
happening?
is Sheila taking off? Sweet dreams, Sheila. Thanks for the hangs. Appreciate you.
What time is it where Sheila's?
I mean, like
time?
late as shit. She's over across the pond.
Wait, is this the person walking back?
Yes, that's
What
the
are we looking
person.
at here? 7200 Bronze Circle. We've seen the video from this house several times. The camera on the east side of the house faces Wintergreen, and this will show the suspect at about 11.
Of course, there would be a movie. The movie is about a caddy tournament. The gopher is just all about like
Bob,
they probably wrote that shit in
Gopher
last
won.
minute. Just
The
Allison,
Gopher-
have you ever even seen Caddyshack?
I mean, a long time ago, probably not even the whole
Dude,
thing.
like, no, you're out. You don't get to discuss it. I've seen it hundreds of times. Ted Knight is indispensable.
I'm
The
just
whole movie's about a caddy, like a caddy golf tournament
not what
for a scholarship. The gopher is just like, oh, we're gonna put Bill Murray in. What's something funny you could do?
This
We'll have him
testimony
chase
is
a
riveting.
gopher.
So that's what we see on the previous footage, and now we're going
Is
to
it?
see some continuation. Yeah.
Is it
Right.
riveting?
Okay.
Sorry, I apologize.
There's our petite girl again.
Egregious, preposterous. That's the way he was on the previous video.
I'm getting ready now.
Walking south toward Bronze.
No,
Circle.
the rug ties the room together.
Ties it
Shiraz.
really ties the room together.
Really ties the room together.
Really, really.
What are we
Oh
looking
yeah,
at here?
modern
This is,
problems. Wow,
again, the
that's
same
that
camera
is a blast from the
faces
past. Now
northwest
that's been a long time
from
since I've seen that.
1405 Wintergreen towards Bronze Circle. And you can see the suspect at about 11:17 walking westbound on Bronze Circle along the sidewalk.
You can see somebody in there.
What is significance about the next slide?
So this is surveillance video from directly across the street from Mr. Gehrman's residence.
Mm.
It's located at 7217 Bronze Circle. At about 11:17 in the morning,
He just
the suspect walks
slaughtered this guy.
westbound
Like, it
on
was
Bronze
just going out
Circle, where the
tacos
red
himself.
dotted line
Like,
is, to the
throwing
west
about.
side of Mr. Gehrman's residence. When he leaves several minutes later, he walks back eastbound on Bronze Circle toward Wintergreen, where the blue dotted line is.
Okay, so
Blue
the
dotted line.
red dotted line signifies the approach and the blue signifies the exit.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So you can see the suspect in the upper part of the video.
Oh, way down there. Oh, yeah. Do. Don't mind me. I am not the petite woman you're looking for. Just a worker.
Yeah, he really is. He is not a smooth criminal.
Is there division? There's not additional footage?
No,
that
I just
what he
clicked it
thinks.
again.
Okay.
Oh, see, good. I got Travis
This
on
is
the
another
case.
camera on that same
He
residence,
knows.
and this is facing north toward Mr. Gehrman's garage. And the west
You'll
side
get
of his
nothing and
house.
like it. Oh
You
my
can see the
God, it's so
suspect
good.
Walking across the driveway.
I am starving, but I'm not in a
up
bad
to
mood.
the gate area on the
I'm
west side of
adamant.
the house.
No way. Dangerfield's funny, but not indispensable. Ted Knight, man. Ted Knight was in Gunsmoke.
So, was he not home when he first got there? Is that what was happening?
I don't know, man. He was lurking. Big lurker creep. Walking around in that fucking
I think
outfit.
I think he had a helper.
What?
How else is he 9 minutes behind? He calls that following someone 9 minutes behind?
9 times.
9 minutes.
9 times.
It's like, all right. He went to get tacos. Go get ready.
What time is
Breakfast
this
burrito.
supposed to be? Like, what time was the walking around?
11:18.
Oh, shit. All right.
Was he gone that long at tacos?
Wait, Travis has like Pammy blocked? No, not a chance.
So
That's got to be
11:21 hours.
That's
the
gotta be a
victim's
mistake.
Garage door opens, and then you'll see Mr. Gehrman walk from the right side of the screen to the left side of the screen back to that gate area.
No
What
one could
made him
ever,
go out
ever
there?
block
that he was
Pammy.
wearing at the
What
time that
made
he
him
was at
go over
She's the
there?
sweetest woman I know.
What do you think
Aside from
made
my
him
wife.
do this,
And as
babe?
soon as he
What,
gets back
murder
near the
this
gate,
guy? Because he was writing all
No.
kinds of
see the
shitty
suspect come
articles
out.
about him.
No. What made the victim exit his garage and go around the side of the house?
Maybe
I
that's
think
how he
he-
enters. I don't know.
I
Maybe
think
that's
he
how he
made a
enters in.
noise back
So the
there.
attack
And
occurs over
that's why
here
he dropped
on
that
the west
bag
side of the garage.
in the middle. Right?
You
Was-
mean to lure him over there?
Yeah. He comes out the garage and goes around the side of the house.
Yeah, I mean, typically, I don't know. The neighbor testified that he
Never has his garage door open. Never.
never has his garage door open and never keeps that gate open. Like, he's got a gate. Like, there's a gate to get into the, but I mean, unless it's not a detached garage, is it? I mean, it's
No.
right. yeah.
Something made him come outside and go around the side of the house.
I don't know, man.
And again, the meticulous house and his bag of garbage just laying in the middle.
I don't. Pammy's, yeah, it was probably a mistake. I want it fixed. So yeah, speak up there, Travis. You definitely did not intentionally block Pammy. There's no way in hell. She's an absolute delight. She floats around on clouds.
What do you mean he blocked her? What are you talking about?
Like I don't even know how the hell you could check. I probably have hundreds of thousands of people that blocked me. I don't even know how to look. Pammy is somehow blocked
Sounds
from
like silence is a, silent admission.
Wow, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, maybe there's, stuff you don't know.
What, like that Travis doesn't like delightful human beings? I don't know.
By the way,
seems very un-Travis like.
Travis sent me the jury instruction on the
And here
jury
comes the
questions.
suspect.
I'll read them after we finish. But he's coming back now.
It's all true,
He's gonna
Pammy.
leave the
I mean, the
area.
guy's a genius.
Eastbound.
This guy's a genius criminal mastermind, this guy.
And then what the hell?
Walking
You
up
think
and
he
down the
thinks-
streets.
Angle at the same
He's like, it's like,
And then he's like, I don't know if he's dead.
see him walking along
Ah,
the
it's like
sidewalk
exactly
again.
who, like, I forgot who said that he felt like he had an invisible cloak on. They can't see me. I'm invisible. I'm walking around free to walk.
I mean,
everywhere.
literally anybody walking around the neighborhood, there is not a second I'm around my neighborhood where I don't think I've got a
And he continues
a
walking
doorbell camera on me.
eastbound to Wintergreen.
But that's why he's got that get up on. That he does have that invisible cloak on. So you think he's walking and he's like, God damn it, he might not be dead. That's what,
Yeah.
and so he goes back. I mean, I guess it's unlikely he forgot something. Maybe he went back.
Looking at here.
We
said-
do that everywhere, Charlotte. We'll be
11:25
sitting
in the
out
morning.
like at a restaurant.
Oh, you know
we're
why he went back?
pretending we're kind of like
No.
figuring out what some
All
two
right,
people are
wait.
talking about.
Red
What?
Yukon.
Here's
from
why he went
Bronze
back.
Circle. He put his bag in.
He forgot to put the defendant's DNA under the victim's fingernails.
Exactly.
Rear.
Good job, babe. Correct case.
He got into the driver's seat and drove south on Wintergreen.
Oh, he actually drove away and then stopped?
Yeah, tomorrow I'm controlling the video. You got like the sound
Odd.
is too low for me on the trial.
What?
Yeah.
Too low?
Dude, it's too I'm struggle busing to hear it.
This stupid thing I have on here.
Listen, man. Just the way this is going down tomorrow, I'm in control of the video because you're being like a real Nazi with the sound.
I don't even understand what's happening. Now I'm turning it up and it doesn't actually go up.
Crank it! Crank it! Did you wake Scout up? She can't take super long naps, otherwise she's not gonna fall
tried.
asleep tonight. Oh my god, I gotta go roust her. She's still sleeping?
Yep.
Okay.
This is just a still of the suspect getting into the driver's seat. And you can see the same hat, same jacket, pants, and shoes.
Moving on, what are we looking at here?
And this is 11:30 at 1501 Rock Springs Drive, which was an apartment complex located on Rock Springs. Recorded the suspect's red Yukon driving north on Rock Springs Drive toward Vegas Drive.
Is this just a still from that?
That's correct.
What do we have here?
So this is 11:29 in the morning from the address at 7200 Periwinkle. Again,
Turn it up,
corner of,
hon. I still can't. It sounds
Wintergreen,
exact same.
Vegas. And it shows the red Yukon.
I don't know. I don't know why it's
turning
not
from
working.
westbound Vegas Drive to southbound Wintergreen at 11:29 in the morning.
Is this a still of that?
Yes.
What do we have in this slide?
Got moderately
Back
higher, I
to
think.
7200 Bronze Circle, the address directly across the street from Mr. Gehrman's residence. At 11:29, the suspect's red Yukon drove
I looked the
westbound
first
on
time,
Bronze
now it's
Circle,
not working.
pulled up in front of Mr. Gurman's house.
Oh my
stopped.
God, this guy's
The
just
suspect
pulling
got
up
out
in
of the
front of the.
driver's seat,
This
went back
guy
to the area where the attack occurred,
is.
and then returned to his vehicle and left eastbound on Bronze Circle.
This guy is just an absolute moron.
Next slide.
Oh my God. Like, why wear the getup if you're gonna drive your wife's Denali all over town, back and forth, past the crime scene? Like, pull up right in front of the crime scene to get out to check and see if
Is this a
your
still from
victim
that
is in
Avondale
fact dead.
footage?
I mean, what is going on with this guy? Like, what possessed
What are we looking at
him
here?
to
So at
think that he could go to
11:50
trial
in the
on
morning,
this?
the cameras at the Thomas and Mack medical offices located at
Oh my
9499 West Charleston
Allie, I
Boulevard
want you to
captured the
tell
red
me how
Yukon
you would have
traveling
talked this
south
guy
on
into
Apple.
pleading, because there's no way
Is
this
that the
case should be a
footage?
trial.
Yes.
Unless I'm
There's no
missing
talking this guy into that.
And what are we
There's
looking at?
right. He's the smartest guy
Now
in
we're
the
back
room.
to Pidgeot Elementary School at 9601 Red Hills Drive. At 11:51 in the morning, it captured the red Yukon.
He learned it from Wendy.
Traveling westbound on Red Hills and then making a northbound turn onto Silk Tassel.
Considering
toward
Wendy's the
Mr.
last
Tellis's
one they're
residence.
probably going to
If we could just
arrest.
go back for a
I don't
second,
know.
where is
Probably learned
where
it
is
from
Red
Charlie
Hills in
is more
relation
accurate.
to, you know, we're gonna look at that slide in a minute. Can you show us where Red Hills is in relation to the previous footage? Maybe just come down and show us.
Exactly, in an orange street cone, sure, like Captain Obvious. I mean, that I get, because he was like, there were a bunch of workers that were wearing kind of the same shit, so he was trying to be like, oh, must have been one of the workers went over feeling murdery and just went and killed this guy for no reason. You know, it happens. It's hot as shit out here. I mean, like, this weather makes everybody a little bit murdery. It's dry heat, though.
Silk Tassel.
It's dry heat. Babe, why do you keep pulling the trial off?
I don't know.
Bloop, bloop.
I thought I could.
Bloop, bloop.
Why?
Because I think we get the point that the dude was driving all over Hell's Creation, all up in
I'm
the crime
live.
scene. Huh?
I'm live.
Huh? Oh my God. Yeah, tonight I gotta download Woody doing and I don't recall.
So I have a couple other questions. You mentioned
It's
that
like
you
my
did
finger
extensive
really
canvassing, is
stinks.
that correct?
Yes.
Did you ultimately, there was a search warrant executed at Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
That's correct.
Was there a search for surveillance cameras attached to that house?
There was.
Were you able to collect any footage from that house?
I located a camera. If you're looking at the garage, it would be up near the roof line to the right. The residence was searched for digital video recorders by other detectives and digital forensic detectives. We were unable to recover any digital surveillance video from that camera. They did recover some from a Ring camera, but it had no evidentiary value.
Was anything disconnected?
I don't recall whether anything was disconnected or it was just not recording.
Okay, so the bottom line is you couldn't get anything from that house, even though there are cameras at that house.
That's correct.
Here's another question. Did you canvass or search that neighborhood to see if there were any other red Yukon Denali's in his neighborhood?
I drove the area as part of the surveillance team, and I didn't see any other red Yukons in that neighborhood. It's a rather small neighborhood.
Okay. Additionally, as another role in your case, did you have anything to do with reviewing historical tower record data?
Can you guys hear that?
regarding Mr. Tellis's phone?
Can you hear Nanook just licking
Based
his
on that
balls?
data, during the time of
I
when
so
this
want to put this
killing
microphone over there.
occurs,
It's the worst noise. I
does
have to
the
mute it
historical
so as
phone
not
data
to
from the phone show any movement
cause
on the
people
phone?
to be
It does not.
triggered.
It appears that his phone was located at his residence. It relayed through several cell sites located in the area of his residence, not near Mr. Gurman's residence.
Okay. Have you had situations in your investigations?
objection call for speculations.
Well, Your Honor, maybe, can we approach? Can we?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, he just stopped. He was really licking Bay. You know how he does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Poor guy. Oh yeah, Travis. We really enjoyed Presumed Innocent TV series. It was great. It's really good. I like we were what there, it got renewed for a second season. What like are they gonna? Is it a continuation of like how they deal with the fact that is my audio cutting out?
It was
Bobbing
it
and
was
out.
like popping like a minute here and there, but it's
Pop it like it's hot. Pop it like it's hot. Pop what? Oh, sorry. Was it? I might have been hitting mute on and off, trying to shield our beautiful listeners from hearing Nanook lick where his balls once were. Poor guy. So Charlotte, you know that emoji is from the old I forget what beer label, somebody will know, but it's bitter beer face. Keystone. I want to say it's Keystone. Keystone Light maybe. Like drinks the beer, his whole face collapses. In case you didn't know, that's where that dude is from. Thanks EB. I heard that Rusty Savage won't be back. What? I mean, I'm not gonna lie. What's his nut was great in it. Like I hated him, but he was really good in it.
How many years do you work as a police officer?
Approximately 40.
Were you with Metro when cell phones started coming onto the scene? That'd be fair. I don't want to date anything, but I don't know.
Yes.
Okay, so cell phones have been around less than 40 years. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, so you've been there for the beginning of it. What are historical phone records?
So historical phone records, you get them in a couple different formats. One of them is call detail records. Call detail records can include not only your voice communication, but also your data and text messaging. And if there is normally with all of your voice communications, unless it's voice over internet, you're going to connect to a cell site. So that location of the cell site is recorded on the call detail records. There are some phone providers that actually will locate their text messaging onto a cell site, and you can get that location information from there, as well as data. Other phone companies do not provide location data with text messaging.
Okay. How are these utilized in terms of reviewing records to see a phone interact? What's the significance of a phone interacting with a cell tower? Why is that significant for your investigations?
So a couple different things. It gives me an idea of where geographically that phone is located at the time it makes a connection to the cell site. There's also other data that the phone companies use where they will actually ping your phone just so that they can test their network to determine where there's bad connection, where there's good connection. And we can use that data to also locate where a phone is. Now I can't locate where the person
Travis,
is
do not say a few good
unless I can
men.
associate them making calls that they normally make at the time that that phone makes a connection to a cell site.
Or for example, you might end up getting a download of the phone at a later point. Maybe you see text messages being sent and you can see, based on the context of it, oh, this particular person that we think is linked to the phone is using it based off of maybe the
Night, Julie. Sweet dreams. Oh, good. Thank God. Thanks for
phone
hanging all day,
records
Jewel.
significant or helpful for your investigations?
They're quite helpful in investigations.
Why?
Well, we can determine where someone's phone could be at the time that a crime was committed. We can track them using their phone location at various times when they're making calls or sending text or using data.
In your experience of 4 decades, have you made arrests in part based off of tracking the movements of a suspect's phone?
Absolutely.
Okay, and have you testified in court about this very information that we're talking about?
Numerous times. I'm an expert in the 8th Judicial District Court.
Okay. Have you had experiences where a suspect, have you had experiences, I think you explained this already, but have you had experiences where suspects, moved around with the phone and you could see that phone moving in relation to your crime?
Yes.
Okay. Have there been situations though where a phone may have been left behind by a suspect?
Oh my God.
Have there been situations
Are you
where
guys
suspects have
not
just turned
seeing
off the
Rob
phone,
Schneider
maybe
with this
during the
guy?
relevant time
Like, are
period?
you nuts?
Those are 2 ways to maybe not get picked up right through the historical data.
That's correct.
And just to be clear, during this time period of when this killing occurs, his phone is pinging essentially from pinging off of towers right next to his house, correct?
Correct.
Court's indulgent. I have no further questions.
Okay, start the cross tomorrow. Start the cross
Any objections?
tomorrow.
No objection. All right, we have states proposed 311 and 337 have been admitted by stipulation. May I approach? Sir, do you recognize what you're looking at in these images?
Yes, these are still photographs of the suspect as he walked north on Wheatland, where you saw him walking south, and he turns around and goes back northbound again toward Periwinkle. In this case, this photo is actually zoomed in from the regular video, and it shows
Only guilty man in Shawshank.
Landscaping hat with the 3 black ventilation rings on the right side. It shows a black band that goes through the hat up here and then kind of goes around. And then there's also a black trim around the front of the hat, the rim. Shows the gray backpack with the black straps, the orange traffic vest with the reflective stripes on it, the blue pants, and the gray and dark tennis shoes.
And now that it's at least queued over, I'll wrapping up, but I'll publish 337. Fair to say 311 and 337 are essentially the exact same photo, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We'll just move this out of the way. And let's publish 337. Let me zoom out. Okay, so this is what you were just referring to, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, I have no further questions for this witness.
So at this time, we are going to conclude for the evening during this recess.
Shoo-hoo!
With anyone, including your fellow jurors, any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media, read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts, or commentary about the case, do any research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do
Already
any
keep this on to see what time they're going to
investigation,
start
test the theory,
tomorrow.
recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you. We will be in recess till tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. Juror number 3, if you don't mind
11?
staying behind for just a minute. Other than that, everyone else is excused.
Thank you. All right, scratching jury, please, sir.
11 o'clock. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
leave your books on your chair.
All right, so that's 1 o'clock Central. That is 2 o'clock Eastern is when this court is starting. What is going on? That's outrageous. I mean, guess I get to sleep in. Unfortunately, I just wake up. There is no sleeping in for me. All right, so you guys are amazing. Mods, you are the most beautiful humans on the face of the planet. We love you, love you, love you. You guys have done double duty today, hanging with Jay and I, and then Jay, and then
already?
Allie and I. What? Are you asking if I already thanked our mods?
No, did you see this?
What?
I was saying that I just put up.
Oh, Caroline. Check your. Hold on, let me check. Hold on, I'm checking.
Yeah, Julie. I mean, I don't know what him being attorney is definitely not helping him. Although I think in his mind, he
Ah, yes, Caroline. Thank you so much. Got a beautiful $20 holla. thanks for you for all that you and Allie do. Don't chat much because I'm the lurking tribe. Crab cakes or what's for dinner? Yum. Who else is cooking with me? I'm so hungry.
I'll
Like
take
I don't
some
even feel
crab
like
cakes.
I can cook. I've got to figure out something for food. Thank you so much, Caroline. We really appreciate that.
I don't know if you
so
thanked
much.
Julie yet for $2 holler.
I did. I thanked everybody who has yeah, Julie, I definitely thank yes.
So I
Yes, I
just
did.
want to say, because Tavis sent me the jury instruction that the judge read going in about the questions. So thank you, Travis. But basically it says like they're not encouraged to ask questions, and I guess that's why the judge probably doesn't um, ask ahead of time. But it also answered the question that the lawyers do get the opportunity to object. But then if there's not like it seems like if there's not an actual legal basis for the objection, then the judge will answer the question.
All right, babe.
So
Let's
yeah.
tell them tomorrow. Love you. I'm gonna pull an Allison and cut your ass off.
All right. Bye, everybody. And hey, wait, don't forget
Yeah.
to get on Jay's channel in the morning. Do not miss the Shaming of Jay's coverage of the YLS Young Thug trial.
YSL, that's what she means.
YSL.
And I'm like starting
And
this
Lil
late.
Woody. Don't
I'll
miss Lil
definitely be-
Woody.
I'll definitely
Lil
be
Woody's
hanging over.
always on fire.
I'll definitely be hanging over there tomorrow for sure.
No one cares.
I mean, no one gives a shit. No one cares. I don't care.
I don't care.
We love you guys. You guys are amazing. Make sure, tomorrow morning, Woo's back. There was a whole kerfuffle today, but like Jay may pivot because there's the word on the street is they're doing like hours of that mind-numbing video. So
Well, Jay can hop. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
we'll figure it out. We'll
Do
figure
whatever
it
he
out.
wants.
We love you guys. Thank you so much for hanging with us. Thank you for your incredible generosity today. We beyond appreciate it. Every time that I whine, it's effective. So I love doing it. Just
Don't
makes me
forget to hit
feel-
the thumbs up on your way out.
Yes, please
Please.
share, subscribe, do all the things that help us with
thumbs
the
up,
YouTube, which is like, share, subscribe. Those things are huge. I heard that the sharing is a big one, but we'll take subs. If you really love our content, think about becoming a member. We are going to start doing weekly member only, Patreon only live.
Yeah. And he's gone. He's gone, everybody. He's probably very thankful that his power or internet, I don't know, went out because I need to feed that man. But thank you guys. Thank you all. And yep, don't forget to go to the Shaming of Jay in the morning. And then Dizzy, are you still here? I don't know if I know how to make babe, make the outro play.
How did you get rid of me like that? What did you do?
I would never get rid of you.
Well, what happened? It just crashed.
The
All right,
world
so I was
wanted
gonna
you to
say- I was
eat.
trying to say, let me get it out, babe. We're going to start doing weekly members only, patron only lives. We're going to come up with something cool. Now, it wasn't me. It was Allie. I'm telling you, she cut me. She just shut my shit down. Shut it down. So start looking for that. It's going to be a weekly thing. This is hand on the book, man. Like we're going to start doing it because we want to really encourage people to become members, and we've got to give you more. So we love you guys. Thank you so much for hanging, because without y'all, I'd just be an old man.
Talking about a lot of cases.
You got that right. Love
Hard to